Chapter 685. Seeing that Xiao Chen had completely pinned down the golden savage ox, Hu Hai and the other three heaved a sigh of relief. Hu Hai waved his hand and the huge axe returned to his grasp. Then, he circulated his vast quintessence and quickly adjusted the surging energy in his body. Wang Cheng, whose ribs had been broken, endured the pain and forcibly circulated his quintessence to reconnect his broken ribs. This way, he would not lose his combat prowess for a while. "Are you all right, Wang Cheng?" Hu Hai asked Wang Cheng after the four gathered together. Wang Cheng nodded gently and said, "Fortunately, I have a superior grade inner vest. Otherwise, the force of that tail would have been enough to split me in half." Chen Xiao and Jun Si, who had not been attacked by the golden savage ox, celebrated in their hearts. Jun Si looked at Xiao Chen and said, "This Xiao Chen cannot be underestimated. That punch at the crucial moment saved us from this hunt." The earlier scene happened in one breath. The golden savage ox had knocked two people into the air. If not for Xiao Chen's punch, the outcome would have been terrible. Just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. Chen Xiao nodded and said, "When the golden savage ox goes berserk, it is really horrifying. With Xiao Chen here, our chances of victory are much higher." Wang Cheng pointed out the crux of the problem. It is not that optimistic. Xiao Chen must have burned all his vital qi in that earlier punch. He will not be able to do it a second time. We only have one chance left. If we cannot find it, we can only return in failure. Hu Hai said sullenly, "This time, I made an error in judgment. Aside from its spine, the only fatal point left is its neck." Actually, Hu Hai could not be blamed for this. There was pitifully little information about a high-ranked spirit beast like the golden savage ox. Everything had to be figured out by oneself. It was not possible to find the fatal point without any mistakes. Otherwise, the golden savage ox would not have lived for so long and become the tyrant of this place. Chen Xiao said, "It's fine. We have not even used our heaven-ranked martial techniques. We still have a good chance." The four quickly summarized the earlier battle. Then, they remained silent as they stared at the sky, at Xiao Chen, who was being chased by the golden savage ox. The situation was thrilling and intense. The golden savage bull's fur glistened under the sunlight, and its aura was violent and terrifying. This was especially so for the four hooves that were surrounded by the golden flames. The might of the hooves was even more astonishing. As they shot out, the sky rumbled and ripples shot out in all directions. More importantly, although the golden savage ox was shockingly large, it was not slow at all. Xiao Chen was in danger of dying at any moment. But the more they watched, the more shocked they became. In such a dangerous situation, Xiao Chen could always turn danger into safety. Riding on the blue dragon, Xiao Chen would occasionally explode forth with astonishing power, dodging certain death situations time and time again. The two blue dragons around Xiao Chen danced, and auspicious clouds appeared, carrying Xiao Chen in circles. Occasionally, Xiao Chen would attack the golden savage ox, luring it back. "Make your move then. Execute a heaven-ranked martial technique and create an opportunity for me to kill him." Hu Hai grasped his huge axe tightly, and his expression turned grave. Then he led the three over again. This was their only chance today. They had to succeed. Xiao Chen looked around and saw four people flying over. He knew that the golden savage ox would go berserk again, so he raised his guard. Plum Blossom Sword Exhibition. Jun Si held a sword in her hand and executed her inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique first. As the sword light danced, it formed countless seven-petaled plum blossoms. In the mundane world, plum blossoms were fresh and elegant, beautiful and fragrant. When the petals spread out, they were pleasing to the eye. However, these plum blossoms were made of pure sword qi. They also contained the indestructible state of metal, turning them into sharp weapons for killing. As the petals danced in the air, sword qi filled the air, slicing all the tiny dust particles in the air into nothingness. Jun Si gently shook the hand that held the sword, and the petals gathered together, forming a huge plum blossom that chopped at the golden savage ox. Chen Xiao was on the left side of the golden savage ox. His heaven-ranked martial technique was not as elegant as Jun Si's. However, its aura was startling. 7 strands of sword qi filled with starlight floated above Qin Zhao's head. The 7 strands of sword qi connected from head to tail, forming a resplendent ring of swords. This move was called 7 stars surrounding the moon. Unfortunately, Chen Xiao had not completely comprehended it, so he had not been able to bring out the moon. Otherwise, its might would have increased significantly. On the other side, Wang Cheng also executed his heaven-ranked martial technique. Countless strands of sword qi shot out from the ground of the valley and gathered on Wang Cheng's body. Heaven and Earth Sword Heart. Wang Cheng stretched his hand to the sky, and a thick sword light flew over from the east. The sword of heaven and the sword of earth merged into one. Wang Cheng pointed his sword forward, and 2 thick dragons of sword qi appeared on the sword. The 3 of them executed their heaven and earth martial techniques at the same time. In that instant, the sky changed color. Dark clouds covered the sky, blocking out the blazing sunlight. The golden savage ox chasing Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. It wanted to react, but the heaven-ranked martial technique had already been executed. It was not that easy to dodge. Bang! 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 The plum blossom sword qi was the first to arrive and embedded itself deeply into the golden savage ox's back. Then, the flower petals scattered and turned into countless strands of sword qi rampaging through the golden savage ox's body. Jun Si's expression turned cold. She arrived with her sword and quickly stabbed it into the golden savage ox's wound, causing it to cry out in pain. Before the golden savage ox could react, Chen Zhao's 7 stars surrounding the moon and Wang Cheng's heaven and earth sword heart arrived at the same time, tearing open horrifying wounds on the golden savage ox's side. Blood swords flew out, and the 3 swords stabbed deep into the golden savage ox's wound. The 3 of them held their swords with both hands and poured their quintessence into the swords without holding back. No matter how the golden savage ox struggled, they held it in place in midair. The 3 of them paled. A strong force came from their swords, and they felt like the golden savage ox could fling them away at any moment. Hu Hai, who was in the air, knew that the 3 of them could not hold out for long. He stared at the spot where the golden savage ox's head and body connected. After he made sure of it, he quickly executed his inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique. The image of a huge azure axe materialized on the blade of the axe. When the axe chopped down, it chopped the air in half like it was a mountain. The 2 winds split in the middle, forming 2 20-meter-tall tornadoes in the valley. Then they spread out to both sides. Rumble! The tornadoes crashed into the cliffs, erupting with a startling destructive force. Rocks flew everywhere, and the cliffs crumbled. Countless rocks floated on both sides of the tornadoes, spiraling upwards. Xiaochen retreated to the side. He knew that there was nothing left for him to do. With such a mighty strike, as long as it struck a fatal spot, the golden savage ox would die for sure. Before the axe arrived, the azure light image tore through the golden savage ox's tough skin. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Hu Hai's face lit up in joy. He knew that he had found the right person this time. He immediately increased the output of his quintessence, preparing to chop off this ox's head in one go. Xiao! However, just at this moment, something strange happened. A sharp sword light quickly flew over from the valley entrance. The sword qi was like a pillar, giving off a dazzling light. The sword intent was like the wind, and its killing qi was startling. The sword moved as fast as lightning, piercing towards Hu Hai's chest. As long as Hu Hai continued attacking the golden savage ox, he would not be able to dodge this sword strike. Even if he managed to chop off the ox's head, he would still die. The expressions of Jun Si and the other 2 completely changed. If Hu Hai did not chop down with his axe, he would end up killing the golden savage ox. After the golden savage ox struggled free and suffered severe injuries, its counterattack would be extremely horrifying. The 3 of them had exhausted a large amount of quintessence, so they would have to bear the brunt of the golden savage ox's overwhelming rage. However, if Hu Hai chopped down, he would die for sure. The person who attacked was no weaker than the 3 of them. There would be no chance of survival. The good situation was completely ruined by the sudden appearance of this sword, and danger was imminent. Either Hu Hai died and helped the 3 of them, or he blocked this sword strike and the three of them would die. Hu Hai felt conflicted in his heart. He showed extreme rage on his face. However, no matter how angry he was, the lightning-fast sword light already arrived before him. He had to make a decision. No matter what decision he made, Hu Hai would not be able to accept it. This made it hard for him to make a decision. The timing of the person who attacked was simply too vicious. When the sword light arrived, Hu Hai still did not know what to do. Xiao Chen's face sank. It looked like Hu Hai was not a heartless person. However, Hu Hai still did not make a decision. Not only would Hu Hai die, but he would also harm the others. The lips of the person who attacked curled up in a cocky smile. He had not expected this sword strike to be so effective. As long as Hu Hai did not make a decision, this sword strike would be able to finish off the people of their faction. Bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen, who stood in the air on the blue dragon image, arrived beside Hu Hai. Xiao Chen circulated his quintessence and did something that no one expected. He sent out a palm strike and smashed it on Hu Hai's body. A surging energy surged out. Hu Hai's palm strike sent Hu Hai flying. Coincidentally, the sword light brushed past Hu Hai, saving his life. Jun Si and the other two opened their mouths slightly, wanting to say something. However, they did not dare to. At this moment, the golden savage ox was struggling with all its might. If they were not careful, they would be flung into the air and face the rage of the golden savage ox. When Xiao Chen saw the wound on the golden savage ox's neck, his expression turned grave. He knew he had to make a move. Otherwise, if Jun Si and the other two ran out of quintessence, only death awaited them. Xiao Chen stretched his left hand to the sky and summoned out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. Then he grasped the saber hilt tightly. His quintessence surged, and a vast sea appeared behind him. The blue sea surged, vast and boundless. Then, 999 pillars of water soared into the sky. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. When the blue dragon leaped out of the sea, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the water flowed in reverse. When the blue dragon appeared, it infused itself into the saber, forming a 3-kilometer-long light that pointed to the sky and stood on the ground. However, this was not enough. He could not chop off the ox's head in one strike. Xiao Chen understood the difference in quintessence between him and Hu Hai. Xiao Chen's perfect 60% comprehended saber intent bound the 3-kilometer-long saber light, turning it into a 300-meter-long but denser and sharper dragon-shaped saber light. When the golden savage ox below felt the danger of death, it struggled even more intensely. Its back thrashed wildly, and Jun Si vomited a mouthful of blood as she was flung back. When the balance was broken, Wang Cheng and Qin Shao could not withstand the force. They both vomited large mouthfuls of blood and were flung back by the ferocious force from their weapons. Chapter 686. The golden savage ox broke free of its shackles and regained its freedom. Kasi. Just as the golden savage ox was about to start a massacre, Xiao Chen materialized a 300-meter-long blue dragon and swung his saber. Instantly, blood splattered like a waterfall, dyeing Xiao Chen's white robes red. The huge ox's head flew into the air. Its eyes were wide open as it died with a grievance. The owner of that sword light had just turned around when he saw this inconceivable scene. His brain short-circuited. Just a moment ago, the situation was filled with danger. How did the golden savage ox die just like that? Hu Hai recovered his wits and roared ferociously. Then he swung his axe at the swordsman. The swordsman blocked in a fluster and was sent flying by Hu Hai, fleeing in a sorry state. Hu Hai hated this swordsman to the bone. He did not want to let him off. His figure flashed as he gave chase. Bang! The golden savage ox's corpse fell to the ground with a loud sound. The ground trembled violently for a while before it slowly calmed down. The terrain of the gourd-shaped valley was completely destroyed. The ground was riddled with holes, either ravines or deep holes. The surrounding cliffs had also collapsed beyond recognition. A wind blew from the mouth of the valley. The dilapidated valley was quiet. Jun Si and the other two had just escaped from the tiger's mouth. When they saw the golden savage ox's corpse, then the blood-stained white-robed Xiao Chen, their eyes filled with incredulity. The insignificant inner sect disciple Xiao Chen had shocked them once again, turning the tide. Earlier, Xiao Chen had been using his physical body to fight. His stunning performance made them forget that Xiao Chen was a bladesman. The instant he drew his saber, they understood that compared to his physical body and movement techniques, Xiao Chen's saber techniques were the most powerful. At this moment, they understood that although Xiao Chen's cultivation was low and his combat prowess was weaker than theirs, it was not that much weaker. Junior brother Xiao, we really have to thank you this time. Junxi stopped thinking and pulled out her weapon from the golden savage ox's body. Then she smiled at Xiao Chen. Chen Xiao laughed and said, "How could someone I recommend disappoint everyone? Let's take a break first. When senior brother Hu returns, we will split this golden savage ox. This fellow's entire body is a treasure." Only Wang Qing remained silent. He glanced at Xiao Chen and had a vague feeling that Xiao Chen had not used his full strength when he had exchanged blows with him that day. Xiao Chen knew that once he revealed his true strength, it was inevitable that people would think of him as a rival. However, the situation was urgent at that time, so he couldn't care too much. He didn't regret it now. An hour later. Damn it, that guy still got away. A strong wind blew, and Hu Hai's figure appeared in front of everyone from the valley entrance. However, Hu Hai's face was full of smiles. He did not look dejected at all. He walked in front of Xiao Chen, patted Xiao Chen's shoulder heavily, and said with a smile, "Don't say anything. This time you saved my life. You saved our lives. You even helped us obtain the right to enter the savage battlefield. You will get 30% of the harvest this time, and you will have priority in choosing. Does anyone have any objections?" Junxi smiled and said, "No objections." Chen Xiao did not care. He said, "It's fine. It is what it should be." He made a move at the two crucial moments. "I have no objections either." When Wang Cheng saw the situation, he shook his head to indicate that he had no objections. The golden savage ox contained the bloodline of an ancient savage beast. Furthermore, it was a peak rank 8 spirit beast. Its entire body was a treasure. Naturally, the most valuable part was its spirit core. Its effects went without saying. It could directly raise a cultivator's cultivation. Furthermore, it did not have any side effects, even better than a rank 9 medicinal pill. Next was the pair of golden horns on its head. Those golden horns were even harder than frost iron. They could be polished into a high-ranked spirit weapon or ground into powder to refine a peak-grade medicinal pill. The golden hooves on the golden savage ox's 4 limbs were rather valuable as well. They contained a special flame, an essential material for forging secret treasures. The marrow hidden in the golden savage ox's spine contained a dense savage beast bloodline. It would be of great help to a body-tempering cultivator. There was also the 10-meter-long golden savage ox's tail. With some refinement, it could be forged into a golden ox tail whip. Cultivators who used whips could sell it for a sky-high price. Aside from these, the golden savage ox's hide, bones, tendons, beef, and blood were valuable as well. However, they could not compare to the other items. 4 hours later, Hu Hai, who had completely dismembered the golden savage ox, picked up a piece of the golden savage ox's horn as proof of handing it to his first senior sister, Shui Lingling. Then he pointed to the most valuable materials and said to Xiao Chen, "Junior brother Xiao, you choose first. You can choose too." The golden savage ox's horn, the golden savage ox's spirit core, the golden savage ox's tail, and the savage beast's blood were all invaluable. They tempted Xiao Chen greatly. However, Xiao Chen could only choose 2. He had to make his choice carefully. First, he eliminated the most valuable savage ox's spirit core. Actually, right now, Xiao Chen's cultivation was rather low. What he lacked the most were natural treasures. However, the human heart was hard to fathom. Although Hu Hai said that he would get 30% and would have the right to choose first, if Xiao Chen did not only take 2 treasures, he would also take the most precious too. It would be hard to avoid people feeling dissatisfied. They would think that a medial-grade martial monarch like him was too greedy. After eliminating the savage ox's spirit core, Xiao Chen chose the savage beast's blood and the golden savage ox's horn. The former could strengthen his physical body further, and the latter could be used in the life bestowal spell, giving him another trump card. To others, these were not very useful treasures, so they would not hold any grudges. Seeing Xiao Chen make his choice, Hu Hai praised him in his heart. Even when faced with such temptation, Xiao Chen could still choose. It was rare to see someone of Xiao Chen's character among the youths. As for the remaining 3, each of you can choose one. I do not need them, Hu Hai said with a gentle smile. Indeed, Hu Hai did not need them. He was already a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. It would be difficult for him to rely on external items to increase his cultivation. As a true inheritor with the authority to recruit others, Hu Hai did not lack spirit stones. Since he could not use them, he could not be bothered to choose. Hu Hai only had one goal: to enter the savage battlefield and see if he could run into any fortuitous encounters that could help him advance to half-sage. The 3 of them decided on the savage ox's hoof, Wang Cheng's spirit core, and Chen Zhao's golden savage ox's tail. They all took what they needed. As for the remaining miscellaneous items, the other 4 did not care for them. Xiao Chen smiled gently and placed them all in his universe ring. The golden savage ox could be used as rations. As for the other items, they could sell them for a large sum of spirit stones. It would be a waste not to take them. After dividing up the treasures, Hu Hai no longer hesitated. He laughed boldly and said, "Let's go. That Hua Tianhe will not expect us to kill the golden savage ox in 5 days. I want to see his expression when he sees it." So. In a corner of the savage beast forest, a 10-meter-tall but exceptionally nimble white monkey moved about among the towering trees. As the monkey leaped about, only afterimages could be seen in the air. Soon, it was left with only one arm. Occasionally, it would gently pull on the tree trunk and curl up into a ball, moving 500 or 600 meters in the air. The white monkey was called Spirit Fire Monkey. It lived in groups and had a fixed range of activity in the savage beast forest. Unlike ordinary monkeys, these monkeys had violent blood flowing in their veins. They liked to eat meat and brains. This was especially so for the brains of human cultivators. Furthermore, they were very intelligent and knew all sorts of tactics that only humans could use. Spirit fire monkeys would often learn these tactics and use them on human cultivators. They were one of the spirit beasts that human cultivators did not want to run into. Based on the monkey's height, it was a spirit fire monkey king, a tyrant of the savage beast forest. However, it had lost its position and was chased out of the tribe by the new monkey king. However, today this spirit fire monkey king, which normally trembled in fear, was being chased by others into fleeing in a sorry state. Half of the true inheritors of the Haotian sect surrounded this monkey a few times and finally chopped off its arm. They used the rules of the Spirit Fire Monkey tribe to force it out of the tribe and kill it. In several different directions around the white monkey, there were 4 young men with sullen expressions. It shuttled swiftly through the forest. It seemed like it would be a little difficult to stop this white monkey that only had one arm left. This monkey was too crafty. It knew how powerful Hua Tianhe and the others were and did not want to fight them. The moment it saw any one of the 4, it immediately fled. Pu Si. Hua Tianhe, who was in hot pursuit, suddenly sent out a dense sword qi. The sharp sword qi was more than 60 meters long and chopped down a row of towering trees in a certain direction in front of the white monkey. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of trees falling came from the forest. However, the white monkey looked around and chose to flee in the direction of the falling trees. Its long and thin legs gently pushed off the tree trunk and turned into a white shadow moving forward. The trees fell behind the white shadow. By the time all the trees fell, the white monkey could no longer be seen. Xiao, xiao, xiao. In the forest, a few figures emerged from different directions and gathered together. If the white monkey had not chosen the direction of the falling trees, it would have been forced back and completely surrounded. Damn it! We let this monkey escape again. After another failed encirclement, a true inheritor could not help cursing in a low voice. Another person added, "This monkey is too crafty. It keeps leading us in circles. We nearly got lured into the territory of spirit beasts a few times." Hua Tianhe frowned heavily, but he did not feel too dejected. He said, It knows how powerful it is and does not dare to enter the core region of the savage beast forest. There are rank 9 spirit beasts, rank 10 spirit beasts, and even existences that surpass rank 10 spirit beasts. As long as it does not enter the core region, it is only a matter of time before we surround it and kill it. We are much safer than Hu Hai and the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, footsteps came from the forest. Everyone's expressions turned grave as they quickly assumed combat stances. Hua Tianhe looked over and smiled. There is no need to be nervous. It is junior brother Yen. That group of people will probably return in defeat. They will not be able to recover for at least half a month. 10 minutes later, Yen Tao appeared before the group in a sorry state with a few wounds on his body. A bad premonition rose in Hua Tianhe's heart. He asked, "Based on the axe wounds on your body, did Hu Hai do it?" Yen Tao did not dare to meet Hua Tianhe's eyes. He nodded and whispered, "They killed the golden savage ox and are preparing to return to Haotian City." "How can that be? It has only been 5 days." The 3 people behind Hua Tianhe exclaimed in shock, their expressions changing. Chapter 687. Hua Tianhe's expression changed as he said, "What exactly happened? Tell me everything in detail." After hearing Yen Tao's account, Hua Tianhe punched a tree beside him. His expression turned cold as he said, "I just knew that this brat would spoil our plans. He is really bold." "Senior brother Hua, what should we do now? Are we still going to chase after the flame spirit?" someone asked. Hua Tianhe smiled coldly and said, "Is there a need? Block them and kill that brat. I'll take responsibility for anything. I have to go to the savage battlefield no matter what." Hua Tianhe stretched out his hand, and a snake-shaped puppet flew out of his universe ring. The snake-shaped puppet slowly grew larger, eventually becoming a 100-meter-long ferocious snake as thick as a water bucket. A large door opened at the snake's belly. After the group entered, the door retracted. The black snake-shaped puppet dug its head into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Soon, its entire body sank into the soil. It was late at night, and a sinister wind blew. Occasionally, one could hear terrifying roars in the dark forest. Xiao Chen lay on a tree trunk and took out an exquisite carving knife. Then he slowly carved a golden ox horn, carving out a golden savage ox. The hardness of the golden ox horn far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. He had to circulate his quintessence at full power every time he carved. Furthermore, he had to be completely focused. After carving for 3 nights, he finally managed to complete it. As Xiao Chen looked at the exquisite golden savage ox, he smiled faintly, revealing a satisfied expression. Xiao Chen clearly recognized the person who made a move that day. It was someone from Hua Tianhe's faction. The soul-stirring battle between the 2 factions made him feel a strong sense of urgency. Xiao Chen was afraid of becoming a sacrifice in the battle between the 2 factions. If they fought, the other party would definitely target him first. This was a very simple principle. If it were Xiao Chen, he would do the same. Everyone would choose the weaker person first, dealing with a problem first. At that time, Hu Hai and the others might not be able to protect Xiao Chen. He had to control his own fate. The more trump cards he had, the safer he would feel. This golden savage bull would be his new trump card. Xiao Chen cut his fingertip with the carving knife and dripped a drop of his soul blood that contained his divine sense origin into the knife. As the blood slowly seeped into the statue, the mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness drained continuously. After 2/3 of the mental energy drained, the golden savage ox statue gave off a faint light before stopping. Feeling slightly dizzy, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and patted his forehead. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at the sculpture in his palm. He muttered to himself, "Trying to materialize a spirit beast at the level of the golden savage bull is too taxing on my mental energy. If I really use it, the consumption will be even greater." The golden savage ox was a peak rank 8 spirit beast. It was as strong as a late-stage superior grade martial monarch. It far surpassed Xiao Chen's strength and would not last long. "Junior brother Xiao, it's my turn to keep watch. You can go now." Under the tree, Jun Si emerged from the campsite and spoke softly to Xiao Chen. After putting away the golden savage ox statue, Xiaochen got up and jumped down. After saying goodbye to Junxi, he returned to his tent. As Junxi watched Xiaochen leave, she muttered, "The longer I interact with this little junior brother, the more unfathomable he is." When the sun rose high in the sky, it was a peaceful night. Everyone emerged from their tents in high spirits and washed up. Hu Hai said, "Let's travel at full speed today. I'll lead the way. Let's try to leave Savage Forest before sunset, lest anything unexpected happens." The group was in high spirits, all of them responding with high morale. They hated that they could not rush to Haotian City immediately and deliver the golden savage ox horn to their first senior sister, Shui Lingling. Since this was the last stretch of the journey, Hu Hai did not intend to hold back. He directly spread out his aura, and when the spirit beasts sensed it, they ran far away. If they ran into a spirit beast that did not know what to do, they could easily kill it if they worked together. As true inheritors of the Haotian sect of the 9 ranks of the great families, Hu Hai and the others lived up to their reputation. Aside from those overlord-class spirit beasts, no spirit beast could stop them for long. Boom! Just as the group was less than 2 kilometers away from the exit, the flat ground exploded without any warning. A black-skinned snake emerged and looked at the group coldly. Hu Hai's expression changed. He said sullenly, "Retreat. This is Hua Tianhe's puppet snake." When Xiaochen heard this, he took a few more steps back without batting an eyelid. The thing that he worried about the most still happened. Kasi. A door under the snake's belly opened. Hua Tianhe jumped down expressionlessly with 4 people radiating a strong killing qi. "Hua Tianhe, what are you trying to do?" Hu Hai shouted angrily as he drew his huge axe when he saw that the group's aura was not right. Hua Tianhe smiled sinisterly and sent a voice projection to the people behind him. "Don't waste your breath on him. Find that brat first and kill him. Then, snatch the golden ox horn." The group looked around, preparing to attack the moment they saw Xiaochen. However, when they looked around, they could not help but be astonished. They could not find Xiaochen at all. Xiaochen stood on the trunk of a towering tree and looked down from above. When he saw how the few of them were looking around, he guessed what they were planning. Life bestowal spell. Xiaochen smiled coldly and formed hand seals. Then he tossed the golden ox sculpture towards Hua Tianhe and the others. Hua Tianhe's expression changed slightly. He felt it was strange. Why did I not find that white-robed brat? Originally, there was nothing to lose. However, because of Xiaochen's appearance, Hu Hai immediately surpassed them. Hua Tianhe's group's hatred for Xiaochen was easy to imagine. The benefits that were in their hands flew away just like that. Originally, the true inheritors had been prepared to attack with all their might and kill Xiaochen. However, when they arrived, they could not find Xiaochen. Hua Tianhe's killing qi had nowhere to vent, so he felt extremely depressed. He shouted angrily, "Hu Hai, hand over that white-robed brat and the golden ox horn. Otherwise, don't blame me for." Before Hu Hai could finish speaking, a shadow suddenly appeared under their feet. When Hua Tianhe and the others looked up, their expressions changed drastically, horror filling their eyes. Up in the sky, a golden bull grew larger and larger as it descended towards them. Rumble! The 40-meter-tall golden savage ox was as large as a small hill as it descended from the sky. By the time the group looked up, the golden savage ox had already completely formed. Due to the gravitational pull, the golden savage ox fell in the blink of an eye. The golden savage ox's huge body crushed the towering trees in the surroundings. The 5 people on the ground bore the brunt of the impact. They all vomited a mouthful of blood as the golden savage ox's abdomen pressed them into the ground. Even breathing became extremely difficult for them. Several of their ribs were even broken. Buried in the ground, the 5 used all their quintessence to push against the golden savage ox's trunk. However, it was useless. Instead, it made them feel even more uncomfortable. Hu Hai and the others were startled. They could not understand why another golden savage ox would descend from the sky. They all retreated far away. All of them looked at the golden savage ox cautiously. After dealing with the golden savage ox for so long, they knew very well how powerful it was. "Let's go around it. Don't get involved with this fellow." Hu Hai immediately made a decision. The appearance of this golden savage ox was too illogical. Even the word strange could not describe it. The other three nodded. They felt that there was no need to take the risk. They all executed their movement techniques and quickly left this place. Xiao Chen, who was on the tree branch, watched as Hu Hai and the other two left. He muttered to himself for a while before forming a hand seal. The golden savage ox pressing down on Hua Tianhe's 5 turned into a beam of golden light and returned to Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grasped the golden statue once more. Then he looked at the 5 buried deep in the ground, deep in thought. Hua Tianhe's 5 coughed intensely a few times. Then they endured the pain and crawled out of the ground. Their pale faces were filled with confusion. They did not know what happened. Yun Feiyu wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and looked around. Then he said, "What happened earlier? Why did I feel like a mountain fell from the sky?" Hua Tianhe checked his internal injuries and found that more than a dozen of his ribs were broken. His internal organs were also damaged to varying degrees. When Hua Tianhe thought about what happened earlier, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart palpitated. If not for their dense quintessence, the huge object pressing down would have crushed them into meat paste. "Let's go. Let's leave this place quickly. There is something strange about this place," Hua Tianhe said to the other 4 after he got up with much difficulty. Bang! Just at this moment, another shadow appeared above them. Without any warning, a golden savage ox fell from the sky and pressed the 4 into the ground again. The 5 grunted and fainted from the pain. They did not know what had happened. Xiao Chen jumped down from the tree. If it was possible, he would like to take this opportunity to kill all of them and settle this grudge. However, the true inheritors of the sect all had the sect's life-saving measures in their bodies. The risk was simply too great. The loss would easily outweigh the gain. Xiao Chen looked around and noticed the 300-meter-tall puppet snake beside him. A look of interest flashed in his eyes. Quickly walking over, Xiao Chen entered the puppet snake. Then he sent his spiritual sense into the puppet snake's formation. His strong mental energy quickly removed the spiritual mark that Hua Tianhe left behind. Then he left his spiritual mark on the puppet snake. After controlling it for a while, the puppet snake shrank several times before returning to Xiao Chen's universe ring. "I'll collect some interest first. When I officially become a true inheritor, I will come and seek trouble for you." With a wave of his hand, the golden savage ox turned back into a beam of golden light and landed in Xiao Chen's hand. As he held the golden wooden sculpture in his right hand, Xiao Chen's body suddenly shook. He nearly fell to the ground. "I have exhausted too much mental energy. I have to leave quickly," Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then he looked in the direction that Hu Hai and the others left in and quickly gave chase. Hu Hai and the others were afraid that the golden savage ox would go berserk again. So, they ran frantically towards the entrance of the forest. "Wait a moment. Did you see junior brother Xiao Chen?" Jun Si suddenly asked. The 3 of them turned around and could not help but show strange expressions. They had thought that Xiao Chen had followed them. Now, they discovered that Xiao Chen had not followed them at all. "Senior sister Jun, I'm here." Xiao Chen's voice came from behind. After a few breaths, Xiao Chen appeared before them with a pale complexion. Chapter 688. Wang Cheng asked suspiciously, "Junior brother Xiao, where did you go earlier?" Hu Hai thought about it. He thought about how Hua Tianhe and the others had looked around earlier and guessed why Xiao Chen had avoided them. Hu Hai smiled gently and said, "There is no need to ask about this. I know where junior brother Xiao went. Let's go. This place is rather strange today. Let's leave first." At the same time, Hu Hai sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen. "Junior brother Xiao, don't worry. When we return, I will explain this matter to first senior sister. No matter what, Hua Tianhe will not dare to go against her wishes." Xiao Chen nodded slightly to express his gratitude. However, he knew that this grudge would be difficult to resolve. One had to grasp their fate in their own hands. Making themselves stronger was the foundation of everything. After the group exited the forest, intense sunlight shone down. As they breathed in the fresh air and looked at the blazing sun, they all smiled gently. They knew that there would not be any more surprises in this mission. The qualifications to enter the savage battlefield belonged to them. Ha! This is great! We finally defeated Hua Tianhe and the others once. Hu Hai laughed loudly and took the lead to walk forward. However, just at this moment, the sunny sky suddenly turned gloomy. Dark clouds gathered in the surroundings, churning. The cultivators at the entrance and the bustling market not far away all stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. The bustling world suddenly turned quiet. Xiaochen looked up and saw the churning dark clouds growing darker. The sky for 5,000 kilometers around seemed to have turned into a pitch-black lake. At this moment, even a fool could tell that something was wrong. Boom, boom, boom. The flustered roars of countless spirit beasts resounded in the forest. The entire ground seemed to move. Footsteps came from the forest as several spirit beasts ran out of the forest. Damn it! It's a demonic calamity! The surrounding cultivators suddenly reacted, and a look of horror flashed across their faces. Then they ran away madly, and the whole scene was in chaos. The market, which was still bustling with people just a moment ago, was completely emptied in just a moment. Not a single person could be seen. However, the expressions of Junci and the others did not change much. They were not unfamiliar with this demonic tribulation. They only felt suspicious. Strange, this is not the time for the demonic god blood sacrifice. Why is there a demonic tribulation? Hu Hai said calmly, this should not be a true demonic calamity. It is just an ordinary spatial storm. Let's go. We will not return to Haotian City for now. We will go to Spirit Water City in front. Wang Cheng said somewhat disapprovingly, there is a branch of the Haotian sect in Spirit Water City. There is also a martial sage guarding there. There is no need for us. Handing the proof to first senior sister first is more important. However, Hu Hai was very insistent. He summoned out the steel warship and said, you cannot say that. As true inheritors of the sect, how can we sit back and do nothing? Regardless of whether it's a demonic calamity or not, just the appearance of the spirit beasts is enough to make people panic. There's also the possibility of demonic beasts and demonic humans appearing. They're both big problems. If Spirit Water City falls, there will be at least 1 million casualties. Boom, boom, boom. As they spoke, the sky turned increasingly frightening. Bolts of black lightning struck down, making the sky look like it was the end of the world. Countless spirit beasts of all sorts could be seen rushing out from the savage beast forest behind them. The group did not say anything more and quickly boarded the steel warship. The steel warship had just taken off when a dense horde of flying spirit beasts flew out from the savage beast forest. The overwhelming number of flying spirit beasts flew over like a rain of arrows. In an instant, they engulfed the steel warship. Boom, boom, boom. A blue barrier appeared on the surface of the warship. Under the attacks of the countless spirit beasts, the warship crashed everywhere in the air. The group on the warship swayed left and right, feeling dizzy. Hu Hai stomped heavily on the deck, and a huge force spread out. The flying spirit beasts near the warship immediately died. Junior Sister June, help me fill up the ship with spirit stones. We need to rush out, Hu Hai said with a grave expression. June C understood the urgency of the situation. She quickly entered the warship's hold and quickly filled up the ship with a large pile of superior-grade spirit stones. Hu Hai laughed loudly and gently patted the railing. Kasi. Some springs in the warship opened, and huge, sharp, double-edged swords appeared on the sides, front, and back of the warship. At this moment, the black steel warship turned into a ferocious beast bearing its fangs. Hu Hai doubled his speed, reaching Mach 8 as he charged forward. Pu ci. The warship moved as fast as lightning. The impact it gave off directly tore the flying spirit beasts in front in half. As the warship moved forward, it left behind a red light made of blood. The steel warship finally charged out at an extremely fast speed, leaving the flying spirit beasts far behind. The dark sky reappeared in the group's vision. The danger was resolved for now. Xiaochen looked down. The ground was filled with people fleeing for their lives. It was a dense mass of people, looking extremely flustered. There were also many warships with the Haotian sects insignia parked around, receiving these ordinary citizens. However, there were too few warships and too many people. Clearly, there were not enough people. The crowd was filled with panic. Xiao Chen looked behind him into the distance. He extended his spiritual sense to the limit and discovered that several villages and small towns were in a sorry state. There were many villages and towns that were in shambles, and there were many corpses lying on the ground. Xiao Chen was flabbergasted. As he looked at the black clouds in the sky, he asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" The others exchanged glances. Chen Xiao sighed and said, "This is a spatial storm from the demonic world. Regardless of whether there will be a demonic calamity or not, there will be demonic qi leaking out. These spirit beasts are panicking and only want to leave." Junior brother Xiao Chen, do you know how demonic beasts are formed? They are formed after being infected by demonic qi. Aside from rank 8 spirit beasts, regular spirit beasts would find it hard to resist the infection of demonic qi. Xiao Chen nodded and asked, "What is a demonic calamity?" "From what you all said, it sounds very horrifying." Chen Zhao's expression turned grave as he said, "A demonic calamity is a sword hanging over the heads of the entire Kunlun realm. The 18 demonic realms perform a blood sacrifice for the demonic god. They invade the Kunlun realm every 500 years. Every time, they will harvest the blood of at least 100 million cultivators." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He noticed that Chen Xiao was talking about cultivators and not ordinary citizens. The Kunlun realm was very vast. The population of the various races exceeded 100 billion. Just the Tianwu domain alone was several times the size of the Tianwu continent. The number of people was easy to imagine. However, the number of cultivators was relatively small. If the Kunlun realm wanted to kill 100 million cultivators, at least 10 times that number of ordinary citizens would die. This was not a numbers game. Xiao Chen simulated that scene in his mind. His mind was filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. It was hard to imagine that the incredibly strong Kunlun realm, where martial emperors formed, would encounter such a calamity. This is a death calamity for both sides. If we do not kill the Kunlun realm's cultivators, we will have to kill the demonic world's cultivators. Otherwise, the demonic god will rage and replace all 18 demon monarchs. Chen Xiao continued, "Aside from the demonic god blood sacrifice, some demon race experts will occasionally come to the Kunlun realm to plunder for the sake of cultivating evil cultivation techniques." When Hu Hai heard this, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiao Chen, don't listen to his scary words. We are still far from the demonic calamity every 500 years. The Haotian province also has our Haotian emperor. No demon race experts will be blind enough to come and make trouble for us. This time, it is just a spatial storm. That is, the spatial crystal walls of the Kunlun realm and the demonic world clashing. This happens occasionally. At most, some demonic beasts of the demonic world will be dragged down." Xiao Chen gained a rough understanding of the situation and felt more confident. He said softly, "It is just that these ordinary citizens are suffering for no reason." Hu Hai's expression turned grave as well. He sighed and said, "This is unavoidable. However, the Haotian sects branch in Spirit Water City should have already sent experts to block the spirit beasts. Let's quickly go to Spirit Water City. These spirit beasts demonized and the demonic beasts that will appear later are the most horrifying. Once Spirit Water City falls, the millions of people fleeing nearby will find it hard to escape death." 1 hour later, a majestic city appeared before the group's eyes. They could see long lines of people waiting to enter the city through the city gates. A large number of magic energy cannons were lined up on the city walls, looking very intimidating. Hu Hai swept his gaze across the city walls and fixed his gaze on the city gates in front. Many Haotian sect disciples stood on the city walls with their identity medallions hanging at their waists. At this moment, the soldiers who normally maintained law and order could no longer deal with the situation. The Haotian sect's branch in the city was in charge of all the defenses. Hu Hai gently waved his sleeves and withdrew the steel warship into them. Then, The 5 of them gently floated down and landed on the city walls. Who is the person in charge of this place? I am the true inheritor of the Haotian sect, Hu Hai. Hu Hai took out his identity medallion and spoke to the 100 Haotian sect disciples in front of him. His tone contained a faint might. A gray-robed old man with a deep cultivation revealed an expression of joy. He stepped forward and said, "This old man is Bai Ao, the branch master of this place." Spirit Water City was not one of the 9 main cities of the Haotian prefecture. Hence, the branch master could not mobilize experts from the Haotian prefecture's headquarters in an instant. Naturally, the old man rejoiced, feeling more confident. Xiaochen thought to himself, Hu Hai's position in the sect is really high. This old man before me is a peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. However, he is still so respectful to Hu Hai. Where is the elder guarding the city? Hu Hai asked with a slight frown. For a big city like Spirit Water City, the Haotian sect would normally arrange for a martial sage cultivator to be the elder guarding the city. Hu Hai felt somewhat angry that he did not see the elder guarding the city during this calamity. Bai Ao quickly explained, the elder guarding the city sensed the demonic calamity the instant it appeared. He is now at the front lines, blocking the beast horde coming out of the savage beast forest by himself. Hu Hai's expression relaxed slightly. He said, "Gather all the disciples who are martial kings and above. Perhaps we can use a large sum of money to recruit the cultivators who came to the city to escape." Hu Hai was very experienced in defending a city. With a few words, he managed to stabilize the situation. This calmed some of the flustered disciples who had never seen the world before. When Xiaochen saw this, he felt admiration for Hu Hai. He would not be able to do these things well. Even if the others were capable, they would not have the sense of responsibility. Chapter 689. Take Wang Cheng for example. Initially, he had even suggested not caring about these people's lives and asking them to hand in the proof of completion first. Chen Xiao stood beside Xiaochen. When he saw that Xiaochen's expression was not good, he consoled him with a smile. "Junior brother Xiaochen, don't worry too much. Although the damage caused by this spatial storm is great, it will not last for long. The crack will close automatically. With our cultivations, we will not be in any danger." Xiaochen's unsightly expression was not because of this. Instead, it was because he had used too much mental energy to control the golden savage ox twice in a row. However, Xiaochen only smiled faintly at Chen Zhao's consolation. He could not say anything more. Under Hu Hai's command, the sect disciples and the passing cultivators all gathered at the top of the city wall. With a rough count, there were at least 5,000 martial kings. However, there were fewer martial monarchs. When Hu Hai singled them out, there were only 200 of them. Jun Si walked over and asked, "Senior brother, are these enough?" Hu Hai frowned slightly and said softly, "Under normal circumstances, it should be enough to last until the main force from the headquarters arrives. However, if there are too many rank 8 demonic beasts, it will be problematic." When the many disciples at the top of the city wall saw 4 true inheritors, they became more optimistic. They did not show much danger on their faces. True inheritors were not only dignified in status but also represented that they each possessed a heaven-ranked martial technique. In a large-scale battle, they could bring out the might of the heaven-ranked martial technique to its limits. With 4 true inheritors here, they could deal with hundreds of martial monarchs. This made everyone feel more at ease. Hu Hai's face sank. He looked at the sky and said, "The spatial crack is about to open. Everyone be careful." When Xiaochen heard this, he looked up and saw hundreds of black lightning flashing in the center of the black clouds for millions of kilometers. A whirlpool-shaped spatial crack slowly appeared. In an instant, an endless amount of black demonic qi gushed out from the vortex in all directions. When the crack completely widened, the black demonic qi within the vortex spread out in all directions. When the spatial crack opened completely, thousands upon thousands of black hailstones shot out like cannonballs. When Xiaochen looked up, he discovered that these hailstones looked very small from afar. They were all huge demonic beasts with scarlet eyes and black scales covering their bodies. They looked very ruthless. Boom boom boom. The demonic world's demonic beasts landed on the ground like cannonballs, blasting out deep pits. The people and cultivators who could not make it to the city gates in time died. They were immediately massacred. Magical beasts were different from demonic beasts and spirit beasts. They were ferocious beasts native to the demon realm. They had different sizes, but their bodies were covered with shiny black scales. They seemed to be extraordinarily hard, and their sharp claws glowed with a piercing cold light. With a casual swipe, they tore the surrounding populace that was fleeing in panic into two, and it was an extremely cruel sight. The city gates were closed, and the fate of these ordinary citizens who could not enter the city in time could not be changed. One by one, their lives disappeared before Xianxia's eyes. Fortunately, they only had to face attacks from one direction. The other gates were not attacked. When Hu Hai saw the demonic beasts raining down from the sky, he heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Fortunately, they are just ordinary soldiers. Elder Bai, prepare to fire the ancient demonic energy cannons." Bai Ao nodded lightly and instructed the cannoneers hidden on top of the city wall to get ready. A moment later, the hidden magic energy cannons in the city walls burst out with a sinister light. Thousands of light beams interweaved to form a curtain of death, blasting the magic beasts that fell down into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Blood rained down from the sky. After a few rounds of massacres, the number of magic beasts that fell to the ground had decreased by more than 50%. However, their numbers were still horrifying. There were at least 100,000 magic beasts. As they ran and roared, they were like a huge army surging towards the city walls. The ancient demonic energy cannons needed to be loaded with spirit stones. There was always a gap between the cannons and the cannons. They were not omnipotent. Defending the city walls still depended on the 5,000 martial kings that had gathered at the last minute. When the cultivators saw the black mass of demonic beasts, they had never seen such a formation before. Their hearts trembled slightly, and their right hands, which held their weapons, trembled uncontrollably. When Xianxia saw this, he frowned slightly. However, he could not say anything about it. It had only been 4 hours since the appearance of the black clouds. The Haotian sect had too little time to prepare. Such a performance was already very good. If it were another rank 8 or rank 7 sect, all the cultivators would have abandoned the city long ago. They would not care about the lives of the ordinary citizens. A demonic beast with a face like that of an orangutan walked upright. Its back was covered in spikes, and its body was covered in black scales. Suddenly, it nimbly leaped over the city walls and appeared before the crowd. There was an explosion, and blood and flesh splattered. Hu Hai expressionlessly punched and exploded the demonic beast's head. He said coldly, "Prepare for battle. Without my orders, no one is allowed to retreat. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy." After this orangutan demonic beast ascended the city walls, demonic beasts continuously surged over, launching themselves at anyone they saw. Xianxia guarded a spot alone. His figure flashed as he executed the dragon claw fist. As his vital qi surged, he punched all the demonic beasts that pounced at him, exploding them. After a while, Xianxia discovered that the demonic beasts were indeed, as Hu Hai said, they were just a bunch of random soldiers. Aside from their advantage in numbers, there was nothing too scary about them. Xianxia started to conserve his vital qi, using only 400,000 kilograms of force to face the enemy. The others also discovered this. They felt that the demonic beasts were not as horrifying as they imagined. Their expressions slowly turned excited. As the demonic beasts circulated their quintessence, they killed the demonic beasts flying over like they were chopping vegetables. When Hu Hai saw this, he quickly reminded these people to conserve their quintessence. However, the cultivators on the city walls were so focused on killing that they forgot themselves. Killing qi filled their eyes. Some of them were not Haotian sect disciples in the first place, so they did not listen to Hu Hai's words at all. Black clouds churned, and there was no light for 500 kilometers around. The sky seemed to press down. In the dark sky, demonic beasts rained down endlessly like hail. As the ancient demonic energy cannons fired, a scarlet light spread out. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air. When one looked around, There was a red haze everywhere. The ground was riddled with holes and ravines. The corpses of demonic beasts and humans were strewn all over the place. The entire place looked like hell. It was hard to imagine that 6 hours ago, this place was still the Kunlun realm with overwhelming spiritual energy, bright sunlight, and fresh air. The many disciples on the city walls, who had been killing the demonic beasts effortlessly, slowly turned red. As they brandished their weapons, their movements became somewhat stiff. There were too many. There were too many spirit beasts climbing up from below. Furthermore, they came in an endless stream, not stopping for even a moment. After killing one batch, another batch would come. Even though it was an easy movement, after repeating it 1,000 times, one's arm would naturally feel sore. The more serious problem was that their quintessence could not keep up. In the intense battle, they could not find time to recover their quintessence. "Senior brother we can't hold on much longer," someone finally said to Hu Hai, unable to resist. Hu Hai had expected this. He shook his head slightly and said, "Jun Si, Wang Cheng, Chen Xiao, and Xiao Chen, follow me and charge down." The 5 were very strong. Their quintessence was vast, and their strength was still present. With a wave of attacks, they eliminated all the demonic beasts on the city walls. Before new demonic beasts could charge up, they leaped down from the city walls and executed a heaven-ranked martial technique each. Sword unfurling plum blossom. 7 stars surrounding the moon. Heaven and earth sword heart. Heaven breaking axe chop. Blue dragon goes to sea. 5 tyrannical heaven-ranked martial techniques swept through the city like a strong wind. As the energy surged, miserable cries resounded. The 5's heaven-ranked martial techniques tore large swathes of demonic beasts into shreds. The area 3 kilometers in front of the city gates became empty. The people on the city walls obtained this precious time to rest and recuperate. Hu Hai held his huge axe with one hand and smiled. "Hold on for another 2 hours. The experts of our sect should be here by then. Let's kill a few more pieces of trash and charge with me." Behind them was the majestic Spirit Water City. The vast horde of demonic beasts in front had already regained their morale. They surged over like a flood, not knowing what fear was. The 5 each took a direction. They grasped their weapons tightly and did not dodge. Instead, they charged forward. As Xiao Chen looked at the vast army of demonic beasts, he did not feel any fear in his heart. Instead, he felt his blood boil, filled with lofty aspirations. There was no sun in the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. Xiao Chen and the others each guarded a direction. They brandished their weapons and executed exquisite martial techniques, using their strength to fight against the horde of demonic beasts. An incredible scene appeared in the sky. Unexpectedly, the 5 youths managed to hold back the flood-like demonic beasts. Each of them swept away an army of 1,000, undefeatable. When the cultivators on the city walls, who had recovered most of their quintessence, saw this startling scene, their eyes were filled with shock. Incredible! They truly live up to being the true inheritors of the Haotian sect. They are the proud sons of heaven, dragons and phoenixes among men. Indeed, who would dare to stand before so many demonic beasts and use their own strength to prevent a single demonic beast from charging over? Everyone revealed an expression of respect as they praised the 5 youths. No matter where they went, the strong would always be respected and respected. In such a blood-boiling scene, who would not want to be the one charging at the front, enjoying the gazes of worship from others? Strange, who is that white-robed bladesman? He is not a true inheritor. Finally, someone noticed Xiao Chen's appearance. When he saw his appearance, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. Under such circumstances, there was actually someone who was not a true inheritor, yet he dared to charge down with them. That's true. Who is that person? Why is he charging down just like that? After a while, everyone noticed that white figure. Unexpectedly, there was someone who could work together with the 4 true inheritors to resist the charge of thousands of demonic beasts. Xiao Chen remained calm. As he faced the charge of the endless demonic beasts, he brought out everything he knew. He treated this army of demonic beasts as a great test, a test of all his martial techniques. Normally, he would not run into such a fortuitous encounter. The lightning tribulation saber technique, the four-season saber technique, and several other flaws that he had not noticed before were exposed in such an intense situation, benefiting Xianxia significantly. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the crack in the black whirlpool. A huge demonic beast's upper body filled up the crack, trying to squeeze out with much difficulty. A strong aura came from the roar, spreading out from the horizon and causing the army of demonic beasts below to pause. Chapter 690. Hu Hai's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed, "A high-ranked demonic beast. This is bad. A high-ranked demonic beast is as strong as a half-sage. Spirit Water City will not be able to hold on." Hu Hai was not the only one. The expressions of the people on the city walls, who saw that the situation had stabilized, changed as well. Xianxia raised his head and frowned slightly. That demonic beast had only revealed half of its body, but it already had such a horrifying aura. What would happen if it fully revealed itself? Just as everyone started to feel fear in their hearts and wanted to retreat, a red beam of light streaked across the sky like a meteor, leaving a long trail of flames behind it. Boom! The red beam of light struck the high-ranked demonic beast's head at lightning speed, and its hill-sized upper body exploded. The high-ranked demonic beast that everyone felt despair getting blasted to death so easily. No one dared to believe it. However, Hu Hai's face lit up with joy. He smiled and said, "First senior sister is here. There is no need to be afraid now." Xianxia looked up and saw a beautiful, purple-clad girl standing on the back of a green bird in the sky above Spirit Water City. The corner of the purple-clothed woman's mouth gently pulled into a spirited smile as she put away the large bow in her hand. "Shui Lingling, we are saved. First senior sister is here." When the Haotian sect disciples on the city walls saw the green bird flying in the sky, they immediately cheered. Shui Lingling was one of the 7 giants of the martial sky continent's human race's younger generation, the strongest expert of the younger generation in the 18 southern provinces, and the inner sect enforcer of the Bushin Palace. All sorts of glory gave this mysterious girl boundless prestige in the Haotian sect. She was worshipped by everyone. The moment she appeared, the morale of the disciples on the city walls soared. They all became excited and leaped off the city walls to launch a counterattack. Xianxia casually glanced at her before withdrawing his gaze. Then he focused on the demonic beasts in front of him. As he swung his saber, he calmly chopped the demonic beasts in front of him in half. With a glance, Xianxia discovered that Xianxia seemed to be a little distracted not far away. Her attention was focused on the green bird in the sky, which had a threatening spiritual aura. 4 or 5 demonic beasts with flashing black scales broke through her sword curtain and attacked her vitals. If she was hit, even with her protective primordial spirit, she would inevitably be injured. Furthermore, these magical beasts contained demonic qi within their bodies. Once a wound was infected by the demonic qi, even if it wasn't a serious injury, it would still be difficult to recover. Xianxia sent out a chain of saber qi, clearing the demonic beasts in front of him temporarily. Then he stretched out his hand and sent out 4 strands of saber qi to help Xianxia kill the 4 demonic beasts that found an opening. "Junior brother Xianxia, many thanks." Xianxia returned to her senses and thanked Xianxia softly. Smiling faintly, Xianxia didn't say anything else and continued to focus his attention on the magical beasts on his side. "Wow!" Suddenly, startled cries came from behind. The disciples who had rushed down to prepare for a counterattack all looked at the sky in astonishment. Xianxia took some time to look, and his eyelids twitched involuntarily. In the gloomy, horrifying sky, a huge green spirit bird spread its wings and soared in the sky, carrying Shui Lingling with it. Then, it flashed in the sky and directly entered the space crack. How bold! They actually dared to kill their way into the lair of these demonic beasts. No wonder all the cultivators present gaped, not daring to say a word. Half-sage, half-step martial sage. Is this the strength of a half-sage? A fervent look flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he muttered to himself. After Shui Lingling flew into the spatial tear, the hail-like horde of demonic beasts no longer appeared. All the cultivators advanced together and started their counterattack, clearing the battlefield. The danger was temporarily resolved. Xianxia looked at the excited cultivators beside him and shook his head slightly. He stopped attacking and sheathed his lunar shadow saber. Then he slowly retreated from the crowd. After a few leaps, he landed on the top of the city wall. Then he closed his eyes and entered deep thought, digesting the comprehensions he gained from the earlier battle. The clamor of the outside world had nothing to do with Xianxia. He was completely immersed in the profound world of martial techniques, his mind at peace. Xianxia's white robes were stained with blood, and killing qi lingered in the surroundings. However, the closed-eyed Xianxia gave off a sense of peace and tranquility, aloof and elegant. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. A saber hummed in the depths of his eyes. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the air. Xianxia's aura became even sharper. His delicate face radiated a sharpness. The tyranny unique to a bladesman unconsciously leaked out. Xianxia's white robes fluttered loudly, kicking up a strong wind. The air even turned heavier. Xianxia casually waved his hand, and a strand of purple saber qi drew a 1-kilometer-long arc in the air, looking like a crescent moon. Even though the saber qi was lengthened by 100 times, its density and might did not decrease at all. It was still as sharp as it was at the start. If anyone else were here, they would be greatly astonished. At this moment, Xianxia's saber intent had advanced to 70% comprehended. Furthermore, it was a perfect 70% comprehended saber intent. He could control it as he pleased. Xianxia withdrew his hand slightly, and that strand of saber qi that looked like a demonic moon instantly vanished. That tyrannical aura that looked down on everyone returned to his body with a buzz. Xianxia returned to his ordinary self, not revealing any pride at all. He said indifferently, 70% comprehended saber intent is also a great perfection saber intent. Saber intent is stronger than sword intent in the first place. If Yun Feiyu were to compete in aura with me now, I would be able to defeat him in an instant. However, Xianxia suddenly remembered that he had used the golden savage ox to knock out Hua Yunfei's group in the savage beast forest. He did not know if they could survive this chaos. It would be best if they all died. That way, he would not have to do anything and could save himself a lot of trouble. Junior brother Xiao, why are you back so early? There were already not many demonic beasts in front. Hu Hai and the others had expended a lot of quintessence, so they stopped. Wang Cheng said indifferently, Junior brother Xiao, it might be due to insufficient quintessence. That is understandable. Xianxia saw some hostility in Wang Cheng's eyes. He knew that Wang Cheng was now treating him as a competitor. However, Hu Hai remained silent. When he looked at Xianxia again, he discovered that Xianxia seemed to have changed again. However, when he thought about it carefully, he could not figure out what had changed. Hu Hai increasingly felt that Xianxia was unfathomable. However, Hu Hai had always been a broad-minded person. He was very confident in his own strength, so he did not feel that there was anything wrong. Hu Hai smiled casually and said, Xianxia, when first senior sister comes out, I'll introduce her to you. Our mission this time will be a success. The group chatted casually for a while, and the dark clouds in the sky slowly scattered. The sky turned increasingly pale. In the end, the sky became clear and bright. The whirlpool-shaped spatial crack slowly shrank and closed up. However, Shui Lingling still did not appear. The group could not help but worry. Xiao! Just as the spatial crack closed up completely, a green light flashed from it. A resonant bird cry resounded everywhere. The green bird carried Shui Lingling out safely. When Xianxia saw this scene, he could not help but exclaim in shock, this green bird is really miraculous. Not only is its spiritual energy overwhelming, but it is also very fast. Unexpectedly, it can shrink in an instant. Jun Si smiled and said, that is a rank 9 spirit bird that the sect master bestowed on first senior sister. It is called the profound sunbird. I heard that it has the bloodline of an immortal beast. It has the extreme yang profound sun true flame in its body. It is very incredible in combat. As Jun Si spoke, a light flashed, and a purple-clad girl appeared on the city wall. A palm-sized green bird perched on her shoulder, looking very cute. "Greetings, first senior sister." Hu Hai and the others greeted respectfully with cupped fist salutes, not daring to be slow. Shui Lingling was the top true inheritor of the Haotian province. She was like a resplendent pearl, giving off a dazzling light. Her skin was crystalline, and a faint fragrance lingered around her, intoxicating everyone. She stood tall and slender, like a purple lotus flower blooming. Her aura was extraordinary, and her beauty could not be profaned. Her expression was extremely calm, not showing any fluctuations at all. She calmly looked at the four below and asked in a pleasing voice, "Junior brother Hu, have you killed the spirit beast?" Hu Hai had been prepared for this long ago. He smiled casually and handed over the golden ox horn. Shui Lingling closed her eyes, and her lily-white hand, which held the golden ox horn, gave off a faint light. After a while, she opened her eyes and said, "That's right. The baleful energy, spiritual energy, and baleful aura are still there. They were not bought from the auction house. You will be coming with me to the savage battlefield." The four revealed faint smiles on their faces, feeling very excited in their hearts. Hu Hai received the golden ox horn and said, "Many thanks, first senior sister." Then, Hu Hai pointed to Xiao Chen and said, "First senior sister, this is Xiao Chen. He is a peak inner sect disciple comparable to Yun Feiyu. This time, he contributed the most to killing the golden savage ox. Can we bring him to the savage battlefield as well?" Wang Chung seemed to be prepared. After Hu Hai finished speaking, he said without hesitation, "Senior brother Hu, there is no need. Junior brother Xiao is only a medial-grade martial monarch. It would be too dangerous for him to go with us." Jun Si said in shock, "Senior brother Wang, why are you saying that? Didn't we already agree on this?" Chen Zhao's eyes flickered. He wanted to say something to help. However, when he thought about it, he remembered Xiao Chen's performance in this demonic calamity. So, for some reason, he kept his mouth shut. Ignoring the shocked gazes of the others, Wang Chung continued, "The savage battlefield is filled with danger. Even we do not dare to say that we will be able to escape unscathed. I think junior brother Xiao should wait for 3 years. This is for his own good." Shui Lingling acted like she did not hear what Wang Chung said. She looked at Xiao Chen interestedly and said, "So, you are Xiao Chen. It looks like you really used the monarch bloodgrass and the half-drop of dragon marrow." Aside from Qin Xiao, the others were all shocked when they heard this. They had not expected that Shui Lingling, who was in the distant Bushin Palace, would remember Xiao Chen. Hu Hai asked in a probing manner, "First senior sister, do you know Xiao Chen?" Shui Lingling shook her head and replied, "I do not. However, he is now famous throughout the entire central province." First, Nguyen Miyun and Wang Meng made a bet. In the end, they both lost to him. On the proud son of heaven ranking, he remains in the top 1,000. Until now, no one has been able to shake his position. Because of his existence, several elders of the 9 ranks of the great families and noble clans have complained to me. Chapter 691. Now, it was not just Hu Hai and the others. Even Qin Zhao's expression changed as they gazed at Xiao Chen, bewildered. What kind of place was the central province? It was the center of the entire Tianwu domain. It was also where the Bushin Palace was located. Unexpectedly, the originally unremarkable Xiao Chen had already become famous in the central province. Who were Nguyen Miyun and Wang Meng? One was a legendary holy daughter, and the other was one of the 7 giants of young cultivators, comparable to Shui Lingling. These two actually lost to Xiao Chen in a bet. No matter how one thought about it, it was inconceivable. Xiao Chen felt somewhat astonished as well. He had not expected that a simple attempt at the proud son of heaven ranking would cause so much trouble. First senior sister, what is going on with the monarch bloodgrass and that half-drop of dragon marrow? Can you tell me the details? Not thinking about anything else, Xiao Chen directly asked the question that had been troubling him for a long time. Shui Lingling smiled gently and said, "Back then, Nguyen Muyun and Wang Meng made a bet to see whose disciple could make it higher on the proud son of heaven ranking. In the end, both of their disciples lost to you. Hence, the bet ended up with you." Xiao Chen shook his head in disbelief. The monarch bloodgrass and the half-drop of dragon marrow were very precious. He was not sure about Nguyen Muyun, but Wang Meng had a bad reputation. How could he obediently hand over the half-drop of dragon marrow? Shui Lingling smiled faintly but did not want to explain. She said, Wang Meng is an arrogant and warlike person. No matter what the reason is, you used the half-drop of dragon marrow. It will not be a good thing for you to run into him. It is still fine in the Haotian province. There will not be many opportunities to run into him. However, once you go to the savage battlefield, there will be a high chance of running into him. Furthermore, the savage battlefield is indeed very dangerous. You should think about it carefully before making a decision. Xiao Chen answered with certainty, I have to go to the savage battlefield. No matter who or why, they will not be able to stop me. Junior brother Xiao Chen, you're not strong enough. We'll have to take care of you if you go there. If you run into Wang Meng, it'll only make things difficult for first senior sister. Why do you have to do this? When Hu Hai heard that, he could not take it anymore and said, Junior brother Wang, how can you say that? Wang Cheng said disapprovingly, What did I say? I was speaking the truth. He is just a medial grade martial monarch. Which one of us is not a middle stage superior grade martial monarch? Junior brother Chen, tell me, am I right? Chen Xiao nodded lightly, expressing his approval. Jun Si was anxious, but she was also a little confused. She didn't know why Wang Cheng's face changed so quickly. Chen Xiao didn't speak up for Xiao Chen either. Xiao Chen saw all of this and sneered in his heart. He didn't argue or say a word. He just waited calmly for Shui Lingling's answer. Shui Lingling's bright eyes were deep and boundless. With her intelligence, she had more or less guessed everything in front of her. I understand. Since you've already made up your mind, come with me when the time comes. The elders guarding the city are still dealing with the demonized spirit beasts. They need my help there, so I'll take my leave first. Without much thought, Shui Lingling agreed to Xiao Chen's request. The profound sun bird on her shoulder turned into a beam of dim light and quickly enlarged. Then, it carried Shui Lingling into the distance. Xiao Chen said goodbye to Hu Hai and Jun Si. Then, without even looking at Wang Cheng, he leaped off the city wall and headed back to the Haotian sect. Confused, Jun Si asked, Senior brother Wang, didn't we agree to bring Xiao Chen to the savage battlefield after we complete the mission? Wang Cheng smiled coldly and said, Before we came, we did not know that he had a heaven-ranked martial technique. We would never have guessed that the attack he could burst out with was as strong as Senior Brother Hu's. All the more, we would not have known that his performance against the countless demonic beasts was no weaker than ours. The most important thing is that he is only 21 years old. The youngest of the four of us is already 25 years old. Jun Si finally understood. It turned out that Wang Cheng feared Xiao Chen's rapid growth, which frightened him. Hence, he wanted to suppress Xiao Chen. Short-sighted, Hu Hai said disdainfully. Hu Hai said with disdain. He shook his head and said, What kind of person is first senior sister? How can she not see through your thoughts? Doing this will only make others look down on you. A true genius is never afraid of competition. Wang Cheng still wanted to argue, but after Hu Hai finished speaking, he left alone. Jun Si also felt ashamed for Wang Cheng. She was not willing to say anything more, so she just walked away. 3 days later, Xiao Chen returned to the Haotian sect. He took a good bath and swept away all the fatigue from the past few days. Now, he was completely recovered. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to put on all his clothes. He only wore a pair of shorts and took out a palm-sized porcelain bottle from the universe ring. This bottle contained the blood marrow of the golden savage ox's spine. The golden savage ox had the bloodline of an ancient savage beast. Savage beasts were famous for their pure physical strength. With just their vital qi, the ancient sages and martial emperors did not dare to fight against them. One could easily imagine how shocking their vital qi was. The savage beast blood in the golden savage ox was already diluted to a negligible level. However, its blood marrow was still very effective for cultivators who cultivated the physical body. It was worth cities and was not something that ordinary medicinal pills could compare to. A resolute look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He held the porcelain bottle tightly. The savage battlefield was dangerous. Even describing it as a narrow escape would be an understatement. Xianxia needed to strengthen himself further. Only by becoming stronger could he shut up people like Wang Cheng and obtain more benefits for himself. Xianxia poured the blood marrow into his palm and smeared it evenly on his upper body. His skin immediately felt a burning sensation. After Xianxia smeared all the blood marrow on his body, he felt like the blood in his body was burning. His entire body surged, filled with boundless vital qi. I can't take it anymore. I have to quickly digest the energy in the blood marrow. Otherwise, I will burn to death. A strong wind blew as Xianxia rushed into the Tao Academy. After he stood still, he immediately circulated his vital qi and executed a fist technique. This fist technique looked very ordinary. It was the same fist technique that Xianxia had practiced since he was young in the Xiao clan. There was nothing fancy about it. However, in Xianxia's hands, it displayed a different kind of might. Fist winds roared, sounding like thunder, turning something ordinary into something miraculous. Every time Xianxia punched, space trembled. The savage beast blood smeared on his body seeped into his blood at an even faster rate. Thunderous sounds rang out continuously in the courtyard. A strong wind blew as Xianxia fought to his heart's content. All the blood in his body surged, and he could not help roaring in delight. As the golden savage ox's blood marrow seeped into Xianxia's body, a scarlet light appeared on his skin. It looked strangely beautiful under the sunlight. Rumble! As the blood in Xianxia's body flowed, surging energy erupted like a roaring river, surging endlessly. The wind from Xianxia's fist seemed to be able to vaguely hear the roar of waves and the sound of gushing rivers. It was as if there really was a river falling from the 9 heavens. Break! Suddenly, thousands of rivers gathered in his dantian. Xianxia felt like something in his body had exploded. His physical body underwent a rebirth, undergoing a qualitative change. The acupoints on the soles of his feet burst open, opening 3 acupoints each. Xianxia quickly circulated his firmament body tempering art. Indeed, he broke through the peak of the late stage of the 6th layer, officially reaching the 7th layer. After Xianxia completely absorbed the savage beast blood, his bare skin gained a better texture. His bulging muscles were filled with explosive energy. Bang! 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 Xianxia clenched his right fist tightly and punched the air 3 times. A horrifying force exploded in the air, giving off 3 intense howls. When they merged, they formed a tornado. Xianxia was filled with joy. He muttered, "Good. My pure strength has increased by 150 tons of force, reaching 1,800,000 tons of force. My total vital qi has also increased explosively. If I burn my vital qi and execute the burning the heavens, its might will be even more horrifying." However, after that, Xianxia felt somewhat melancholic. He clenched his right fist and pounded it against his left palm. He said, "Starting from the 7th layer, the firmament body tempering art will focus more on the recovery of the physical body. The spirit herbs required for this will all be astronomical." The 7th level was mainly to train the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. It wasn't to make them stronger, but to give them a stronger recovery ability. For example, if one's internal organs were injured, they would need half an hour to recover. After reaching great perfection of the 7th layer, one would be able to recover in 10 minutes. The internal organs each corresponded to a natural treasure. Tempering the heart required the heart-nourishing flower, tempering the liver and gallbladder required the purple sungrass, and the spleen and stomach required the red lotus fruit. Every spirit herb was rare and hard to find. Even in high-ranked auctions, they would be hard to find. They could only be found in dangerous lands that were rarely visited by humans. Xianxia collected his thoughts and said indifferently, "We will cross the bridge when we get there. For now, we should focus on preparing for the savage battlefield. Don't think too much about other things." Don't. Just at this moment, a deep, ancient bell tolled on an extremely desolate peak in the mountains surrounding Haotian City. The sound of the bell came from far away. Everyone in Haotian City could hear it clearly. Compared to the sound of the bell, the words that came with it were even more shocking. The Haotian sect's Xiaoqian is despicable and shameless, forgetting righteousness at the sight of profit, plotting against his companions. You are a righteous sect's disciple in vain. Today, the Full Moon Pavilion's Qiu Yi is here to challenge you. If you are not a tortoise hiding in its shell, then scram out here. Qiu Yi purposely infused his quintessence into the last 3 words, allowing them to linger for a long time. Everyone could feel the overwhelming hatred hidden in those words. It is a sect challenge. A disciple of the same sect rang the combat bell. Qiu Yi, a peak inner sect disciple of the Full Moon Pavilion. He is as famous as Yun Feiyu. He is somewhat famous in the 18 southern provinces. How did Xiaoqian offend him? Our Haotian sect's Xiaoqian is not weak either. He might not lose to this Qiu Yi. Right, in terms of martial techniques, he should be pretty good. However, he spent too little time in the Kunlun realm. His accumulations are insufficient. Come, let's go to Giant Sword Peak to take a look. There will be a good show to watch. It has been a few years since someone rang the combat bell. The bell tolled melodiously, lingering in the sky above Haotian City. When all the disciples in the city heard Qiu Yi's mocking words, they stopped what they were doing and looked towards Giant Sword Peak. Then, they all leaped up and flew towards Giant Sword Peak. Now, Xiaoqian was in the limelight in the inner sect. His deeds were widely spread. He came from the Sky Dome realm, which was ranked last. First, he defeated Grey Wu. Then he defeated the battle realm's Situ Gang. Even when the 5 old experts of the inner sect worked together, they still lost to him. Chapter 692. Xiaoqian's opponents were not weaklings. Be it the 5 veteran experts, Grey Wu, or Situ Gang, they had all relied on their own strength. Right now, everyone in the Haotian sect knew Xiaoqian. When they heard that an expert from the Full Moon Pavilion came to challenge them, their interest was immediately piqued. Inside the courtyard, Xiaoqian put on his clothes and slowly repeated Qiu Yi's name in his mind. Only then did he remember who the other party was, why they had a conflict, and why the other party said that about him. It's fine if you are here to challenge me. Why is there a need to say so many pompous words? How boring. Xiaoqian shook his head slightly, revealing some disdain on his face. He now understood why he did not remember this person. It would be strange if Xiaoqian remembered such a pompous person who pretended to be righteous. Ripples spread out on the lake in front of him. 2 figures flew over quickly. They were Xianxia and Gong Yangyu, who had heard the news. After a few breaths, the 2 landed before Xiaoqian. Senior brother Xiaoqian, you are in big trouble now, Xianxia said somewhat mischievously as he smiled gently. He did not seem overly nervous. Xiaoqian shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's not really a big deal." Gong Yangyu smiled and said, "Not really? Despicable and shameless, forgetting righteousness at the sight of profit, scheming against his companions. Every one of them is a big label." Xiaoqian smiled helplessly and said, "The 2 of you don't really believe this nonsense, right?" Xianxia burst out laughing and said seriously, "Stop joking. Xiaoqian, how confident are you?" Gong Yangyu also said sullenly, "The Full Moon Pavilion is located in the 18 southern provinces. In terms of strength and accumulations, they are no weaker than our Haotian province. Since he came to challenge you with such a large force, he must have something to rely on. Otherwise, if he loses, he will lose all face." "I am completely confident," Xiaoqian said calmly but confidently. Xianxia and Gong Yangyu exchanged glances and relaxed. They knew that Xiaoqian would never brag. If he said he was 100% confident, then he was 100% confident. Who is Xiaoqian? Just as the 3 of them were about to leave the city and head to the Giant Sword Peak, a blue-robed old man descended from the sky and hovered in the air as he spoke to the 3 of them. The old man's sleeves were embroidered with the symbol of an inner court elder of the Haotian sect. His cultivation was profound, only slightly lower than Shui Lingling's. Obviously, his status was not low. Xiaoqian took a step forward and said, "I am." The old man in blue sized up Xiaoqian and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He discovered that even with his cultivation, he was unable to completely see through Xiaoqian. Withdrawing his gaze, the old man said, "When the war bell rings, the person who is called will have to accept the challenge." This is a common rule between the various sects of the Tianwu domain. I hope you will do your best and not tarnish the reputation of my Haotian sect. Definitely. The three followed the old man and flew to the giant sword peak. The giant sword peak was no more than 3 kilometers tall. Compared to the mountain peaks surrounding Haotian City, it did not stand out. However, the peak arena and the war bell at the summit made it stand out from the masses. A major character had used boundless energy to create a vast platform at the top of the giant sword peak. The structure at the summit was very simple. There was a wooden frame erected in the center, and on top of the 100-meter-tall frame was an ancient and majestic battle bell. Not far away was an arena made of cold mountain stone. On the simple platform, there was nothing else other than the fierce wind and the bleak atmosphere of the battle. He's here. Xianxia is here. When the various disciples who had arrived early saw the people flying over, their eyes lit up and they were all startled. Qiu Yi stood below the arena and looked at Xianxia in the air. He revealed a cold smile, a look of hatred in his eyes. Around Qiu Yi were the disciples of the various sects who had worked together to kill Lone Wolf. All of them had arrived, their gazes filled with hatred. This was especially so for the 1,000 mystery sects Zhuoping. Back then, she had sneak-attacked Xiaoqin. In the end, Zhuoping's nose had caved in. Even after she recovered, she had not recovered to her original state. Now that her nose was slightly crooked, her originally beautiful face lost its beauty. Big Brother Qiu, whether we can take revenge this time or not will depend on you, the group of people behind Qiu Yi said to him when they saw that a big fight was about to start. Qiu Yi grasped his scabbard with his right hand and revealed a confident smile. He said, "Don't worry. I already broke through the bottleneck of medial-grade martial monarch and advanced to superior-grade martial monarch. That brat only bullied us because we did not have quintessence previously. This time, not only will I beat him until he kneels and begs for mercy, but I will also ruin his reputation. He will never be able to raise his head again." Xiu! The blue-clad old man led Xiaoqin and the other two to land firmly on the opposite side of the arena. Then he floated below the arena to be the referee for this fight. Sabers and swords have no eyes. Full Moon Pavilion's Qiu Yi, once you ring the combat bell, it is equivalent to ringing the life and death contract. Do you understand? Naturally, I understand. Even if I kill this person, the Haotian sect will not pursue this matter. Qiu Yi pushed off the ground and gracefully flew onto the arena. He crossed his arms over his chest, holding his sword. Then he gave Xiaoqin a sidelong glance and smiled. Indeed, even after so long, you are only a medial-grade martial monarch. Xiaoqin did not argue with Qiu Yi. He gently leaped up and landed on the arena. Xiaoqin, back then I saw that your cultivation was low and invited you to kill Lone Wolf out of goodwill. However, you despicably conserved your strength. After you killed Lone Wolf, you immediately tore up the agreement, repaying kindness with enmity. You beat up the various sect disciples who exhausted their quintessence and taught them a lesson. Tell me, do you admit to this? Qiu Yi's expression turned sullen as he shouted angrily at Xiaoqin. The group of people who came with Qiu Yi also took the opportunity to echo Qiu Yi's words. They cursed at Xiaoqin, saying all sorts of nasty things. When the Haotian sect disciples who came to watch the fight heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They could not believe that Xiaoqin was such a person, so they started discussing him in soft voices. This was the effect that Qiu Yi wanted. First, he wanted to make Xiaoqin look like he was being unreasonable. Then he would use his absolute strength to trample on Xiaoqin, erasing the hatred in Xiaoqin's heart. Xiaoqin, with so many people as witnesses, what else do you have to say? Qiu Yi said coldly as he pointed at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin's white robes fluttered in the wind. His expression remained calm as he replied, "Are you done yet?" Seeing Xiaoqin so calm, not panicking or feeling guilty at all, this was very different from what he expected. Qiu Yi was astonished. He stammered, "Are you done? In that case, you can scram now." Xiaoqin's expression turned cold. The ancient sovereign's qi that he had refined to great perfection burst out. It was like a heavenly deity descending, shocking Qiu Yi. Vital qi surged in Xiaoqin's body. Then he quickly burned half of it. Azure smoke rose from his Tianmen acupoint as he punched the sky. A dragon roar came from the burning azure clouds. A blue dragon clenched its claw into a fist and descended from the sky, carrying the might of heaven. Qiu Yi had just struggled free from Xiao Chen's aura. Before he could draw his sword, the lightning-fast punch smashed him to the ground. After burning his vital qi, Xiao Chen's 1,800,000 kilograms of force reached a horrifying 1 million kilograms of force. Qiu Yi fell face-first to the ground, creating spider-like cracks in the arena. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and landed beside Qiu Yi. Without giving Qiu Yi a chance to get up, he kicked him. Like a sandbag, Qiu Yi tumbled in the air a few times before falling towards the crowd. From the moment Xiao Chen spoke to the moment he punched and kicked Qiu Yi, the entire process took only 2 blinks of an eye. Xiao Chen was as fast as the wind, decisive like thunder. The surrounding people were all stunned, especially the disciples from the various sects who had come with Qiu Yi. Such an ending had completely exceeded their expectations. Just a moment ago, under Qiu Yi's lead, they had been aggressively berating Xiao Chen. However, in merely one breath, Qiu Yi was sent flying. The entire place fell deathly silent. No one said anything. No one had expected Xiao Chen to settle the startling battle that they had expected with one punch. Many people didn't even know what was going on. Everything had happened too quickly. Only some of the inner sect disciples with higher cultivations could tell what had happened. The force that exploded out from Xiao Chen's punch already surpassed that of a regular superior-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chen's sudden attack on aura and Qiu Yi's carelessness made everything logical. When experts exchanged moves, how could one be careless? One mistake could instantly turn the situation around. The cultivators that came with Qiu Yi rushed to treat his injuries, feeding him medicinal pills and infusing quintessence into his body. Xiao Chen, you are too vicious. To think that you attacked so heavily. Not only are you despicable and shameless, but you are also vicious and merciless. The cultivators that came with Qiu Yi were originally prepared to help them vent their anger. Such an outcome was simply too much for them to bear, so they all started cursing Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, but he felt disdain in his heart. He could not be bothered to defend himself. Only the weak would be so unreasonable, using words to gain an advantage. If you are not satisfied, you can ring the combat bell at any time. Xiao Chen replied indifferently. Then he coldly eyed the behavior of this group of people. The various sect disciples who were cursing all shut up, not daring to say anything more. With Qiu Yi's experience, how could they dare to go up and humiliate themselves? A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 1,000 mystery sects, Zhuoping. As she looked at Xiao Chen, she wished that she could ring the combat bell and hack him into 1,000 pieces. However, when she thought about Qiu Yi's experience, she gritted her teeth in hatred. Her footsteps became as heavy as a mountain, unable to move at all. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and shook his head to himself. He felt that wasting time on this group of useless people who only knew how to talk was too boring. Since no one is ringing the bell, I will take my leave first. Xiao Chen nodded to the blue-robed elder and turned to leave. The savage battlefield would officially open at the end of the month. He did not have time to waste here. Ding, ding. Just at this moment, the ancient combat bell suddenly rang twice. The sound reverberated throughout the summit, scattering the strong wind that had been blowing for many years. The sound echoed in everyone's ears. Hearing the sound of the combat bell at such a close distance made everyone's blood surge, filling them with a strong fighting spirit. You truly live up to being the king-grade true dragon of the Sky Dome realm. In merely 3 months, you have already grown to such a level. A cold voice came from afar. The crowd on the summit quickly looked in the direction of the voice. They saw 2 figures in the air quickly flying over, accompanied by a chilly wind. The person who spoke casually fiddled with his pale right hand. Strands of ice-cold quintessence shot out and struck the ancient combat bell continuously. Chapter 693. The icy quintessence drifted out as the bell chimes rang. The temperature in the air plummeted, and frost quickly spread out on the ground. Several cultivators felt the cold chi penetrate their bones, as if it was about to enter their hearts. They were startled and quickly circulated their quintessence to block it. As the bell chimed, the cold chi surged out in waves. The Haotian sect inner sect disciples with lower cultivations paled. Horror filled their eyes as they retreated, not daring to get too close to the combat bell. What a horrifying state of ice. They are the people of the extreme Yin sect. The casual display of the newcomers allowed the crowd to guess their identity. Their eyes filled with doubt. The extreme Yin sect was very strong. There were 2 Emperor Wu in the sect. Among the 9 ranks of the great families, they were considered peak existences. In terms of overall strength, they were much stronger than the Haotian sect and the Full Moon Pavilion. The bell has rung. Xiaochen, you cannot leave. Xiaochen stopped and said with a grave expression, Wan Feng. The person who arrived was the extreme Yin sect's Wan Feng. However, what made Xiaochen's expression turn grave was not him but the youth beside him. The young man was dressed plainly, and there was a faint smile on his face. However, his face looked like a block of ice that wouldn't melt in 1,000 years. His smile didn't have the slightest bit of sunshine, which made it even more strange. Xiaochen could not figure out this youth's cultivation. It seemed to be much higher than Hu Hai's. The top true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect, one of the 7 giants, by Wuxia. Unexpectedly, he is here as well. Finally, someone recognized that youth. Their eyes filled with astonishment. This was a person who was as famous as their first senior sister. Even the calm blue-robed administrator was moved. He said, Bai Wuxia, are you here to ring the bell as well? The corners of Bai Wuxia's lips curled up slightly. He said indifferently, No, I do not think that I can defeat Shui Lingling. I am just here to see what kind of person can make my little junior brother work so hard. I remember now. The person who rang the bell is called Wan Feng. Like Bai Wuxia, he is the extreme Yin old man's final disciple. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen even offended him. I'm afraid this is not going to be easy. Our Haotian sect's reputation is going to suffer. That Wan Feng is already a peak early-stage superior-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, he has taken the extreme Yin old man as his master. Aside from the true inheritors of our Haotian sect, no one should be able to defeat him. The people below whispered to each other as they looked at Xiaochen. They could not help but feel a little worried for him. Earlier, when Xiaochen faced off against Qiu Yi, no one had been so worried. After all, Xiaochen's strength was clear for all to see. Xiaochen's chances of victory were at least 50-50. However, now, his opponent was Wan Feng, the extreme Yin old man's final disciple. Everyone felt that Xiaochen's chances of victory were not high. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu also revealed worried expressions. Back in the Sky Dome realm, the 2 of them had personally experienced Wan Feng's strength. Xiu! Wan Feng gently leaped up and landed on the arena. Then he looked at Xiaochen and smiled. He said in a cold voice, Xiaochen, I have to thank you. Without the pressure you gave me, I would not have improved so quickly in such a short time. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said indifferently, There is no need to thank me. I will help you again today. The battle of words quickly escalated to a clash of auras. Wan Feng's expression turned cold. He wanted to suppress Xiaochen with his aura first. A cold wind howled behind Wan Feng. His aura was like a snowstorm as it surged towards Xiaochen. Snowflakes seemed to fall in the air. For some reason, the temperature in the arena dropped by 100 degrees Celsius. A layer of hard ice formed on the ground, spreading up from Xiaochen's feet. Xiaochen gently raised his right foot and stomped down ferociously. Kasi. The hard layer of ice on the arena suddenly shattered. They turned into ice shards that filled the sky and danced in the air. Under the direct sunlight, they flickered with an icy light. They looked like dazzling pearls. Xiaochen activated the ancient sovereign's bloodline in his body. A vast, drawn-out, ancient aura burst forth and turned into a strong wind. That gust of wind seemed to have traveled through time, blowing over from the ancient times. The ice shards dancing in the air were injected by the strong wind. As it spun, it pierced through the air. This beautiful object had turned into a sharp killing weapon as it rained down on Wan Feng. Wan Feng was astonished. He had not expected Xiaochen to be so incredible in a clash of auras, surpassing him. Seeing the ice shards flying at him, Wan Feng took a step back and threw a palm strike. Bang! 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 Shattering sounds filled the air, resounding endlessly. The force of this palm strike shattered all the ice shards into powder. Xiaochen's sovereign's aura was also completely nullified. Xiaochen had burned half of his vital qi to deal with Qiu Yi earlier, so he did not have any intention of continuing with the Burning Heaven Fist. Standing on the blue dragon image, Xiaochen leaped up and passed through the ice shards filling the air. Then, he executed a tyrannical berserk dragon fist at Wan Feng. Wan Feng smiled coldly to himself. He did not panic. He tilted his body slightly and used his palm as a saber. Then, he chopped down at the roaring blue dragon. A smooth crack appeared on the blue dragon image formed by quintessence, and it immediately crumbled. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Wan Feng made a strong counterattack. He circulated his ice quintessence and sent out 3 palm strikes, knocking Xiaochen back and regaining the initiative. Xiaochen, it looks like your physical body is only SOSO. Draw your saber. Today, I am already extraordinary. It is not something you can imagine, Wan Feng said proudly after he knocked back Xiaochen. The blue dragon sank slightly and landed firmly on the ground with Xiaochen. Wan Feng had burned half his vital qi, so its might had decreased. Furthermore, he did not want to show off too much in front of Wuxia, so he held back. Xiaochen flipped his left hand and summoned out the lunar shadow saber. He smiled faintly and said, "You are not the only one improving in this world. In that case, let me see how extraordinary you are." Wan Feng looked at Xiaochen, who had taken out the lunar shadow saber. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Don't disappoint me, white-robed bladesman." Flower cage. Wan Feng spread out his fingers and gently patted at Xiaochen. A flower image embedded into the ground appeared on the arena below Xiaochen's feet. When Xiaochen felt a strange energy flowing in the ground, his expression changed slightly, and he leaped up. Wan Feng smiled faintly and pulled with his right hand. The ice flower image on the ground suddenly emerged and turned into a huge ice flower. The layers of ice petals were 100 meters wide. They looked like a huge mouth biting at Xiaochen in the air. It looked like this Wan Feng had learned a new martial technique in the extreme Yin sect. The last time Xiaochen fought with him, he had not seen such a strange martial technique. The flower soared into the air. There was even a stalk attached to the ground. From a distance, it looked like a real flower dancing in the wind. The surrounding cold qi slowly gathered, and the stalk grew longer. The flower chased after Xiaochen, biting at him continuously. No matter how Xiaochen dodged, he could not shake it off. Wan Feng smiled faintly and pushed off the ground. He turned into a white figure charging at Xiaochen. Bang! 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 Wan Feng's palms were transparent like ice, flickering with a faint cold light. He sent out 3 palm strikes, trying to block off Xiaochen's path of advance. Every single palm wind formed an ice storm in the air. As the storm howled, it seemed as if it could shatter mountains. What a powerful ice quintessence! He truly lives up to his reputation as the extreme Yin old man's disciple. When the surrounding Supreme Sky sect disciples saw Wan Feng send out 3 palm strikes, they were flabbergasted. Wan Feng could condense his ice-attributed quintessence to such a level. Even the peak disciples of the extreme Yin sect would find it hard to do so. Only the disciples of the extreme Yin old man could do so. While others could not avoid the ice storm, Xiaochen did not feel much of it. He was a bladesman. With the support of his saber intent, he had never been afraid of such a head-on clash. In the past, when Xiaochen had a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent, he did not fear such a quintessence storm. Now that his saber intent had reached great perfection, he did not care about it. Xiao! Electric light flickered. Xiaochen only used his 60% comprehended saber intent to send out 3 saber strikes, sending out 3 strands of purple saber qi. The saber qi was like a saber cutting through the sky, splitting the 3 quintessence storms in half. The storms shattered and turned into countless snowflakes drifting away. Wan Feng's face filled with shock. He had not expected Xiao Chen's saber intent to improve so quickly. It was completely different from when he was in the Sky Dome realm. However, this was within Wan Feng's expectations. Seeing Xiao Chen break the 3 storms, Wan Feng's figure flashed backward. Then he spread open his palm and smashed down. Coldine palm. The drifting icy spiritual energy in the air condensed into a huge palm. Then, it pressed towards Xiao Chen. The palm contained the extreme Yin sect's special state of ice. The surrounding Yin and Yang were out of balance, and the Yang attributed energy was continuously squeezed out. The Yang attributed energy formed clumps of Yang flames that shot into the surroundings like arrows. When the Yang flames landed on the ground, they blasted open deep pits. Some of the unlucky Haoyan sect disciples were struck by the Yang flames and vomited mouthfuls of blood, startling the others. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. This palm strike was Wan Feng's consummate technique. It looked like Wan Feng was determined to force him into the ice flowers chasing after him. However, this palm strike was still somewhat lacking. 4-season saber technique, cycle of seasons. All sorts of mysterious phenomena materialized around Xiao Chen: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. There was the flowing water of spring, the blazing sun of summer, the rustling autumn wind, and the merciless winter snow. The various scenes materialized the cycle of the 4 seasons, the cycle of life and death. Bang! The saber light clashed with the ice palm in the air, producing a surging shock wave that spread out in all directions. When the boundless power of seasons clashed, the cold Yin palm that Wan Feng placed his hopes on turned into ice shards and scattered. Seeing Xiao Chen's relaxed appearance, Wan Feng felt frustrated. He could not understand why, even though his cultivation had soared and he had learned a secret technique, he still could not do anything to Xiao Chen in the end. Furthermore, the gap between them seemed even wider than when they were in the Sky Dome realm. In the past, Xiao Chen had to pay full attention to Wan Feng. Now, Xiao Chen did not care at all, appearing relaxed. The two fought intensely in the air. The result was somewhat surprising. Wan Feng, who had arrived with a surging momentum, used all his moves, sending out all sorts of strong martial techniques. However, he still could not do anything to Xiao Chen. The white-robed bladesman in the air stood on a blue dragon image. As it moved up and down, it broke Wan Feng's killing moves one by one. It seemed like he still had energy left over. Chapter 694. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Wan Feng, is this what you meant by extraordinary? You are only a so-so. I really do not see any improvement aside from your cultivation." Damn it. After being mocked by Xiao Chen, Wan Feng felt even more frustrated. He shouted and circulated all the quintessence in his body. The surrounding temperature plummeted, forming a terrifying cold current. Great icy palm. A cold wind blew, and all the cold currents suddenly converged together, forming a giant ice palm. The palm was densely covered in veined patterns. The icy palm appeared too quickly, as if it had suddenly grown out of thin air. It grabbed Xiao Chen tightly in an instant. Wan Feng's complexion paled somewhat. He laughed loudly and said, "Let's see how you are going to continue being arrogant. I will squish you to death." The sudden change in the situation stunned everyone. Gong Yangyu and Yu Chenxi could not resist the urge to fly up. Under Wan Feng's control, the huge icy palm grabbed Xiao Chen tightly. The cold chi contained a vast force, trying to squish Xiao Chen into a meat patty. Xiao Chen felt the force in the palm and did not mind it. He had already cultivated the firmament body tempering art to the 7th layer. Now, his physical body was as strong as an early-ranked sage body. If it were another martial monarch of the same cultivation, they would have suffered internal injuries if Xiao Chen grabbed them like this. The immense pressure would have crushed their internal organs. However, Xiao Chen's physical body was already so horrifying. How could he still feel fear? His chi and blood surged, dispelling the cold. Then, he clenched his fists and opened the 12 acupoints on his arms. A surging power burst out, and the ice palm shattered with a loud bang, turning into huge ice shards that scattered on the stage with loud banging sounds. Wan Feng vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. His complexion was pale, devoid of blood. When Xiao Chen felt the icy flower chasing after him open its mouth to bite at him again, he could not be bothered to dodge. He turned around and stabbed the flower bud with his saber. Xiao Chen secretly unleashed his great perfection saber intent, and the ice flower bud immediately shattered, its roots breaking. Wan Feng, who was on the ground, looked at Xiao Chen, who stood in the air. The light in his eyes dimmed, and he appeared extremely dispirited. 2 months ago, Xiao Chen's strength had been about the same as his. If not for that heaven-ranked martial technique, it would have been hard to say who would have won. However, after 2 months, Xiao Chen's growth in the Kunlun realm had rapidly surpassed Xiao Chen, leaving him far behind. Seeing Xiao Chen emerge victorious, Gong Yangyu and Yu Chenxi relaxed, revealing faint smiles on their faces. At the side of the arena, Bai Wuxia, who had been watching the competition, did not show any change in his expression. He said indifferently, "Indeed, it is like that. No wonder Master wanted me to do it. If I don't kill this person, little junior brother will develop a demonic barrier in his heart." Great Frozen Palm Print. The strongest disciple of the extreme Yin sect, Bai Wuxia, silently made his move. A huge, icy palm descended from the sky, smashing towards Xiao Chen at lightning speed. This palm strike was very secretive. By the time Xiao Chen discovered it, it was already above his head. In the next moment, it would land on his body. There was also some unusual Yin-attributed qi in the icy palm. It was also a great frozen palm print, but it was several times stronger than Wanfeng's. Xiao Chen did not have time to think. He rolled on the ground. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and a deep pit appeared where Xiao Chen had been standing. The hard arena immediately shattered under this palm strike. A surging shock wave surged out, blasting Xiao Chen, who had not rolled far, into the sky. Hey! Bai Wuxia was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, he did not manage to kill Xiao Chen with this palm strike. He managed to dodge it. In that case, I'll send out another palm strike. The moment this thought appeared in Bai Wuxia's mind, another bright, icy palm appeared in the air, heading for the flying Xiao Chen. It was so fast that no one present could sense it. Even if they wanted to stop it, it would be too late. The huge icy palm that appeared in the air was like an ice mountain. Not only did it contain a boundless chill, but it also contained an unparalleled force. That was the horrifying force of a half-sage using quintessence. Xiao Chen's cultivation was much weaker than his. The situation was dire. Xiao Chen, who had just been knocked back by the shock wave, did not have time to think when he saw another icy palm flying at him. He gathered all his remaining vital qi and crossed his arms. A dragon roared and a tiger roared, materializing the stance of crouching tiger hidden dragon. He could only clash head-on with this move. Bang! Xiao Chen flew back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he flew back like a kite. Bai Wuxia was somewhat stunned. The might of the great icy palm was equal to a heaven-ranked martial technique. Unexpectedly, he failed to kill Xiao Chen with it. Bai Wuxia's quintessence surged, raising his strength from 50% to 70%. The cold qi in the air surged and formed an even larger icy palm, pressing towards Xiao Chen. The huge palm happened to appear above Xiao Chen's head, forming out of nowhere. It did not give Xiao Chen any chance to dodge, directly encasing him. Kasi. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to execute the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, the huge icy palm pressing down like an ice mountain suddenly shattered, turning into ice shards flying everywhere. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a purple-clad girl holding a purple bough on the profound sunbird in the distance. She had a stern expression as she stood proudly. A faint light drifted around her. Shui Lingling's eyes turned cold as she drew back the bowstring and fired another arrow at Bai Wuxia. Hu Qi! A fiery light streaked across the sky like a meteor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that no one could keep track of it even with their eyes wide open. A grave expression appeared on Bai Wuxia's previously calm face. He quickly formed hand seals, and the surrounding cold wind howled, forming a whirlwind barrier of wind and snow in front of him. The fiery light formed by the arrow collided with it with a bang, producing a world-shaking sound. The entire summit of Giant Sword Peak shook violently. A boundless shock wave surged out, knocking away the surrounding disciples. A purple light flickered, and Shui Lingling landed on the arena. She said to Bai Wuxia, "Bai Wuxia, have you forgotten where this is? How dare you kill a disciple of our Haotian sect in front of us?" The wind and snow scattered, and Bai Wuxia smiled gently. "Naturally, I have not forgotten. This is Giant Sword Peak. As long as I ring the combat bell, I can challenge any disciple of your Haotian sect." Someone turned their head and saw that the ancient combat bell had started swinging left and right at some point in time. However, strangely enough, it did not make any sound. "Hey, this bell seems to be broken." Unexpectedly, "It cannot make any sound," Bai Wuxia said in an exaggerated manner, pretending to be extremely shocked. "However, no matter what, the combat bell has already rung. Shui Lingling, you had best step aside. Unless this person admits defeat or is killed by me, according to the rules, you cannot appear in the arena," Bai Wuxia said unhurriedly. He had anticipated such a situation long ago. He stood upright with his hands behind his back and looked at Shui Lingling unhurriedly. Shui Lingling's expression changed. She had not expected Bai Wuxia to be so difficult to deal with. He had blocked all the words she wanted to say. "Haha, I was just joking. I really disdain killing such a person. Xiaochen, I will spare your life. My junior brother will come and take it personally." Bai Wuxia was temperamental. He did not care about Xiaochen at all. Suddenly, he laughed loudly and quickly left with Wan Feng. "Second senior brother, why did you let that brat off? That was such a good opportunity earlier," Wan Feng asked, feeling extremely confused. Bai Wuxia said indifferently, "There were no more opportunities. That brat managed to dodge the two best opportunities. Now that Shui Lingling appeared, do you think she will just watch as I beat that brat to death?" Xiao Chen's expression turned sullen. As he watched Bai Wuxia leave, he burned all the remaining vital qi in his body. Xiao Chen's blood surged and flowed like a surging river. The sovereign's aura hidden in the monarch blood grass spread out, and his aura soared. Azure smoke rose from the Tianmen acupoint on his head and rushed into the sky. After the firmament body tempering art advanced to the 7th layer, this was the first time Xiaochen burned all his vital qi without holding anything back. Green smoke drifted in the air, and a green flame quickly spread out. The blue sky was instantly burned into a green color. Layers upon layers of flames surged out, and dragon roars surged out without end. Bai Wuxia, who was moving quickly, suddenly stopped in the air. His expression turned grave as he threw a palm strike at the sky without any warning. Bai Wuxia's palm was as transparent as ice, flickering with a cold light. His reaction speed was already very fast, but he was still too slow. He could not gather all his quintessence in a short time. He had only sent out his palm halfway when the azure dragon fist descended from the sky, carrying a surging dragon might. A loud rumble came from the sky, shaking the sky and earth. Space trembled, and a horrifying might spread out. Even the many disciples in the distance felt fear in their hearts. Bai Wuxia felt his arm go numb and tremble uncontrollably. The force from that dragon fist was at least 1,500 tons of force. Caught off guard, Bai Wuxia could not block it with his full strength, even with his cultivation. The bones in his right arm ached faintly, and cracking sounds rang out. Unexpectedly, cracks appeared in his arm. Wan Feng, who was beside Bai Wuxia, was in an even worse state. The shock wave struck him and sent him flying back like a cannonball, crashing into a mountain in the distance. All the disciples on Giant Sword Peak looked at Xiaochen like he was a madman. Unexpectedly, he dared to sneak attack Bai Wuxia. Who was Bai Wuxia? He was one of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. He had become famous at a young age, occupying the top 10 of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking. In this age of cultivation, he was one of the most dazzling human cultivators. His reputation was even higher than Shui Lingling's. No matter where he went, even the inner sect elders of the 9 ranks of the great families did not dare to offend him. They could only treat him with respect. This was because he might be the future Emperor Wu. Offending him was equivalent to offending an Emperor Wu. The consequences would be dire. No one was willing to become enemies with them. Hence, even when Bai Wuxia sneak-attacked Xiaochen, the blue-clad elder on Giant Sword Peak did not dare to say anything when he saw Bai Wuxia stop. He could only let the matter rest. Even someone as strong as Shui Lingling, the top true inheritor of the Haotian sect and one of the 7 giants, did not stop Bai Wuxia when she saw him leaving. However, Xiaochen, an inner sect disciple and a bladesman who was only a medial-grade martial monarch, actually attacked Bai Wuxia. Furthermore, he was so ruthless. Bai Wuxia, no one is joking with you. Since you have given up on this battle, I will definitely visit the extreme Yin sect in the future and ring the combat bell openly. Xiaochen's white robes fluttered in the wind as he looked at Bai Wuxia. He enunciated every word in a sonorous voice. Chapter 695. He didn't know anything about the 7 magnates, nor did he know anything about the future great emperor. He wasn't afraid of offending anyone. He only knew that as a martial artist, the most basic principle was that if someone attacked him with a sneak attack, he must return the favor. He could not suppress this anger in his heart because of fear and cowardice, making himself uncomfortable and sullen. He clearly wanted to kill you, wanted to casually slap you to death, so how could he end it with a joke? How could he say that he disdained to make a move and cover up everything? No matter how lowly he was, he still had his basic dignity. As a swordsman, he would rather break than bend. Bai Wuxia felt an intense pain in his right arm. He forcefully resisted the urge to kill Xiaochen on the spot. He said in a cold voice, "Even Wang Meng does not dare to go to the extreme Yin sect to ring the combat bell against me. Brat, you are even more arrogant than him. Don't make me wait too long or I'll take your head." Bai Wuxia glanced at Shui Lingling on the Giant Sword Peak, then looked at the inner city floating above the Haotian city. After all, this was still the territory of the Haotian sect. As a half-saint, no matter how powerful his background was, he could only hold it in for the time being after missing the opportunity to kill Xianxia. On the Giant Sword Peak, the hundreds of Haotian sect disciples all looked at Xiaochen as if they were looking at an idiot, shaking their heads and whispering to each other. This fellow is simply too ignorant. Does he really think that he is invincible just because he defeated Wan Feng and Qiu Yi? Unexpectedly, he dares to challenge Bai Wuxia. That is one of the 7 giants of the younger generation. Even the true inheritors of our Haotian sect have to take a detour when they see him. The human race's Tianwu domain has a population of 10 billion people. For these 7 people to stand out from the countless geniuses and remain standing for so many years, how could they be mediocre? That's right. In the past few years, the golden age of martial artists has descended. Young geniuses have emerged one after another, and there is no lack of outstanding people. However, no matter how eager they are to become famous, they still don't dare to challenge the 7 giants. If not for First Senior Sister being here, he would have been smashed to death long ago. I really wonder where he got the courage to challenge Bai Wuxia. All sorts of discussions and mockery entered Xiaochen's ears, but Xiaochen didn't care. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He had just come to Kunlun, and his cultivation was low. When he was not strong enough, he would not pay attention to the noise and restlessness of the outside world. Even after he made some progress and became famous in the inner sanctum, facing all kinds of praises and admiration, his heart didn't change. He just smiled indifferently and continued to cultivate. From the Shao clan's Mo city to the heavenly saber pavilion, from the great Qin nation to the ancient desolate land, to the boundless sea, and finally to the great Jin nation's dragon sealing city. Finally, he went from the Sky Dome realm to the Kunlun realm. Along the way, Xiaochen had experienced too many ups and downs. He had once been famous everywhere and had once fallen to rock bottom, unknown to anyone. In the past, in order to train his killing intent, he had tirelessly slaughtered in the deep-sea battlefield for a year. Fame, fortune, glory, and splendor in the human world, he had long been very, very indifferent to it. He only followed his own principles, and his heart was directed towards the great Tao. He desired nothing else. He lived for his own Tao and would never care about the opinions of others. Bai Wuxia bullied him, humiliated him, and even wanted to kill him. If he could endure this, what was the point of living? Xiaochen, you are too rash. Bai Wuxia is not the kind of genius that relied on medicinal pills to advance. He is not as simple as you think, Xiao Lingling said softly with a slight frown. Shui Lingling said softly with a slight frown. Having a strong enemy like Bai Wuxia was too dangerous for Xiaochen. Xiaochen said, I understand. However, I did not say this casually. I will definitely go to the extreme insect in at most 1 year or at least half a year. Shui Lingling looked straight into Xiaochen's eyes, trying to see what he was thinking in his heart. Aside from calmness, there was only calmness in those pitch-black eyes. They were like a pool of autumn water, calm and unperturbed. He was neither servile nor overbearing, showing neither joy nor sorrow. However, in the depths of Shui Lingling's bright eyes, she could see the pride and confidence that Xiaochen hid in the depths of his heart. Xiaochen was like a true dragon in hibernation, watching the winds and clouds rise and fall. When the time came, he would break out of the sea and soar into the clouds, soaring into the sky. Many thanks for First Senior Sister's help. Xiaochen will take his leave first. Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute to Shui Lingling and thanked her sincerely. Then, before everyone's eyes, he stood on the blue dragon image and disappeared into the clouds. Shui Lingling muttered to herself for a long time. Then, she revealed a grave expression on her pretty face. She muttered, I cannot see through him. Even though I can see his pride, I cannot see his heart. Perhaps he really can create a miracle. The Haotian sect produced Xiaochen. I wonder what kind of people the other sects will produce? What kind of geniuses will there be in the other domains? It looks like chaotic times are really coming. Soon after, Shui Lingling seemed to think of something. She said, No, I have to speak to the sect master. A genius like Xiaochen absolutely cannot die like this. Otherwise, it will be the greatest loss for our Haotian sect. The profound sunbird with overwhelming spiritual energy on Xiaochen's shoulder revealed its true form with a puci sound. Then, it carried Shui Lingling to the sky above the inner city. There seemed to be nothing there. However, it seemed to be Shui Lingling's destination. Xiaochen, you are really crazy. Unexpectedly, you want to challenge a half-sage in half a year. After Xiaochen returned to his courtyard, Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, could not help saying this. Xiaochen sipped tea in the courtyard as he looked into the distance. As he looked at the clear lake in front, he said, Is that impossible? I have the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, which surpasses a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. I also have an unrivaled physical body of the younger generation. The only difference between me and Bai Wuxia is cultivation. Ao Jiao was flabbergasted. She said, You make it sound really easy. It is just cultivation. What do you mean by just cultivation? No matter how strong your Purple Thunder Divine Incantation is or how talented you are, you will need at least 2 years to advance from medial-grade martial monarch to half-sage. Furthermore, Bai Wuxia will not stop and wait for you to catch up. If he breaks through the bottleneck of martial sage, you will not be able to surpass him in less than 5 years. Xiaochen nodded and said, I understand. Hence, I have to go to the savage battlefield. I need to find natural treasures like the golden savage ox's spirit core. Ao Jiao shook her head and said, You are oversimplifying the savage battlefield. There are many forbidden lands in there. Back then, even the Thunder King did not dare to enter. Furthermore, at that time, all the outstanding talents of the entire Tianwu domain will enter. Even some loose cultivators who do not abide by the rules will enter. With such a huge competition, even if you have valuable treasures, you might not be able to make it out. Don't place all your hopes on the savage battlefield. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Suddenly, he thought of something. He smiled and said, Little Ao Jiao, you have learned to say things with a hidden meaning. Don't place all your hopes on the savage battlefield. Could it be that the Thunder King left some treasures in the Kunlun realm? The Thunder King was an ancient martial emperor. Back then, he swept through the Kunlun realm's 100 races unhindered. Even several of the older generation Emperor Wu were not a match for him. If he left some treasures, if Xiaochen could obtain them, it would be a great fortune. Catching up to Bai Wuxia would be easy. Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, You are overthinking. Even if there are treasures, You cannot open them. That is something you can only use after you advance to Martial Emperor. Furthermore, you might not be able to open them. Once you open the Thunder King's treasures, you will have officially acknowledged your identity as the Thunder King's inheritor. I do not wish for you to accept such a heavy burden. Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He asked, "What? Will there be some disaster if I become the Thunder King's inheritor?" Ao Jiao was not willing to say more. She said, "Don't ask. In any case, I do not wish for you to open his treasures. Go to the savage battlefield first. After that, I'll bring you to a place." Ao Jiao clenched her fist and smiled. "Don't worry. After all, you are my trashy master. I will not stand by and watch that fellow by Wuxia bully you." Hearing the concern in Ao Jiao's words, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He no longer cared about the Thunder King's treasures. "Oh, by the way, how is my netherworld flower?" Rather than thinking about distant things, it was better to think about something more substantial. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was Xiao Chen's greatest trump card. If he could improve it further, he would be able to protect himself when he ran into Bai Wuxia. He would not be in such a passive state. Ao Jiao nodded and said, "Very good. While I was talking to you, I did not forget to use Yin-attributed spiritual energy to nourish the flower bud. It will mature completely in another 3 months." "That's a little slow." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Can it be faster? That way, I will have another trump card in the savage battlefield." In the world of mountains and rivers in the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao fiddled with the netherworld flower. She smiled and said, "Of course. Toss in 3 million superior grade spirit stones. The netherworld flower will mature in 1 month." Xiao Chen casually asked for 3 million superior grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to half of Xiao Chen's wealth. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "You make it sound too simple. It is not easy for me to accumulate spirit stones. Furthermore, I do not even have enough spirit stones for myself." Ao Jiao said softly, "Be content with what you have. You picked up such a peak-grade immortal spirit ring for free. What more do you want? This immortal spirit ring of yours was something that Emperor Wu played with. Unless you can snatch a few high-rank spirit veins, you will have to use spirit stones if you want to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm." Helpless, Xiao Chen could only endure the heartache and toss the spirit stones that he earned so hard into the immortal spirit ring. A beautiful rain of light immediately fell in the world of the ring. The petite Ao Jiao looked like a fairy strolling in the rain. Xiao Chen's fair, jade-like hands guided the motes of light to the netherworld flower. The white flame flower core slowly turned brighter. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense from the immortal spirit ring. Then, he picked up the teacup and drained it in one go. "It is time to start on my third goal." After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen took out the secret manual for the dragon subduing slash from the universe ring and started to study the second move, Soaring Dragon. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. This move was created after the first move, the dragon subduing slash. It could be used alone or in tandem with the blue dragon returns to the sea. The true dragon soars had many changes. Each change involved the circulation path of veritable energy. Not to mention how to comprehend the state of this move, just the several dozen veritable energy changes were enough to give one a headache. The circulation path of each veritable energy had its own meridians. There were strict requirements for which meridians the veritable energy passed through and which meridians it did not. Xiao Chen spent 3 days before he managed to remember half of the changes. As he slowly immersed himself in it, he felt that this move was much more complicated than the blue dragon returns to the sea. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. As Xiao Chen muttered these 2 sentences, he entered deep thought. These 2 sentences were written at the start of the second move. They seemed to contain the truth of this move. Hidden dragon in the depths, the Qian hexagram of the Book of Changes, meant that a gentleman should wait for the right opportunity before making a move. He should be good at preserving his strength and not act rashly. Chapter 696. This was Xiao Chen's understanding of this phrase in his original world. However, it could not be completely applied to this martial technique. According to Xiao Chen's understanding, the meaning of this phrase should be that the true dragon was hiding in the deep abyss, planning to make a move. When the momentum arrived, the true dragon would break out of the sea, leading to the phrase soaring dragon in the sky. What kind of momentum would allow the blue dragon to soar into the sky after it left the sea? Xiao Chen's gaze was deep as he looked at the lake in front of the courtyard. Then, he simulated the scene of the blue dragon leaving the sea in his mind. A strong wind blew, lightning flashed, and the sky turned dark. A storm was brewing. The vast sea roared angrily, and the true dragon hid in the deep abyss. Xiao Chen stared at the sky without saying a word. He only watched the wind and clouds move, the ebb and flow of the tide, planning to soar into the sky. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly, and the illusion in his mind disappeared. He muttered, "It is still too early to think about the state contained in a heaven-ranked martial technique. I should familiarize myself with the circulation of quintessence first." In reality, even if most cultivators obtained a heaven-ranked martial technique, they would not be able to fully comprehend the state within 1 or 2 years. For example, when Xianxia became a true inheritor of 7 stars surrounding the moon, he immediately obtained a heaven-ranked martial technique as a reward from the sect. However, even now, he had not fully comprehended it. While the Big Dipper sword chi could move about freely, he could not truly bring out the moon. He could only bring out about 50% of the might of a strong heaven-ranked martial technique. There were very few people in the younger generation like Xiao Chen who could bring out 80% of the blue dragon's might. Most people would be satisfied with a heaven-ranked martial technique. However, Xiao Chen's requirements for himself were too high. After another 10 days, Xiao Chen finally understood all the circulation routes of soaring dragon in the sky. Without any interference, he could execute this move proficiently. Xiao! In the courtyard, Xiao Chen drew his saber. The saber light was like lightning as he circulated soaring dragon in the sky. With the true dragon possessing his body, a blue dragon shadow loomed over Xiao Chen's body. As his true essence revolved, Xiao Chen felt his body fill with an infinite strength. His strength was increasing rapidly, but he had been accumulating power without releasing it. The hidden dragon lurks in the abyss, a gentleman plans before taking action. When the momentum rises, the dragon soars into the sky. Xiao Chen took a light step forward with his right foot. Instantly, boundless power burst forth. It was a very casual step, and cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out like a spider web. Using this force, Xiao Chen's body became like a rocket filled with fuel, soaring into the sky with a dragon roar. Dragon might filled the air. Auspicious clouds covered Xiao Chen's body. The true dragon was formed together with the clouds. Its might shook the 9 heavens, and it came from all directions. He could sense that his saber aura had risen to its peak the instant it soared. The speed was so fast that he couldn't even react to it. By the time Xiao Chen recovered his wits, the peak saber technique was gone forever. He could not find it again. Bang! When the saber light chopped down, the dragon energy exploded. A terrifying sound rang out in the air, and the space trembled. The sound waves spread out in all directions. Sheathing his saber, Xiao Chen landed on the ground. He looked at the trembling space, and the ripples lingered for a long time. However, he did not show much joy on his face. Xiao Chen knew that this attack could not be considered a success. He had only followed the path of his veritable essence energy and executed this move in a simple manner. Not to mention the states of the hidden dragon lurks in the abyss and the dragon soars into the sky, he had not even grasped the technique. The hidden dragon lurks in the abyss. A gentleman plans before taking action. It is fine if he does not take action, but when he does, it will shake the world. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. The instant he moved, he grasped that peak state to instantly attack. Otherwise, if he missed the opportunity, the might would be greatly reduced. A pretty girl flew over from the mirror-like lake in front. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. When he saw the person's face, he stopped cultivating. The true inheritor, Jun Si, gently floated down. With a few nimble leaps, she landed beside Xiao Chen. Junior brother Xiao Chen, it is time for us to depart. First senior sister told me to come and fetch you. What do you need to prepare? Go and make your preparations. Xiao Chen had already guessed the other party's intentions, so he was not surprised. He did not have anything to prepare, so he could depart at any time. The two flew side by side in the air. Junxi curiously sized up Xiaochen. She asked, "Xiaochen, did you really issue a challenge to Bai Wuxia?" The matter of Xiaochen challenging Bai Wuxia on Giant Sword Peak had spread throughout the entire Haoyan sect. Some busybodies even purposely spread it. Now, this news had already spread to the entire 18 southern provinces, creating momentum for this battle and turning it into an irreconcilable battle. Thanks to Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu, Xiaochen was very familiar with all this. It was easy for him to figure out that someone was afraid of the big shots of the sect coming to mediate this battle. Thus, this person came up with this plan, wanting Xiaochen to die at the hands of Bai Wuxia. As for who it was, Xiaochen did not have the time to worry about it. This time, under Bai Wuxia's lead, the extreme Yin sect will definitely go in for experiential training. At that time, it will be problematic to run into him. Junxi's delicate eyebrows revealed some worry. Xiaochen did not mind it. He smiled and said, "The savage battlefield is boundlessly vast. There are countless forbidden lands in it. It would be very difficult to run into him. Even if I did, I would still be able to protect myself." Junxi smiled helplessly and said, "I really don't know where your confidence comes from. However, I believe that you are not lying. The people of the Sky Dome realm will always create miracles, just like the Thunder King that everyone looked down on in the past." The two chatted and laughed. Soon, they flew out of the city gates, heading for the ancient transportation formation outside the city. The transportation formation was built in the center of a vast plaza. At this moment, the surroundings of the plaza were filled with Haoyan sect disciples. All of them had envious gazes as they looked at Chen Xiao and the others on the transportation formation. They were going to the savage battlefield to seek fortuitous encounters with all the outstanding talents of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. If they were lucky, their strength would immediately soar after they came out. The savage battlefield opens once every 3 years. Every time it closes, there will be rumors of several experts finding natural treasures or treasures left behind by predecessors. "It would be great if I could go," an inner sect disciple said excitedly. "Even if First Senior Sister is willing to bring you along, you will only be a burden. Do you think that as a true inheritor, you can protect yourself?" Someone at the side mocked. That person smiled embarrassedly and said, "I was just joking. Even if she asked me, I would not dare to go. Without sufficient strength, even if I were lucky enough to find a treasure, it would be snatched away by the disciples of the other sections. If I am unlucky and run into a loose cultivator who does not abide by the rules, I might even lose my life." The person at the side smiled and said, "It's good that you know. We inner sect disciples do not have that kind of fate. There are not many public lands of fortuitous encounters in the Tianwu domain. Hey, why is Xiaochen in there as well?" A sharp-eyed person saw the white-robed Xiaochen in the transportation formation and immediately cried out. "It really is him. That can't be. He is just an inner sect disciple. How can he be qualified to go to the savage battlefield? Did he really go crazy? First, he arrogantly challenged Bai Wuxia. Now, he actually dares to follow First Senior Sister to the savage battlefield. With his strength, even if he goes, he will only die. He will not be able to return." Xiaochen's appearance caused a commotion in the crowd. The various inner sect disciples all felt extremely jealous. The first elder of the Haoyan sect smiled at Shui Lingling as he stood at the transportation formation filled with immortal qi. "Lingling, I'll leave this group of fellows to you. Do your best to bring back all of them." Shui Lingling smiled and said, "First elder, don't worry. I will do my best to protect them." The first elder said softly, "Let's go. I told you to find some herbs. If there is an opportunity, go and try to obtain them." The savage battlefield was an experiential training ground. The various large sects had a rule that only their disciples could enter. Other experts above martial sage were not allowed in. If the first elder wanted to pick some herbs, he could only ask Shui Lingling for help. He could not do anything about it. The transportation formation flickered with light, and the group vanished from everyone's sight, transported 5,000 kilometers away. When Hua Tianhe Yunfeiyu and the others in the crowd saw the scene, they showed sullen expressions and gritted their teeth. They nearly lost their lives in the savage beast forest. In the end, they did not obtain anything. Their mood was easy to imagine. Hua Tianhe said in a cold voice, "Let's go. Let's not remain idle. When that white-robed brat returns, we have to take good care of him." The savage battlefield was located in the north of the vast Tianwu domain, bordering the Fiend domain. Rumor had it that before the immortal epic ended, it was the center of the Kunlun realm. The savage battlefield contained boundless mysteries. Even after the immortal epic collapsed and the martial epic arrived, this place still flourished. Immortal chi spread everywhere, countless spirit herbs grew. Immortal music often rang out, and one could even see illusions of flying immortals. However, during the 100 Races War of the ancient era, this place bore the brunt of the attack. It became the battlefield of the various martial emperors, reducing this immortal realm to rubble. That was a great battle that did not surpass 50,000 years ago. Since the birth of the martial epic, there had never been such a great battle. During the ancient era, the martial techniques of the various races reached their peak. There were as many martial sages as dogs and as many martial emperors as the clouds. As their strength swelled, the various races became dissatisfied with their current positions and resources. They all wanted to monopolize the Kunlun realm and rule the 3,000 great realms. Hence, the War of the Emperors erupted. Countless martial emperors died in that battle. Emperor Wu, who normally called the wind and summoned the rain, spent his days plucking the stars and the moon, died in large numbers. The strength of the Kunlun realm suffered an unprecedented blow. The demonic world, which had existed since the immortal epic, interfered in the War of the Emperors. He even interfered in the Emperor War, wanting to turn the savage battlefield into a vast emperor's grave, burying all the martial emperors of the Kunlun realm. The remaining sovereign martial emperors of the various races came to their senses and worked together. Finally, they broke the demonic world's plot and chased away all the 18 demon monarchs. However, after the War of the Emperors, the glory of the Kunlun realm was gone forever. Several races even vanished in the long river of history, never to be found again. As for the demonic world, it became an eternal nightmare for the various races of the Kunlun realm. It was like a murderous sword hanging over people's heads, making them unable to eat or sleep in peace. The various races ruled over the border. They had a common enemy, the demonic world. The competition between them was intense. Occasionally, there would be friction. However, a true battle to the death would never happen again. Standing on the profound sunbird in the blue sky and white clouds, Shui Lingling spoke to Xiao Chen and the others about some of the unknown stories of the savage battlefield. This broadened the horizons of Xiao Chen and the others. Unexpectedly, there was such a grand past behind the savage battlefield, making them feel excited. Chapter 697. The savage battlefield was in the north of the Tianwu domain, and the Haotian province was in the south. The north and south were separated by tens of millions of kilometers. Although there were transportation formations that could shorten the distance, the transportation formations could not send them directly to the savage battlefield. Hence, the group rode on Shui Lingling's profound sunbird. With the profound sunbird speed of Mach 10, they could save a lot of time. After Jun Si heard that, she felt suspicious. She asked, "First senior sister, based on what you said, doesn't that mean that there will be young experts of other races in the savage battlefield?" Xiao Chen and the others could not help but look over curiously. They were more concerned about this as well. If there were experts of other races, then the competition would be even more intense. Shui Lingling shook her head and said, "That won't happen. Back then, if not for the 4 sovereign martial emperors of our human race fighting against the 18 demon monarchs of the demonic world alone, all the martial emperors of the other races would have died. The savage battlefield is a land of experiential training that the human sages fought for us juniors. Other races are not allowed to enter." The group all heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. However, Shui Lingling smiled gently and said, "However, nothing is absolute. The large clans and sects of the fiend race can manage their disciples well. However, It is like our Tianwu domain. They cannot manage the loose cultivators of the fiend domain. Chen Xiao interjected, First senior sister, based on what you said, we will definitely run into fiend race cultivators. Tell us, how do the fiend race cultivators compare to us humans? They are very strong. They are one of the 5 major races. Shui Lingling thought for a while before muttering, since the ancient era, several races have disappeared in the long river of time, hard to find traces of them. Now, the 5 major races are still glorious, with their inheritances not extinguished. Every one of them has their own strengths and cannot be underestimated. They are not weaker than us humans. Roughly speaking, the fiend race cultivators' comprehension abilities are not as good as humans. However, their physical bodies and bloodlines are much stronger than humans. There is no way to say who is stronger or weaker. It still depends on the individual. Shui Lingling continued, however, the demon clan experts with the spirit demon bloodline cannot be underestimated. In terms of talent, they are not inferior to us humans, and even a little stronger. Spirit demons were the most ancient demon race. The current spirit beasts were all their descendants. It was just that their bloodline had thinned countless times. The current spirit beasts had already lost their innate demonic nature. They needed to cultivate to become demonic again. Shio. Just at this moment, a white jade warship that looked like a pavilion flew over from behind. Even before the warship arrived, Xiaochen could already feel a terrifying aura. Hu Hai looked back and frowned. It's the Full Moon Pavilion's white jade ship. The leader is the top bladesman of the south, Feng Xingxing. They are here as well. Xiaochen looked up and saw Feng Xingxing, whom Xiaochen had met once before, standing upright with his left hand on the saber hanging at his waist. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing through the air. Even from 10,000 meters away, one would feel a slight pain in the eyes when looking into his eyes. Jun Si and the others could not stand Feng Xingxing's gaze. They exclaimed in shock, "What a strong saber intent!" It looks like Feng Xingxing's strength increased again. Shui Lingling nodded gently and said, "The strength of a bladesman is extremely terrifying. They have the calmness of a swordsman, but they also have a sense of pride and tyranny. There are not many true bladesmen in the world. They are just cultivators who use the saber. Among the younger generation, Feng Xingxing is undoubtedly a true bladesman." When Jun Si heard this, she sneaked a glance at Xiaochen, who still did not withdraw his gaze. She thought to herself, First senior sister has such a high evaluation of Feng Xingxing. I wonder what she thinks of Xiaochen? Is he a true bladesman as well? Shui Lingling, it's been a long time. The white jade warship caught up to the profound sunbird. When Feng Xingxing saw Shui Lingling, he greeted her. Shui Lingling nodded slightly and smiled gently. It has indeed been a long time. Your improvement is truly astonishing. In less than a year, you will probably start challenging us 7 giants. Feng Xingxing revealed a faint smile on his stern face. He said seriously, Don't worry. I will definitely be the last one to challenge you. I will take my leave first. We will meet again in the savage battlefield. Of the 18 southern provinces, only Shui Lingling obtained the title of 7 giants. Although the two did not have any grudges, due to this relationship, the competition between them was intense. Hence, while Feng Xingxing's tone seemed calm, there was actually an intense confrontation hidden within. Shui Lingling faintly smiled. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear on her elegant and refined face. Just as the warship was about to speed up and overtake the profound sunbird, Feng Xingxing suddenly stopped the white jade warship with a wave of his hand. Then he looked at Xiaochen with surprise. Feng Xingxing's pupils constricted as he imprinted the simple and unassuming white-robed Xiaochen in his mind. Then he got the warship to take off again. First senior brother, what happened earlier? A female disciple on the white jade warship asked out of curiosity. Feng Xingxing replied casually, Nothing much. I just met someone with a saber intent no weaker than mine. I was somewhat surprised. When the other true inheritors of the Full Moon Pavilion heard this, they were greatly startled. Feng Xingxing's casual words stunned them. Others might not know how strong Feng Xingxing's saber intent was, but they knew it very well. That was a great perfection saber intent. Even several of the older generation bladesmen could not achieve that. Furthermore, it was a perfect great perfection saber intent. He could release and withdraw it as he pleased. That person from the Haotian sect was unknown. How could he be like their talented first senior brother, grasping a great perfection saber intent at such a young age? I remember now. He is the white-robed bladesman Xianxia. He is the madman who challenged by Wuxia, the female disciple who spoke first said. A bright light flashed in Feng Xingxing's eyes. He said softly, "So, it is him. It looks like I have to go and take a look at the battle at the extreme Yin sect." The other 5 people on the profound sunbird looked at Xiaochen with interest. Clearly, they were astonished as well. Feng Xingxing stopped the warship and looked at Xiaochen. Bladesmen were usually extremely calm. They could face life and death calmly. Very few things would cause their emotions to fluctuate so intensely. Shui Lingling smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiaochen is really unfathomable. I wonder what Feng Xingxing saw to make him so shocked?" Xiaochen's heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew that it would be too difficult to hide his saber intent from a true bladesman. This should be what Feng Xingxing saw. Xiaochen smiled gently and shrugged his shoulders. Then he said casually, "Who knows?" Since Xiaochen did not want to expose his trump card, the others could not ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. They were no different. Just at this moment, a floral fragrance wafted over. A magnificent warship flew silently above everyone's heads. Hu Hai said somewhat angrily, "It's the 1,000 Mystery Sects flying fragrance ship. That fellow Hua Dao is really bold. Unexpectedly, he dares to fly above us. Even Feng Xingxing does not dare to be so arrogant." Hua Dao was the top true inheritor of the 1,000 Mystery Sect. They were both from the 18 southern provinces. Long ago, he suffered greatly at the hands of Shui Lingling. Hence, there was a deep grudge between them. Shui Lingling's lips curled up in a casual smile. She said, "Let him be. I want to see if he still dares to be so arrogant in the savage battlefield." Xiao. A sharp killing intent tore through space and encased Xiaochen. His body immediately tensed up, ready to fight at any moment. However, that killing intent disappeared in a flash. Before Shui Lingling could sense it, it quickly withdrew. Xiaochen looked up and saw an elegant man in flowery robes on the warship looking at him coldly. The sharp Shui Lingling could still sense that killing intent. She said sullenly, "Xiaochen, I forgot to tell you. Zhuoping, whose nose you smashed crooked, is this person's fiancé. It looks like he has his eyes on you. Hua Dao is a ruthless person. He will do anything to achieve his goals. He will do all sorts of despicable things. You absolutely cannot separate from us on this trip." Jun Si giggled. She covered her mouth and said, "Junior brother Xiaochen, you really do not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. You even smashed this pretty lady's nose crooked." Jun Si's bright eyes were like 2 crescent moons when she smiled. Coupled with that pretty face, Jun Si looked extremely adorable. She infected the others. This was originally a serious matter, but now, they could not help laughing. Hu Hai laughed loudly and could not help but pat Xiaochen's shoulder. He said, "It's fine. That woman is not a good person. Big brother who supports you. If that fellow Hua Dao tries to harm you, I will be the first to help you." Within the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao, who was currently taking care of the netherworld flower, also giggled. "So what if I smashed her nose crooked? The next time that bitch sneak attacks you, I will help you smack her mouth crooked." Xiaochen was speechless. These people really wished for the world to be in chaos. As the top true inheritor of the 1,000 Mystery Sect, even if Hua Dao was not as strong as Feng Xingxing, he would not be easy to deal with. Furthermore, according to what Shui Lingling said, this person was definitely a vile character. The methods that some people of the righteous Dao disdained to use might very well be used by this person. Shui Lingling smiled warmly. Her fluttering purple robes made her look like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. "Xiaochen, you don't have to worry too much about Hua Dao. If he dares to make a move, I will directly smack him to death. The savage battlefield is not some other place. Xiao Chen's tone was indifferent, but it contained an unquestionable confidence and tyranny that gave one a sense of security. When one looked into the distance, one could discover a faint black screen in the distant horizon. It connected the sky and the ground. However, one could not see it clearly because it was very far away. As the group advanced, they met more and more outstanding talents from all over the Tianwu domain. All of them had powerful techniques and were filled with anticipation as they flew excitedly towards the savage battlefield. Occasionally, people would greet Xiao Chen's group. Of course, they were all doing so out of respect for Shui Lingling. Xiao Chen was the only female among the 7 giants of the younger generation. Furthermore, she was a girl as pretty as a flower. Shui Lingling's popularity was not limited to the 18 southern provinces but throughout the entire Tianwu domain. 3 days later, the group could already see that faint black screen very clearly. It was a wall made of dense black qi. It was unknown how thick it was. It connected the sky to the ground, forming a demonic barrier that locked down this space. The black demonic qi gave off a heart-palpitating aura. If one looked at it for a long time, they would feel an unbearable pressure. Chapter 698. Many cultivators of various sects stood on a small mound not far from the black barrier. There was a hubbub of voices as they chatted with each other. When friends met, they chatted happily. When enemies met, they immediately started fighting without saying anything. Before Xiao Chen and the others landed on the mound, they heard the sounds of intense fighting. Quintessence surged, and the wind howled like thunder. Several cultivators gathered around the fight to watch the excitement. Occasionally, they nodded their heads. Clearly, this fight was of high quality. This was not a fight of an ordinary minor character. Otherwise, it would not have attracted such praise. On the profound sunbird, Hu Hai's eyes lit up. He shouted, "It's Feng Xingxing. He is dueling with someone." Xiao Chen had noticed long ago that the bladesman fighting was Feng Xingxing, whom he met 3 days ago. As for the other person, Xiao Chen did not recognize the stout man holding a black wooden staff. However, based on the way he fought, he could easily tell that he was a Battle Realm cultivator. Feng Xingxing's moves were large and powerful. As he swept his staff, a strong wind blew as he shouted continuously. There was also the image of an ancient giant behind him, also brandishing a wooden staff. With the activation of the ancient giant's bloodline, the stout man's strength was extremely ferocious. He forced Feng Xingxing to dodge. "Feng Xingxing, with your level, you dare to challenge my big brother? You are too naive." Ha! The stout man laughed loudly, appearing very pleased with himself. 9 Battle Realm cultivators with vast auras stood behind the stout man. They were the famous 10 great Battle Realm geniuses. The stout man that Feng Xingxing defeated with 1 saber strike previously still had a scar on his face. He laughed loudly and said, "Second brother, beat him up ruthlessly. Later, I will carve a tortoise on his face and show him how powerful the Battle Realm cultivators are." When Xiao Chen heard this, he understood the grudges. The Battle Realm cultivators always worked together. Previously, Feng Xingxing had beaten the 10th brother badly. Now that they met again, of course, he wanted to take revenge. However, in Xiao Chen's opinion, it would be difficult. The second-ranked Battle Realm genius would not be a match for Feng Xingxing. He would also suffer a miserable defeat. With the support of Saber Intent, a bladesman did not fear clashing head-on. Even though Feng Xingxing possessed a great perfection Saber Intent, he still dodged. Clearly, he was looking for a weak point and wanted to kill it in one strike, not wasting any of his strength or trump cards. On one hand, he was guarding against the top genius of the Battle Realm, who had yet to make his move. Furthermore, when he entered the savage battlefield later, he would face even more intense competition. This was just an appetizer. If he could conserve his quintessence, he would. If he could not expose his trump cards, he would. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. The stout man fought to his heart's content, forcing Feng Xingxing to retreat. When Xiao Chen saw himself forcing the famous Feng Xingxing into such a sorry state in front of so many outstanding talents, he could not help getting carried away. Amidst the continuous attacks, an insignificant flaw appeared. It was almost negligible because the flaw was too small, and the time it appeared was too short. As soon as he appeared, the burly man reacted and hurriedly changed his move to make up for it. He was a veteran of hundreds of battles. Although he looked bold and unrestrained, he was not reckless in battle. However, it was too late. Feng Xingxing narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. His defensive saber move suddenly burst forth with an unparalleled sharpness. The ordinary saber blade gave off a bright light. Feng Xingxing's aura instantly changed. It was like he was a completely different person. A strong wind blew, and Feng Xingxing's clothes fluttered. He ferociously swung his saber forward and instantly grasped that opening, catching the burly man, who was preparing to change his move to make up for it, off guard. Dang! Ding! Ding! The saber clashed with the metal staff, creating sparks. The burly man's move immediately became messed up. Feng Xingxing did not show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He took 7 steps forward, forcefully expanding the small opening that he originally had into something that would affect victory or defeat. Furthermore, Feng Xingxing's saber intent and quintessence did not increase. He still relied on his original strength and exquisite saber techniques. Everything happened very quickly. By the time the other Battle Realm geniuses reacted, the metal staff in the burly man's hand had already been knocked away. The situation was dire. Boom! A strong aura burst forth, and a person leaped out from behind. Then, this person leaped to the front of the burly man and used his gloved right hand to block Feng Xingxing's saber strike. This person caught Feng Xingxing's heavy saber strike with one hand. However, he did not move back at all. The energy on his saber surged out, kicking up a ferocious strong wind. "Big brother," the burly man said with lingering fear after dodging a calamity. The person who came was the top genius of the 10 great battle realms, Niu Deng. In less than half a year since he arrived in the Kunlun realm, he had already defeated several famous young experts. This had allowed Niu Deng's reputation to soar rapidly. His reputation as the top genius of the battle realms was not exaggerated at all. Feng Xingxing and Niu Deng both feared each other's strength. After exchanging blows for a while, they tacitly withdrew their moves at the same time. Niu Deng smiled coldly and said, "You'd best not let me meet you in the savage battlefield. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you." Feng Xingxing sheathed his saber and said calmly, "Do you think I fear you?" The two of them looked at each other in an extremely unfriendly manner before returning to their own teams. Hu Hai clicked his tongue and said, "This is really intense." Before entering the savage battlefield, it has already reached the point where one side lives or the other dies. This trip to the savage battlefield will probably be even more intense than the previous ones. Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That is natural. This is the age of geniuses, where many outstanding talents gather. It would be impossible for it not to be intense. Let's go in first." Feeling suspicious, Junsi asked, "Can we go in? The demonic barrier does not seem to have weakened completely. I see that the others are waiting." Shui Lingling smiled faintly and did not say anything. The profound sun bird under her suddenly accelerated, turning into a beam of green light heading for the demonic barrier that connected the sky and the ground. When Shui Lingling approached the demonic barrier, her expression sank slightly. She sent out a palm strike, and her purple robes fluttered in the wind. The dense and surging veritable essence energy surged out, immediately tearing a large hole in the demonic barrier that others did not dare to look at directly. A green light flickered, and before the hole closed, the profound sun bird quickly entered. Shui Lingling did not wait for the demonic barrier to weaken. She directly shattered the black wall of demonic chi with a palm strike and forced her way in. Although the outstanding talents outside were startled, they were not too surprised. However, there weren't too many surprises, because the 7 great powerhouses who had arrived earlier had all forcefully broken in. The 7 giants truly live up to their name. Only they are half-sages and have the ability to force their way in. In this experiential training of the savage battlefield, the 3 holy masters all went to the outer region to adventure. These 7 will probably gain the most. They can't do anything about it. Half-sages can already comprehend the laws of the world. Their quintessence is very different from ours. The difference is too great. The various outstanding talents discussed the situation. As they watched the 7 giants enter one by one, they could not do anything about it. Even experts like Feng Xingxing, Niu Deng, and Hua Dao could not do anything about the demonic barrier that had not weakened yet. The demonic barrier needed strong quintessence to break through. There was no shortcut. The 7 giants' combat prowess was similar to the 7 giants. However, in terms of quintessence, they were much weaker. After a while, the black wall formed by the demonic qi began to weaken at a rate visible to the naked eye. The eyes of Feng Xingxing and the others lit up. They could not wait to force their way in. Some of the cultivators who had been waiting for a long time could no longer wait and wanted to take this opportunity to charge in as well. Unfortunately, these cultivators did not have enough quintessence. They were weaker than Feng Xingxing and the others. The moment they entered, they heard blood-curdling screams. This made some of the restless cultivators immediately turn obedient. Only when the sky turned dark and the demonic barrier weakened completely did everyone enter the savage battlefield in a single file. At the same time, some sneaky figures took the opportunity to barge in from some of the more desolate areas of the demonic barrier that spanned 500 kilometers. These were all loose cultivators who came because of the fame of the savage battlefield. They were all very old and had deep cultivations. Most of them were at least as strong as Feng Xingxing. There were also some whose cultivation bases were comparable to the 7 powerhouses of the younger generation. The savage battlefield, which was held once every 3 years, officially opened. The various factions gathered here, as well as many loose cultivators who came to try their luck. Under the calm surface, undercurrents surged. No one knew what kind of sparks would erupt. Dark clouds lingered in the blood-dyed sky. The sky was dark and gloomy, devoid of light. When one looked up, the sky looked like it would fall at any moment, inspiring a strange pressure in one's heart. A strong wind howled for thousands of kilometers. The ground was covered in scarlet soil. It looked like the soil and blood were mixed together. This place was the famous savage battlefield of the Tianwu domain. The profound sunbird, which had the bloodline of an immortal beast, felt extremely frustrated here. It was very sensitive to the aura in the air. Shui Lingling did not force the profound sunbird. She let it shrink to the size of a palm and perch on her shoulder. Then, the group walked on the ground of the savage battlefield. When Xiaochen felt the ancient aura of the savage battlefield, he suddenly thought of the mysterious map he obtained when he killed Lone Wolf. The aura on that map was no different from the aura of this place. The terrain was similar as well. Could this be the map of the savage battlefield? Xiao Chen's heart pounded heavily. Not only could the mysterious map imprint all the images into one's mind, but it also accurately marked out the danger level of the various forbidden lands. If one could follow the map, not only would they be able to reduce the time spent exploring, but they would also be able to avoid some of the dangerous forbidden lands. Their survivability would increase significantly. First Senior Sister, where are we going now? Chapter 699. When Hu Hai and the others felt the strange atmosphere, they all calmed down. Then, they looked at Shui Lingling, who had been here before. Shui Lingling looked around and said, "We are now in the northern part of the savage battlefield, the bloody ground wasteland. This is a rather peripheral area, so it is not very dangerous. However, we still need to be careful." Hu Hai's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "I've heard of the bloody ground wasteland before. This place produces blood crystals. It is a treasure land." Blood crystals were rare ores that could only be formed in ancient battlefields filled with endless massacres. Naturally, the savage battlefield was of a higher standard than the other ancient battlefields. According to legend, this was the battlefield of emperors. Blood crystals could temper a cultivator's mental energy. In the martial epic, secret manuals and cultivation techniques that could directly cultivate mental energy only existed in legends. Mental energy could only be strengthened by external objects. Blood crystals were the peak of such external objects. One inferior-grade blood crystal could sell for 30 to 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That's right. This place does indeed produce blood crystals. However, blood crystals are not that easy to obtain. We have to find a blood crystal mine first and kill the twin-headed demonic blood wolves that feed on blood crystals. Mental energy was very useful to martial monarchs. The most direct manifestation of this was the expansion of one's perception, aura, and mental state. As for pure mental energy martial techniques, they were extremely rare. However, there were many geniuses in the Kunlun realm. Just because they were rare did not mean that they did not exist. If one really met a cultivator who knew mental energy martial techniques, having a stronger mental energy would increase one's ability to protect themselves. Come, let's go to the inferior grade blood crystal mines to take a look. After 3 years, they should have recovered significantly. Shui Lingling led the 5 of them through the vast bloody ground wasteland. Along the way, they encountered some low-grade demonic beasts that blocked their way. However, Shui Lingling killed them all. It had to be said that following such an experienced and strong first senior sister made things much easier for Hu Hai and the others. Otherwise, Hu Hai and the others would not even know where to go on this bloody ground wasteland, which had almost the same terrain. Not to mention, there were countless demonic beasts harassing him. Under the constant disturbance, it would be very difficult for his mind to remain calm. With Shui Lingling here, these small things were not a problem. They just needed to follow behind her. Stop, there is a group of high-level demonic beasts flying over. Shui Lingling, who had been rushing ahead, suddenly stopped. She waved her hand, and the profound sun bird on her shoulder immediately enlarged, spreading its huge wings. Shui Lingling entered the wings and called Xiao Chen and the others to come in as well. Then the profound sunbird's wings quickly closed, covering them tightly. Every single feather on the profound sunbird's body burst into flames, turning its entire body into a green fireball. Sizzling sounds came from the air. The flames on the profound sunbird seemed to have a strong suppressive effect on the aura of the savage battlefield. Under the burning of the profound Yang True fire, the turbid and unpleasant-smelling air was unexpectedly purified into a large area of fresh and clean air. When the high-ranked demonic beasts in the sky saw the clump of flames on the ground, they all felt a natural fear and quickly avoided it. After a long time, the profound sunbird retracted its wings and shrank back to its original size, landing on Shui Lingling's shoulder. Everyone looked up and saw more than 100 flying demonic beasts in the sky ahead slowly vanishing from sight. Hu Hai said with some fear on his face, "Those are flying demonic eagles, rank 8 demonic beasts. There are actually more than 100 of them. If they discover us, the consequences will be dire." Shui Lingling corrected Hu Hai, "Those are not ordinary flying demonic eagles. They are mutated flying demonic eagles. Their feathers and bones have all crystallized, and they are extremely horrifying. They are the most difficult demonic beasts to deal with in the bloody ground wasteland." Fortunately, there was no mishap. Under Shui Lingling's lead, the group continued forward. After 1 hour, they arrived at a crack in the bloody ground wasteland. After making many turns and turns in the dark underground, they finally arrived at an inferior grade blood crystal origin. Unfortunately, aside from a pile of twin-headed demonic blood wolf corpses, there was nothing else on the ground. The ground was full of potholes, and the inferior grade blood crystals had all been picked clean. However, there was nothing to be found. Clearly, someone had arrived first. Shui Lingling frowned slightly and left without saying a word. After that, they searched for a few more inferior grade blood crystal origins. However, without exception, someone else had arrived before them. Strange, Bai Wuxia and the others would not be so ruthless. Furthermore, inferior grade blood crystals are not worth them doing this. "It looks like loose cultivators sneaked in ahead of us," Shui Lingling said softly. Shui Lingling said softly. After thinking for a while, she immediately made a decision. "Ordinary blood crystals are useless to me. However, they are very useful to you. Since we are passing through the bloody ground wasteland, we should take some blood crystals with us." 6 hours later, Shui Lingling led the group to a crack in the depths of the bloody ground wasteland. The scarlet crack burst open, and liquid flowed out of the soil on both sides. It looked like blood, looking very strange. This is a medial grade blood crystal origin. The guardian beasts here are even stronger. Regular loose cultivators would not dare to take risks here. Be careful. When the group heard this, they raised their guard, not daring to relax. The scarlet liquid flowed down the sides of the crack, giving off a heavy stench. As Xiao Chen and the others slowly descended, they experienced a long ordeal. This crack truly lived up to its name as the path to a medial-grade blood crystal origin. Compared to the previous times, it took them several times longer to descend. Only then did the group find their footing stable. The front was pitch black. Shui Lingling sent out a floating clump of light, illuminating the surroundings and guiding the group. After a few steps, the group discovered the remains of several demonic beast corpses. Shui Lingling frowned slightly and continued to lead the way without saying a word. At the end of the path, a cave appeared before the group's eyes. Shui Lingling extinguished the clump of light and took out the purple bow on her back. When the people behind him saw this scene, they all tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands. They looked very nervous. At such a close distance, Xiao Chen and the others could sense a few strong auras hiding in the cave. However, to their surprise, the group entered the cave smoothly and did not suffer any attacks. TSK, another group of people came. Gu Mu, you old fogey, are you still thinking of monopolizing the medial-grade blood crystals here? A hoarse voice came from the darkness. The group looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that the one who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 40s. This middle-aged man wore black robes and had withdrawn his aura. He hid in a crack in the cave. If he had not spoken, no one would have discovered him. There was a red mound about a kilometer in front of the cave. It gave off an alluring red light in the dark night. This was the medial-grade blood crystal source that the middle-aged man mentioned. The eyes of Hu Hai and the others lit up. However, when they looked carefully, they saw a four-headed demonic blood wolf crouching beside the red mound. The wolf lay on the ground, and its four heads' eyes were all tightly shut. It was in a deep sleep. However, even in its sleep, the aura that the four-headed demonic blood wolf gave off still inspired fear in everyone, not daring to underestimate it. When the group looked carefully, they discovered a faint scarlet halo on the ground. This halo happened to surround the area within 500 meters of the blood crystal source. What a crafty four-headed demonic blood wolf. Even in its sleep, it did not forget to be vigilant. As long as it went past that halo, it would probably startle awake. However, no matter how powerful the four-headed demonic blood wolf was, it was only a medial grade rank 8 demonic beast. A half-sage would have trouble dealing with it. With so many people working together, they could deal with it easily. Clearly, the four-headed demonic blood wolf was not the problem now. The girl with the bow, you can stay. The rest of you can scram. Another voice came from above the cave. When the group looked up, they discovered a skinny old man standing upside down above the cave. This old man looked like he had taken root on an old tree. As he stood there, he looked extremely strange. This was probably the Gu Mu that the middle-aged man mentioned. This person had a deep aura and a horrifying cultivation, no weaker than Shui Lingling's. Originally, he wanted to monopolize this medial-grade blood crystal source. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man interfered. Now that another group of people had arrived, naturally, the middle-aged man was even more displeased. While this blood crystal source looked like a lot, the yield of medial-grade blood crystals was too low. With so many people, there was simply not enough to go around. Furthermore, the middle-aged man's initial plan was not to share it with anyone. Suddenly, the middle-aged man smiled sinisterly. Gu Mu, I feel that you and I can work together. Not only can we split this but these people will also not have to leave this place. This person looked rather kind-hearted. However, his thoughts were even more sinister than Gu Mu's. Gu Mu was somewhat stunned. Then, he smiled strangely and said, Haha, I did not expect that. That is a pretty good idea. Shui Lingling smiled faintly and said, In that case, feel free to make a move and see who it is. There is no need to leave this place. As Xiao Chen spoke, she pointed her heavy purple bow at the middle-aged man. A sharp killing intent pierced through the air, staring at the middle-aged man like a venomous snake in the dark. The middle-aged man felt a chill in his heart for some reason. He circulated his quintessence and negated this killing intent. He said coldly, "Little girl, do you really dare to make a move? Gu Mu and I are people in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking. When we came out, you were not even born yet." Gu Mu said indifferently, "It looks like after 10-odd years, the little fellows of the Tianwu domain have all forgotten about our past deeds." Hu Hai, Chen Xiao, and Jun Xi's palms turned sweaty. They felt somewhat nervous. Unexpectedly, they ran into such powerful loose cultivators the moment they arrived in the savage battlefield. 2 people in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking had appeared in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, they did not care about the 9 ranks of the great families, wanting to kill and snatch their treasures. Xiao Chen's gaze wandered around, but his emotions did not fluctuate much. Be it the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, the golden savage ox sculpture, or the 3 blue dragon images, he would be able to protect himself before a half-sage. Even if he could not defeat them and wanted to flee, he would still be able to do so easily. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the other entrance at the back of the cave. It was pitch black there. His spiritual sense could not penetrate it, let alone his vision. However, Xiao Chen could clearly hear the faint sound of footsteps coming from that direction. Chapter 700. Shui Lingling did not have the slightest bit of fear when facing 2 rogue cultivators who were ranked in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking. Under the illumination of the red light that occasionally flashed in the darkness, Shui Lingling's peerless face looked cold and fearless. Gu Mu and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. They could not figure out what was going on and did not dare to act rashly. This was especially so for the bow in Shui Lingling's hand. It seemed to be a holy weapon passed down from the immortal epic. "Gu Mu, why are you hesitating? Riches come from danger. Such a fat sheep delivering itself to you is rare. If you take that purple bow to the black market, you will definitely be able to sell it for heaven ranked. It will be even more valuable than these blood crystals." The middle-aged man sent a voice projection to Gu Mu. Gu Mu stood upside down in the air and smiled coldly. "In that case, you can go first. After this, I will only get 40%. You can get 60%. This old fellow is still as crafty as ever," the middle-aged man muttered. Finally, he steeled himself and said, "I will count to 3. Everyone attack together." "No problem." The dark cave fell strangely silent. The air seemed to freeze. A huge battle could break out at any moment. Hu Hai and the others felt that something was wrong. They all raised their guard to the highest, tightly grasping their weapons. Don't. Just as the 2 counted to 3 and were about to attack, clear footsteps came from the cave behind them. Gu Mu and the middle-aged man quickly stopped their attacks. They were old and cunning. They did not want others to take advantage of them. The moment this group of people appeared, Xiao Chen noticed them. The leader was a young man in blue robes. He had a handsome face and held a folding fan in his hand, looking very scholarly. Behind this young man were 4 beautiful maidservants, each with their own merits. These 4 girls looked like they had pretty good cultivations, similar to Hu Hai and the others. Seeing this person's appearance, Chen Xiao and the others were somewhat astonished. Clearly, this person had a great background. Jun Xi said softly, "The passionate young master, Murong Lingfeng. Unexpectedly, he is here as well." Murong Lingfeng was the scion of the rank 9 Murong clan. In the Tianwu domain, he was as famous as Shui Lingling, one of the 7 giants. Because Murong Lingfeng showed affection everywhere and managed to court several famous beauties of the Tianwu domain, he was given the title of the passionate young master. In the eyes of men, he was definitely the most unwelcome type of person. Not only had this guy managed to woo the goddess in other people's hearts, but he had also managed to woo her. Not only had he managed to court the goddesses of others, but he had also let them go. No one knew who his next target would be. Gu Mu and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. They were both shocked. To think that such a young half-sage had appeared. It looked like their plan of monopolizing the medial-grade blood crystal raw or was no longer feasible. Murong Lingfeng waved his hand, and the 4 maidservants behind him stopped in their tracks, not going near the red halo on the ground. "Ling," he said softly, "Murong Lingfeng Xiao Yun, Murong Mountain Sect Feng, demon behind. Demon Feng not. Spirit Sun, demon Lingfeng, demon, Chin dragon. Otherwise, if more people come, we'll only get less and less. Naturally, Shui Lingling did not object. She was not like the loose cultivators who lacked resources and needed to use blood crystals to exchange. She only needed to give Xiao Chen and the others a few blood crystals each. Gu Mu and the middle-aged man thought for a long time before saying, "Deal." In that case, let's kill these four-headed demonic blood wolves together. Xiao! 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 Suddenly, four beams of light lit up the dark cave, illuminating it. The strong energy fluctuations startled the sleeping demonic blood wolves awake. However, no matter how powerful the four-headed demonic blood wolves were, they would only be able to see this world for the last time when facing four half-sages. Gu Mu turned around and used his quintessence to imitate tree branches. Then, he instantly wrapped them around a wolf head and infused his strong wood-attributed quintessence into the wolf head. Bang! The wolf head burst open, and blood spurted out. The middle-aged man sent out a skull imprint, and a baleful aura spread out. Then, another wolf head burst open. Murong Lingfeng waved his folding fan, and a sharp, fan-shaped quintessence moved like a crescent moon, chopping off a wolf head at the neck. Shui Lingling was even more relaxed. She gently pulled the bowstring and a red light flashed. Then, a wolf head burst open. Scarlet light shone everywhere. With the four half-sages attacking at the same time, the four-headed demonic blood wolves did not have any chance to resist and died on the spot. When the group landed before the blood crystal Gu Mu said excitedly, "All right, it is time to split the blood crystals." As agreed, the four of us will split it equally. I'll go first. The middle-aged man also revealed a relaxed expression. He was just waiting to split the medial-grade blood crystals. Boom. However, just at this moment, something unexpected happened. Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng did not hesitate to attack at the same time, launching sharp attacks at the other two. Murong Lingfeng gently waved his folding fan, and his figure flashed as he charged at the middle-aged man. Shui Lingling held her bow, and a sharp blade shot out from each end of the bow. Then she charged at Gu Mu. The expressions of Gu Mu and the middle-aged man changed drastically. They had not expected two juniors to abandon them after crossing the river, falling out with them on the spot. Bang! 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 In the spacious cave, there was a burst of intense energy fluctuations. Powerful true essence rippled outwards, causing the ground beneath their feet to constantly tremble. It was not convenient for the others to interfere in a battle between half-sages. They all retreated to the side. However, they all tightly grasped their weapons, prepared to help at any time. Gu Mu had a deep wood-attributed quintessence. With a wave of his hand, he could produce all sorts of trees. As the trees grew, many branches appeared. If one got careless and got caught by the branches, the wood-attributed quintessence would seep into one's body, making it very difficult to deal with. Shui Lingling held her bow and executed a strange martial technique. The purple bow was very nimble in her hands. The sharp blades on both ends of the bow easily chopped the branches flying at her. They could not get close to her at all. Gu Mu attacked several times, but he could not do anything to Shui Lingling. Instead, she pushed him forward, forcing him back step by step. Gu Mu said angrily, "Two little fellows, are you tired of living? Do you think that after not coming out for 10-odd years, you can be so arrogant?" On the other side, the middle-aged man's situation was not much better than Gu Mu's. Murong Lingfeng's movement technique was ethereal. As he opened and closed his folding fan, he sent out crescent moon-shaped quintessence. He shattered all the skull seals that the middle-aged man sent out. The formless attacks, combined with Murong Lingfeng's movement technique that moved like the wind, forced the middle-aged man into a corner. "Two little brats, don't push us too far. When we came out, you were not even born yet." The middle-aged man scolded angrily. However, Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng just smiled and did not say anything, simply ignoring him. The two old men on the evil cultivator ranking did not understand the situation before them at all. After not coming out for several decades, they thought that the Tianwu domain was the same as before. They did not even think about it. After 10-odd years, who would still care about them? Now, the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain were in the limelight. Every one of them was an outstanding genius, a cultivator with great boldness and great accomplishments. They became famous at a young age. Then, they stood on the proud Son of Heaven ranking, remaining there for 10 years, killing countless loose cultivators. Gu Mu ranked 49th on the evil cultivator ranking, and the middle-aged man ranked 50th. With such high rankings, killing them in Bushan Palace would be a great boon. Loose cultivators committed all sorts of evil. The people ranked so highly on the evil cultivator ranking could not be good people. So killing them was not a big deal. If one ran into these 2 loose cultivators alone, one might not make a move. After all, it would be difficult to fight 1 against 2. However, in a one-on-one fight, there was nothing to hesitate about. These were the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. Their strength already surpassed that of many of the older generation cultivators. There was nothing to fear. No matter how Gu Mu and the middle-aged man cursed, how dissatisfied they were, or how much they struggled, they did not care. Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng remained silent. They dealt with every move, suppressing the 2, not giving them any opportunities. When Hu Hai and the others saw this scene, shock filled their eyes. Unexpectedly, the top 50 loose cultivators of the evil cultivator ranking were beaten into such a sorry state. Kasi, the middle-aged man, was slightly weaker than Gu Mu. He could not hold on any longer, and the passionate young master chopped off his left arm with his folding fan. His left arm was directly chopped off. Blood flowed like a fountain, and he howled in pain. Gu Mu's expression changed slightly. If the middle-aged man died, he would not be able to survive the pincer attack of the 2. Hence, he thought of retreating. Withered tree reviving spring. The withered old man roared and used his trump card. His lethargic body suddenly bloomed with an extremely vigorous life force. His aura also rose steadily as the true energy in his body dispersed, causing ripples to erupt in the air, forming an earth-shaking whistling sound. It was like a withered tree coming back to life. His strength increased by about 30%. The withered old man already had the strength of a half-step sage. Suddenly, his strength increased by another 30%. One could well imagine his battle prowess. When he sent out a palm strike, Shui Lingling, who was caught off guard, was sent flying. Gu Mu took advantage of this opportunity and quickly dodged. Then, his cursing voice resounded, "Little girl, this old man will repay today's grudge tenfold in the future." A heaven-defying martial technique like withered tree coming to life had strong side effects. If one did not immediately consume a 10,000-year-old spirit herb that could increase one's chi and blood, the cultivator would lose their life force. Gu Mu did not have much lifespan left in the first place. With such a loss, unless he had a fortuitous encounter, he would not have many years left. Gu Mu's hatred for Shui Lingling was easy to imagine. Scram! When Hu Hai and the others saw Gu Mu's strength soar and rage, their expressions changed, and they quickly moved to the side. A full-powered strike from a half-sage could severely injure them. Now that Gu Mu's strength had soared, how could they dare to block him? Gu Mu's figure flashed as he headed for the cave entrance at lightning speed. Once he got out, he would be able to escape. Gu Mu could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, when he arrived at the cave entrance, he discovered that at some point in time, the white-robed Xiaochen had blocked the entrance, looking at him expressionlessly. "You are seeking death." Seeing that a mere medial-grade martial monarch dared to block him, Gu Mu threw a palm strike. Put. The palm wind gave off a thunderous explosion. The vast wood-attributed quintessence caused a strong wind to blow. It was like a majestic old tree furiously pulling out its branches, trying to tear Xiaochen in half. Chapter 701. Seeing this palm wind, which could split a small mountain in half, about to strike him, Xiaochen's expression did not change. All his vital qi surged like a surging river. Xiaochen's qi and blood surged and burned. Now that the firmament body-tempering art had reached the 7th layer, Xiaochen's physical body was already comparable to a sage body, giving off a strong life force. The acupoints on Xiaochen's arms burst open. His left hand turned into a dragon and his right hand into a tiger. As he crossed his arms, the roars of a dragon and a tiger rang out endlessly, forming the stance of a crouching tiger-hidden dragon. Bang! A surging energy came from Xiao Chen's arms, causing his internal organs to churn. His qi and blood surged, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. However, Xiao Chen's feet remained firmly planted on the ground, not moving at all, blocking Gu Mu's attack. When Gu Mu discovered that not only did his palm strike fail to kill Xiao Chen, but it also failed to push him back, he could not help but feel astonished. Xiao Chen was a medial-grade martial monarch. How could he be qualified to resist him? Damn it! After his first attack failed, Gu Mu immediately sent out another palm strike. This time, he used 120% of his quintessence. If Xiao Chen did not retreat, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Xiao! However, Gu Mu no longer had a chance to send out this palm strike. For the first time, Shui Lingling, who was in the depths of the cave, drew the purple bow in her hand into the shape of a full moon. A green profound sun-true flame burned on the arrow. She gently released it, and the flaming arrow streaked across the dark cave like a meteor, disappearing in a flash. It was so fast that no one could catch it. They could only vaguely see a beam of light flash by before disappearing. Bang! Gu Mu's skinny head suddenly exploded into a clump of fire. Then, he turned into a headless corpse and fell heavily to the ground. Jun Si and the others rushed over. When they saw Xiao Chen bleeding from his lips, they asked out of concern, "Junior brother Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Xiao Chen's sage body was almost complete. As long as he was not severely injured, he would recover very quickly. At this moment, he was already more than halfway healed. He smiled faintly, indicating that it was nothing serious. When the others saw this, they were all extremely shocked. They couldn't figure out why Xiao Chen only suffered such a minor injury after receiving Gu Mu's palm strike. Shui Lingling carried her purple bow on her back and leisurely walked over. She was not surprised that Xiao Chen was able to block Gu Mu. On the other side, the amorous young master waved his folding fan and beheaded the middle-aged man. Now that the two of them were dead, the blood crystal mine would be split in half. After Murong Lingfeng and Shui Lingling killed two experts ranked in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking, their expressions were calm. There was not the slightest hint of complacency. It was as if they had done something extremely ordinary. Shui Lingling, I haven't seen you for a year, and your skills have become even better. Gently fanning himself, Murong Lingfeng, dressed in blue, fully displayed his scholarly aura. Then he sized up Shui Lingling. Murong Lingfeng did not hide the desire in his heart, adding a sinister air to his scholarly aura, an aura that could bewitch young girls. Unfortunately, Shui Lingling was not interested in this. She did not purposely show any dislike or any intention of getting close to him. She said calmly, "Now that the problem is dealt with, Murong Lingfeng, how do you think we should split the medial-grade blood crystal mine?" Murong Lingfeng was rather open-minded about this. In the Tianwu domain, there were only two women that could make him fail. Shui Lingling was one of them. Murong Lingfeng could not take down this girl, so he had long since lost interest in her. He only felt admiration for her. Let's split it according to the number of people. You and I do not need medial-grade blood crystals. You have 5 people on your side, and I have 4. How about a 9th each? Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." After the medial-grade blood crystal mine was mined, the group obtained close to 500 medial-grade blood crystals. Xiao Chen received more than 50. The people who obtained the medial-grade blood crystals all revealed smiles. Each medial-grade blood crystal was worth more than 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to obtaining 6 or 7 million superior-grade spirit stones in just a short while. However, no one was foolish enough to exchange medial-grade blood crystals for spirit stones. Using medial-grade blood crystals to strengthen and stabilize one's mental energy was the right way to go. As for spirit stones, there were many other ways to obtain them. Before leaving, Murong Lingfeng invited Shui Lingling. I received news from my sect that another true dragon cave was exposed in the dragon burial mound. How about we work together to explore it? Ancient true dragons were buried in true dragon caves. Aside from the true dragon skeletons and other precious spirit treasures, there would normally be many rare spirit herbs and ores around the true dragon cave. These ores and spirit herbs were worth cities and held a fatal attraction to half-sages. Shui Lingling knew about this as well. The herbs that the inner sect's first elder wanted her to pick were all around the true dragon cave. Shui Lingling muttered to herself for a while before saying, "We'll talk about it when the time comes. I still have to help my junior brothers search for their fortuitous encounters." Murong Lingfeng performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Very well then. I'll take my leave first." As one of the 7 giants, Murong Lingfeng did not put on any airs. Before he left, aside from saying goodbye to Shui Lingling, he also nodded to Xiao Chen and the others. He could be considered a truly carefree person. After leaving this place, Shui Lingling intended to go to the superior grade blood crystal mine to try her luck. However, she found nothing. Superior grade blood crystals took too long to form. After they were all mined, it would take decades or even centuries to recover. As Xiao Chen followed behind the others, he was still pondering the palm strike he received from Gumu. Xiao Chen had taken the risk to receive that palm strike because he wanted to test how strong his physical body was. He wanted to know the consequences of receiving a full-powered strike from a half-sage expert. The answer he obtained did not satisfy Xiao Chen. Compared to a sage body, his physical body was still somewhat lacking. Xiao Chen needed to strengthen his defense, and his qi and blood were insufficient. He could not recover from his injuries quickly. Barely receiving a palm strike was not much of a problem. However, if the other party did not give him time to react and sent another palm strike, he would not have a good time. "No, I have to be able to receive at least 3 moves from a half-sage's full-powered strike. Otherwise, with such a huge difference in cultivation, I can only run against a half-sage. I would not even have a 10% chance of victory." Xiao Chen thought to himself, setting a clear goal for himself. When Bai Wuxia saw Murong Lingfeng and Shui Lingling's true strength, the sense of danger he felt became even more intense. The strength of the 7 giants was not that far apart. Bai Wuxia's strength was definitely not weaker than these 2. They could even kill a famous half-sage loose cultivator without hesitation. It was easy to imagine how lowly Xiao Chen was in their eyes. The demonic barrier around the savage battlefield's periphery had already weakened. Several groups of sect cultivators could already be seen in the vast bloody ground wasteland. These people were filled with anticipation as they searched for blood crystal raw ores. Some people accidentally found some scattered inferior-grade blood crystals and were wild with joy. When Xiao Chen and the others thought about the 50-odd medial-grade blood crystals in their hands, they sighed. With someone like Shui Lingling leading them, they were much luckier than others. In the bloody ground wasteland, only blood crystals were valuable. The other natural treasures were inferior. Shui Lingling could not find any superior-grade blood crystals, so she did not waste any more time here. After passing through the long bloody ground wasteland, the scene in front of the group finally changed. A pitch-black swamp appeared before them. Many cultivators gathered at the entrance of the swamp, hesitating to advance. They all cursed, not knowing what was going on. Shui Lingling said, "In front is the death swamp. The swamp is divided into the periphery and the inner area. Many demonic pythons reside in the periphery. The inner area is the true death swamp. When martial emperors died, their mental energy turned into departed spirits." Hu Hai thought for a while and said, "I heard that there are many strange fruits in Python Swamp. There is an earth essence fruit that can directly increase a cultivator's cultivation. An earth essence fruit that can directly increase a cultivator's cultivation." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. When he looked at the death swamp, which was filled with poisonous gas and dirty water, he could not help but feel excited. Although the group had not been to the savage battlefield before, they clearly had some understanding of some of the forbidden lands there. Chen Xiao continued, "After we pass Python Swamp and enter the true death swamp, we can exchange moves with the departed spirits of martial emperors. If we are lucky and do not die, our martial techniques will improve greatly." Shui Lingling revealed a faint smile on her elegant and refined face. Her red lips parted as she said, "You are right. However, The strange fruits all have strong venomous pythons guarding them. The death swamp is even more dangerous. If you meet the departed spirits of martial emperors above 3-star, you will not have any chance of surviving. Xiaochen looked at the crowd and frowned. It seems like something is blocking the entrance. These people are not in a rush to enter. Any cultivator would be tempted by a strange fruit that could increase a cultivator's cultivation. They would not wait outside for no reason. Let's go over and take a look. When the group got close, they finally understood what was going on. Surging black miasma spread outside Python Swamp. Not only did it contain a strong poison, but it also blocked the vision of cultivators, preventing them from seeing the dirty water under their feet. There was only a path in the middle that someone had opened. The miasma was thin, and it provided a wide field of vision. This was the only entrance. However, at this moment, for some reason, a 600-meter-long venomous black snake as thick as a bathtub coiled around this only entrance. Its body was covered in black scales. A 7-centimeter-long black horn protruded from the middle of its head. Its body coiled up like a small hill, completely blocking the group's path. That bastard! Shimen Bao is too much of a bastard. He lured over such a huge python and blocked us all here. That bastard snatched a 200-year-old earth essence fruit for himself and dumped all the trouble on us. The cultivators blocking the entrance all showed rage on their faces. However, no one dared to take the lead against this huge creature. They could only curse in their hearts. The Shimen clan was one of the rank 9 clans of the Tianwu domain. They had Emperor Wu as their protector. They had deep accumulations and strong strength, comparable to Murong Lingfeng's clan. However, Shimen Bao was slightly weaker than Murong Lingfeng. He was not ranked among the 7 giants, but he was an expert second only to them, on the same level as Feng Xingxing. Chapter 702. When Hu Hai and the others heard that this 300-meter-long python was lured over by Shimen Bao, they did not reveal any surprised expressions. This person was arrogant and despotic. Relying on his clan status, he acted fearless outside and often did things that harmed others to benefit himself. His great-grandfather was as strong as Emperor Wu. Even if he went overboard, the older generation experts would not dare to kill him. They could only teach him a lesson. Otherwise, if he angered Emperor Wu, the consequences would be dire. When Shui Lingling saw the 300-meter-long venomous snake, joy flashed in her eyes. She muttered, "A 300-year-old black-horned venomous snake. Its venomous horn is worth cities." Ha! A 300-year-old venomous horn. This old man is really lucky. I just arrived here, and I already obtained such a treasure. My poison attacks will improve further. Just as Shui Lingling prepared to kill the snake, loud laughter came from behind. A black figure streaked through the air, leaving behind a black beam of light. That beam of light crossed the distance of a few kilometers in a few breaths, heading straight for the black-horned venomous snake. Huang Qianren, the 31st-ranked loose cultivator of the evil cultivator gang. Unexpectedly, he is here as well. When the others saw Huang Qianren's appearance, they all paled in fright and retreated, afraid that this person would target them and kill them. Huang Qianren was dressed in black, and his figure was scarily skinny. His eyes were sunken in, and black lines formed by poison circled them. This made his skinny face look exceptionally horrifying. This person was good at using poison and was infamous in the Tianwu domain. He had once poisoned 100,000 people to death in a city, not even sparing women or children. Huang Qianren's poison techniques were unfathomable. Several half-sages with stronger cultivations did not dare to make an enemy out of him. Even if they killed him, they would not be able to escape death after being poisoned. It would be easy for both sides to suffer. As a result, Huang Qianren was still active in the Tianwu domain, committing all sorts of crimes and inspiring fear in others. When such a ruthless person arrived, the cultivators stuck outside felt horrified. However, they all heaved a sigh of relief. With Huang Qianren here, the 300-meter-long venomous snake blocking the entrance could finally be eliminated. As Shui Lingling watched Huang Qianren make his move, she entered deep thought. However, in the end, she gave up. She didn't practice poison techniques, and she didn't have any friends who did. There was no need to fight with Huang Qianren just to collect a poisonous horn, especially when there were so many people present. Pew. Just as Huang Qianren was about to reach the entrance, a long whip made of lightning tore through the air and attacked him with a thunderous sound. The lightning whip was like a wriggling venomous snake. The electric light was dazzling, illuminating the dark space. The dust floating in the air was all blasted into smithereens by the static electricity, forming balls of powder that were blown away by the wind, causing the air in that area to be especially pure. As soon as the lightning whip appeared, Huang Qianren's hair stood on end. The black streak of light that had been rapidly streaking through the air was forced to come to a stop. It condensed quintessential essence to protect its body and then shot out a palm to block the sharp whip. Bang! The palm wind formed by quintessential essence clashed with the lightning whip. A loud sound rang out in the air, and electricity exploded, giving off a dazzling light. As soon as the lightning whip dissipated, another lightning whip immediately formed and attacked. There were countless whip shadows, and they were continuous, bursting with terrifying power. As the electric light exploded, it forced Huang Qianren, who was flying over, back. The cultivators outside all looked to the side curiously. They wanted to know who was so powerful that they could force Huang Qianren back. The newcomer was handsome and wore long robes with lightning patterns. He held a purple whip in his hand and flew across the ground, leaving behind afterimages. As he held the whip in his right hand, he brandished it in the air. As the whip lashed the air, it gave off thunderous sounds. Under the control of the whip, the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the air took shape, allowing it to attack Huang Qianren from a kilometer away. The thunder and lightning palaces in Xianxia. So, it's him. Seeing this person's appearance, the originally curious cultivators all revealed expressions that should have been expected. The Thunder and Lightning Palace was one of the 39 ranks of the great families in the 23 eastern provinces of the Tianwu domain. Its top true inheritor was in Xianxia, one of the 7 giants of the younger generation. Of the 7 giants, Xianxia was the first to become famous. He was also the oldest, already 30 years old. Rumor had it that he was the strongest of the 7 giants. 4 years ago, Xianxia fought with Feng Wuji, the first ranker of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking. After exchanging 1,000 moves, he finally lost. Feng Wuji was the leader of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. He frequently occupied the first rank of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, glistening with golden light and resplendent starlight. Feng Wuji had already left to travel the various outer regions. However, no one could surpass the legend he left behind. Everyone could only look up to him. Even the other 2 holy scions were suppressed by him. Within the same generation, aside from the other 2 holy scions, Xianxia was the only outstanding talent who could exchange more than 1,000 moves with Feng Wuji. Xianxia's strength went without saying. Being able to knock back Huang Qianren from a distance was completely within reason. After all, in terms of quintessence, Huang Qianren was not particularly strong. As Xianxia flew, he did not stop moving. When he arrived at the entrance, he glanced at the black horn on the 300-meter-long venomous python's head and attacked at lightning speed. The long whip gave off countless sparks. Xiu! It wrapped around the venomous black horn. Xianxia's expression turned cold as he pulled with his right hand. An intense electric light burst out of the black-horned venomous snake's head, and blood spurted out. Unexpectedly, Xianxia forcibly pulled that venomous black horn out of the 300-meter-long snake's body. The black-horned venomous snake let out a low, miserable shriek. Xianxia's figure flashed, not pausing for even a moment. He turned around and flew over the entrance. Then, he casually put away the venomous horn with his left hand. The mound-sized venomous snake soared into the air, shooting out like a sharp arrow. Compared to its huge body, it looked very uncoordinated. The terrifying mouth opened wide and bit at Xianxia. If he was bitten, he would die on the spot. There was no other ending. Who would have imagined that Xianxia would not even look at Xiaoqin? Instead, he lashed out with his whip. A dazzling electric light burst forth from the whip. But when the whip struck the venomous snake, the huge body of the black-horned venomous snake immediately trembled violently in the air. He was whipped into the air and spun around before falling heavily onto the swamp. Mud splattered everywhere like raindrops. Everything happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Huang Qianren, who had just dispersed the 2 lightning whips, watched as the treasure he wanted was taken away. Roaring angrily, he charged forward in hot pursuit. The 300-meter-long venomous snake on the ground had just suffered a heavy blow. When it saw that someone else was about to charge forward, it immediately stopped. The huge tail swept through the air, carrying with it 1,000,000 Jin of force, wanting to smash Huang Qianren into a meat patty. Get lost! Huang Qianren's heart was burning with anxiety. He let out a furious roar and took off his glove. Then, he swung his smoky palm forward and pressed it against the giant tail. The scales on the 300-meter-long snake's skin quickly corroded away, revealing a bowl-sized bloody hole. The snake felt intense pain as it pulled back its tail and thrashed about on the ground. The lightning-fast battle happened in merely a few breaths of time. However, the various scenes were deeply imprinted in everyone's minds, unable to be erased. Be it in Xianxia's backhand whip, which overturned the 300-meter-long snake, or Huang Qianren's palm, which corroded a bowl-sized bloody hole, they left a deep impression on everyone. Both of them left a deep impression on everyone. Everyone was shocked by the two's terrifying strength. Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he looked in the direction that Xianxia left in. He felt extremely shocked in his heart as well. This was the first time Xiao Chen saw such horrifying lightning-attributed quintessence among those of the same generation. Furthermore, Xianxia executed it to perfection. The lightning-attributed quintessence in the air seemed to have become a part of his body. The Kunlun realm truly produced many geniuses, countless heroes. Just the Tianwu domain alone had so many outstanding talents. What kind of scenery did the other 4 outer domains have? Outside the Azure Sky Pavilion, there was a mountain higher than the one before. After the 300-meter-long snake was injured, it no longer posed much of a threat. The remaining cultivators quickly beat it up while it was down. Soon they surrounded it and beat it to death. Then, at an even faster speed, Xiao Chen cleanly cut off all the valuable materials in the body of the 300-meter-long python. Let's go. We should go in as well. After everyone left, Shui Lingling called out and led the 5 to the entrance. After a while, a vast swamp appeared before their eyes. Black poison gas lingered in the air, not scattering for a long time. Dirty water covered the ground. There was barely any flat land. Several places were even covered in water. When looking into the distance, they occasionally saw venomous snakes peeking out of the swamp. Shui Lingling took out 5 jade bottles and handed them to the group. She said, "These are rank 8 detoxification pills. Keep one in your mouth. When the poison gas accumulates in your body to a certain level, it will erupt with a terrifying toxicity." After that, Shui Lingling took out a bright red fruit with an overwhelming fragrance. She explained, "There are many kinds of strange fruits here, but most of them are poisonous. Do not casually consume them. This is the earth essence fruit you are looking for. Make sure you do not mistake it." The group held the earth essence fruit in their hands and checked it one by one before handing it to Shui Lingling. "In that case, let's split up for now. Go search for the earth essence fruit on your own. How much you can obtain will depend on your own abilities. If there is any danger, remember to sound the sect's alarm, and I will rush over immediately." Shui Lingling explained the things they needed to take note of in Python Swamp before sending them off. After all, they were searching for fortuitous encounters. They could not always let Shui Lingling lead them. That way, there would be no point in going on an adventure. Xiao Chen was the last to leave. However, Shui Lingling stopped him. She tossed him a spatial ring and said, "This is Gu Mu's treasure. It's for you." Seeing Xiao Chen hesitate, Shui Lingling smiled faintly and said, "Take it. I cannot let you suffer that palm strike for nothing. Furthermore, his corpse is even more valuable than this spatial ring." At that time, Xiao Chen had not thought too much about it. He had only wanted to test the resistance of his physical body. He had not expected to gain such a harvest. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and thanked Shui Lingling before leaving. Ao Jiao, who was anxiously nurturing the netherworld flower in the immortal spirit ring, smiled meaningfully and said, Trashy Master, your first senior sister seems to be pretty good to you. Chapter 703. Flabbergasted, Xiaochen said, "Stop talking nonsense. Is the netherworld flower about to ripen?" Having seen too many ruthless people, Xiaochen felt that his trump cards were not enough. Now, he was even more anxious to raise the combat prowess of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Ao Jiao's nimble fingers moved quickly in the rain of light. She said in a bad mood, "What's the rush? If you keep rushing me, I'll crush this broken flower." Naturally, Xiaochen did not believe that Ao Jiao would really do that. He smiled and said, "All right, I won't rush you. Just tell me how much longer it will take." 3 days at most. Kasi. Saber lights flashed and blood splattered. After putting in a lot of effort, Xiaochen killed a venomous python that was more than 70 centimeters long. After extracting the demonic core, Xiaochen did not spend any more time on the venomous python's corpse. The corpse of a venomous python that was not more than 200 years old was not very valuable. Xiaochen circulated his vital qi and kicked the venomous python's corpse aside. A red spirit fruit appeared before Xiaochen. He bent down and gently picked the spirit fruit. When he looked at it carefully, he saw a few golden spots on the black leaves. Xiaochen could not help but feel slightly disappointed. This fruit was called the metal essence fruit. It was a nice name, but unfortunately, it was a poisonous fruit. To those who cultivated poison techniques or refined poisons, it was very valuable. An ordinary metal essence fruit could sell for 30,000 superior-grade spirit stones. However, aside from that, Xiaochen did not have any other use for it. The metal essence fruit looked very similar to the earth essence fruit. It was very hard to tell them apart. Unless it was an older earth essence fruit, which was overflowing with spiritual energy, there was no need to distinguish it. The rest had to be personally inspected. After leaving Shui Lingling, Xiaochen used his spiritual sense to find 10 fruits. All of them were metal essence fruits. His luck was extremely bad. There is a similar fruit 5 kilometers to the north. I hope it is not a metal essence fruit this time. Using his spiritual sense, Xiaochen was much more efficient than the other cultivators who relied on their perception and vision to find the earth essence fruit. Logically speaking, as long as his luck wasn't too bad, Xiaochen's harvest should be far greater than the others. The tip of Xiaochen's feet gently pushed off the wet water surface. His body moved like a leaf as he drifted forward. The pitfalls in the swamp did not affect him at all. After 10 minutes, Xiaochen arrived before his destination. Only, the situation this time was slightly difficult. There were actually 2 black-horned venomous pythons that were almost 800 meters long here. Looks like there's a lot of hope. Xiaochen smiled. He did not retreat because of the difficulty. Instead, his fighting spirit became even stronger. The 2 black-horned venomous pythons discovered Xiaochen from far away. Their huge bodies stuck to the swamp as they rapidly swam toward Xiaochen, moving as if they were flying. In the blink of an eye, the black-horned venomous pythons arrived 500 meters away from Xiaochen. They opened their huge mouths and spat out 2 streams of dense poison fog at Xiaochen. Insignificant tricks. Xiaochen circulated his vital qi, and his blood surged. He clenched his fists tightly, and when the force poured into his fists, they exploded. Bang! Bang! Out of nowhere, 2 strong gusts of wind formed and blew the poisonous fog away, diluting it to the point where it was no longer a threat. When the poison fog disappeared, the 2 venomous pythons charged over. They soared into the air and kicked up a large amount of mud. Then, their huge tails intertwined and swept at Xiaochen. The huge tail contained a tyrannical power. Everywhere it passed, the air would buzz and the void would tremble. Xiaochen's heart was as calm as a mirror. He drew the lunar shadow saber with his left hand and slowly circulated the energy for the second move of the dragon subduing / soaring dragon. Xiaochen's figure did not move as he carefully observed. He simulated the trajectory of the 2 huge tails in his mind, as well as the subsequent changes and possible attacks. A strong wind blew, and his clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. In the next moment, the 2 huge tails would strike Xiaochen's body. Hidden dragon in the abyss, a gentleman plans before taking action. It is fine if he does not move, but when he does, the clouds in the 9 heavens will scatter, and he will soar into the sky. Dragon roars resounded endlessly. The might of the sound was vast and mighty. The blood in Xiao Chen's body surged. A dragon-shaped heat rose up from his dantian and rushed to the Tianmin acupoint on his head. Then, it quickly filled his entire body. Xiao Chen's eyes were like torches as he looked at the 2 snake tails flying over. In Xiao Chen's eyes, everything seemed to be in slow motion. He could clearly see all the tiny objects floating in the air. He could even feel the breathing and pulse of the world. With just one saber strike, he could merge with the world and easily chop the 200-meter-long venomous pythons into pieces. However, this wondrous feeling only lasted for an instant. Xiao Chen could not catch it. By the time he recovered his wits, he could no longer find it. I failed again. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and continued to circulate his energy. Then he took another step forward. Xiao Chen turned into a true dragon. When he took one step forward, a long, thin crack immediately appeared in the swamp. Bang! Dirty water and silt formed a curtain above the crack and shot out. Kasi. The instant the curtain soared into the sky, it was incomparably sharp. The instant it soared into the sky, it chopped off the 2 entwined snake tails, causing a large scarlet light to fall. A resplendent purple saber light lit up, and Xiao Chen soared into the air, looking like a true dragon soaring into the sky. A dragon image flickered on the saber, merging with the saber. Auspicious clouds covered the sky as he soared into the 9 heavens. Under the ferocious saber light, the 2 black-horned venomous pythons were chopped in half and fell heavily to the ground. Looking from a distance, Xiao Chen's earlier actions looked like a dormant true dragon suddenly taking off and rushing into the clouds. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and looked at the corpses of the 2 black-horned venomous pythons on the ground. Then he entered deep thought. Soaring Dragon was indeed very mighty. However, Xiao Chen could not grasp that wondrous feeling. At this moment, he had only brought out about 20% of Soaring Dragon's might. I'll take it slow. Perhaps only through experiential training between life and death can I truly find that feeling. Let's go and take a look at that mutated fruit first. He slowly drifted down, carrying a trace of anticipation as he headed for the mutated fruit with moving spiritual energy behind him. Strange, I clearly felt the energy fluctuation of a heaven-ranked martial technique earlier. Why did it suddenly disappear? 2 figures flew over from a distance. Their gazes quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for clues. Since Xiao Chen used a heaven-ranked martial technique, there had to have been an intense battle. This was the best opportunity to take advantage of the situation. These 2 usually did such things. When they felt the fluctuation, they immediately flew over. The 2 wore gorgeous embroidered robes. One was tall, and the other was short. There was an eagle embroidered on their chests, the insignia of the Tianwu domain's Shimin clan. The tall youth looked around and discovered Xiao Chen. He quickly rushed over and asked sternly, "Brat, what happened here earlier? Tell us the truth." Xiao Chen was only a medial-grade martial monarch. The 2 did not think that he was the one who executed the heaven-ranked martial technique. Relying on their advantage in cultivation, the 2 spoke rudely, overbearingly, and extremely arrogant. The Shimin clan was one of the Tianwu domain's 4 great clans. They had Emperor Wu as their protector. Furthermore, the 2 had pretty good talent and cultivation, so they did have the capital to be arrogant. Xiao Chen was currently bending over to pick that mutated fruit. He ignored the questions of the 2 behind him and continued doing what he was doing. After picking the mutated fruit and inspecting it, Xiao Chen could not help but reveal a joyful smile. After failing 10 times, he finally obtained an earth essence fruit. Furthermore, this earth essence fruit was quite old. It was at least 100 years old. With Xiao Chen's cultivation, he could increase his cultivation by 10% after consuming it, saving him a few months. We are asking you a question. Are you mute? When the short youth saw that Xiao Chen ignored him, he immediately became angry. Unexpectedly, a medial-grade martial monarch dared to put on airs with them. Xiao Chen did not panic. He placed the earth essence fruit in his universe ring and turned around. He said, "Everything is normal here. Nothing major happened. The tall youth was standing to the side. When he saw the earth essence fruit from the corner of his eyes immediately lit up. He said excitedly, "Earth essence fruit. What did you put away earlier? Take it out and let us see." When the short youth heard the words, "Earth essence fruit," a greedy look flashed in his eyes. He could not help but take a step forward. He said, "What is it? Take it out and let us see. We brothers will purchase all sorts of mutated fruits at a high price." Xianxia smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. The earth essence fruit appeared in his palm. An alluring spiritual energy spread out, and the turbid air became much fresher. An earth essence fruit with 100-year medicinal effect. The two Ximen clan cultivators did not bother to hide the greed in their eyes. They could not wait to snatch it from Xianxia's hands. So. Many figures flew over in the air. They looked around, doing the same thing as the two Ximen clan cultivators did earlier. They were cultivators in the vicinity. When they felt the fluctuations of a heaven-ranked martial technique, they quickly flew over. However, they were far behind the two Ximen clan cultivators. Soon, someone noticed this scene. However, no one was surprised. They only gave Xianxia sympathetic gazes. The Ximen clan cultivators were like Ximen Bao. They were all arrogant and despotic, looking down on others. Now that they saw the earth essence fruit, Xianxia could only blame himself for being unlucky. TSK. 100-year-old earth essence fruit. That is good stuff. Unexpectedly, a medial-grade martial monarch managed to find it. So what? He ran into Ximen Yuan and Ximen Jian. He is just making things difficult for himself. Strange, how did this brat find the earth essence fruit? The venomous python guarding the earth essence fruit is not that easy to deal with. A peak expert probably passed by earlier and casually executed a heaven-ranked martial technique, killing the venomous python guarding the earth essence fruit and allowing him to take advantage of it. When the cultivators did not find the intense battle that they had expected, they were somewhat disappointed. However, there was a commotion to watch. It added some fun to the boring treasure hunt. Everyone watched interestedly, anticipating the expression of the white-robed cultivator after he spat out the earth essence fruit. The short youth, Ximen Jian, suppressed the greed in his eyes. He took another step forward and said extremely gravely, "Brat, you are in luck. This is a poisonous fruit. It is not worth a single cent, however, I cultivate a poison technique and need it. I will buy it for 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones." Xianxia looked calmly at the other party and said indifferently, "Do you think I will believe you?" Ximen Jian did not mind. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Sometimes, it is better to be stupid. If you are too serious, you will only suffer physical pain for nothing." Bang! A loud sound rang out. Right after Ximen Jian spoke, a blue dragon appeared under Xianxia's feet, which had been storing up energy for a long time, and carried him into the air. Chapter 704. The acupoints under Xianxia's feet burst open, and his figure flashed. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he lashed out with his leg. The strong wind was like a saber, roaring like thunder. Amid the howling of the wind, Xianxia's leg landed on Ximen Jian's face. Bang! Ximen Jian flew back to the side. A huge force burst forth from Xianxia's foot, and his jaw cracked. Then he vomited a mouthful of broken teeth and blood. Xianxia's hands did not stop moving. He stood on the blue dragon image, and the acupoint under his left foot burst open again. Xianxia's figure flickered, and the dragon acupoint under his left foot burst open again. Xianxia's figure flickered as he burst forth with power at close range. No one could even see his afterimage. In an instant, he arrived at Ximen Jian's side. Xianxia stomped down again. His foot landed on Ximen Jian's chest, but it did not stop. Then, he continued stomping downwards. 600 tons of force surged out. Kasi. Several of Ximen Jian's internal organs were crushed under the pressure of the force. Ximen Jian cried out in pain as he sank deep into the mud. All sorts of dirty water and mud flowed into his mouth. In the time it took for a spark to fly, only 2 blinks of an eye had passed since Xianxia's attack. Shimin Jian, who was an early-stage superior-grade martial monarch, was beaten up by Xiao Chen to the point where he could not even be seen. From the moment Xiao Chen made up his mind to attack, he had not thought of giving his opponent a chance to react. Shimin Jian dared to get so close to him and neglected his defense. If he could not take him down after making the first move, Xiao Chen would not be able to forgive himself. The cultivators rushing over all felt their minds go blank, thinking that they were seeing things. On the other side, the tall youth, Shimin Yuan, showed a grave expression. He looked at Xiao Chen and said in a trembling voice, "Body-tempering cultivator. You are actually a body-tempering cultivator." The strength of a body-tempering cultivator could no longer be measured by cultivation. A medial-grade martial monarch with a horrifying force of 600 tons. With Xiao Chen's strength, when he made the first move, defeating a regular early-stage superior-grade martial monarch would be as easy as eating or drinking. To Xiao Chen, challenging someone of a higher cultivation realm would not pose any difficulty. These two people did not know what was good for them. Relying on the power of the Shimin clan, they wanted to target Xiao Chen. It could only be said that they kicked an iron plate. Just you wait. After you injure the Shimin clan's people, no one will be able to save you. The tall youth looked at Xiao Chen in horror. Then, without saying anything, he immediately ran. He fully displayed the Shimin clan's style of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing this person flee, Xiao Chen too, and did not give chase. Xiao Chen did Chen. Xiao Chen had no, and had to take for Shimin Yuan's Chen's. Xiao Chen, Dong Chen to he, to Xiao to he too, and had he to do too, and had. Chen, Chen's Chen and to Chen. Chen. If Xiao Chen fought with Shimin Yuan now, even if he used all his trump cards, his chances of victory would not exceed 50%. Ignore him for now. My only goal now is to find enough earth essence fruits. At the very least, I need to raise my cultivation to peak medial grade martial monarch. After scanning the area with his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen immediately discovered another earth essence fruit. Xiao Chen glanced at Shimin Jian, who was floating in the air again. Then, he casually kicked him high into the air and ignored him. Who is this person? How dare he humiliate the Shimin clan's people like that? I don't know him. I've never heard of him before. With a strong physical body and a medial-grade martial monarch cultivation, he should have appeared long ago. No matter how strong he is, it is useless. When Shimin Bao finds out, he will not have a good time. Indeed, if not for fear of Shimin Bao, he would not care about these Shimin clan cultivators, letting them do whatever they want. Xiao Chen dealt with Shimin Jian at lightning speed. Then, he tossed him away like he was kicking a piece of trash. It seemed like Xiao Chen did not care about the Shimin clan at all. Such a scene shocked the others. They did not know where Xiao Chen came from. On the other side, the tall youth, Shimin Yuan, feared that Xiao Chen would chase after him. After he ran for 5 kilometers, he heaved a sigh of relief and activated the Shimin clan's alarms. Soon, the Shimin clan's exploration team rushed over. 10 minutes later, they all gathered here. There was a total of 8 people with vast auras. They were all superior-grade martial monarchs. Among them, a square-faced cultivator about 30 years old had the highest cultivation. He was a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch, the same as the Haotian sects Hu Hai. This person's name was Shimin Yi. He was Shimin Bao's cousin and held a high position in the team. He glanced at Shimin Yuan and asked with a frown, "What's going on? Aren't you in the same team as Shimin Jian? Where is he?" Shimin Yuan did not feel very confident. After all, he had been scared off and had not cared about Shimin Jian's life or death. This did not seem right. Shimin Ye's expression turned slightly angry. He shouted, "Speak!" Shimin Yuan's cold shout contained a trace of might. Shimin Yuan's body trembled as he quickly explained everything in detail. After Shimin Yi heard everything, he immediately scolded angrily. "I told you long ago that it is fine to snatch treasures. However, you cannot underestimate anyone in this savage battlefield. Given your cultivations, as long as you pay attention, even if you cannot defeat that brat, it will be easy for you to leave with dignity." Shimin Yuan did not dare to retort. he asked in a soft voice. "What should we do now?" Shimen Yi muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Don't make a move for now. Cousin is currently practicing his martial technique in Death Swamp. I am not confident of stopping him alone. After you find him, just follow him from afar." "Great! We obtained another Earth Essence fruit." After Xiaoqin checked the mutated fruit, he revealed a joyful expression. The corpses of 2 venomous pythons lay at his feet. Their blood flowed like fountains into the swamp. After finding the first Earth Essence fruit, Xiaoqian's luck started to improve. He obtained Earth Essence fruits a few times in a row. He only made one mistake, finding a Metal Essence fruit. Slowly, Xiaoqin discovered a pattern. If there were more than 2 venomous pythons guarding it, it was very likely to be an Earth Essence fruit. Following this pattern and with the help of his strong spiritual sense, Xiaoqin reaped a gratifying harvest. Up until now, he had already obtained 20 Earth Essence fruits. However, with the lesson from earlier, Xiaoqin did not dare to casually execute his heaven-ranked martial technique. It would be too troublesome to attract the attention of a group of cultivators. Unfortunately, the 20 Earth Essence fruits were all about 100 years old. They could barely raise Xiaoqian's cultivation to peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. After consuming a quintessence-gathering pill, the exhaustion would be even greater. Xiaoqian needed to find Earth Essence fruits that were more than 100 years old, or even 200 or 300 years old. Only then could he truly push his cultivation to peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Xiaoqian carefully put away the Earth Essence fruit in his hand and looked into the distance. He said, "It looks like I have to go to the depths of Venomous Snake Swamp. While it is safe outside, it will only be a small area." The air in the depths of Python Swamp was even more turbid. Poisonous gas permeated the air, making it even more peaceful than in the periphery. The cultivators searching for Earth Essence fruits here were clearly stronger. They were more or less as strong as Huhai. There were fewer venomous pythons as well. However, each of them was 300 meters long. Aside from the black horn on their heads being longer than the one at the entrance, they were about the same size. Xiaoqin looked around and discovered several loose cultivators here as well. The moment he arrived, he sensed several gazes filled with malicious intent. Where did this brat come from? How dare he barge into this place? The loose cultivator closest to Xiaoqian was in a bad mood. He had just killed a 300-meter-long venomous python and obtained only 1 venomous fruit. When this loose cultivator saw Xiaoqian, he wanted to vent his frustration. Without saying a word, he charged at Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian's expression did not fluster. Loose cultivators always did as they pleased. They were strange and cruel. Without great strength, one would not be able to suppress them. Xiaoqian could make an example of this loose cultivator to prevent them from bothering him endlessly. Xiaoqian drew the lunar shadow saber and executed burning to desolation with a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent and the immortal state of thunder. Chung, chung. When the weapons clashed, sparks flew. A strong shock wave spread out into the surroundings. The loose cultivator who attacked had not expected Xiaoqian to be so strong. Although Xiaoqian's quintessence was not very vast, it was very dense. Furthermore, his saber intent had reached 60% comprehended, and his state of thunder had reached the limits. Furthermore, it contained the immortal attribute. Adding these two together with the tyrannical burning to desolation, the middle-stage superior-grade martial monarch loose cultivator flew back with blood leaking out of a corner of his mouth. After the loose cultivator landed, he looked at Xiaoqian in horror before turning to flee. How could Xiaoqian let the loose cultivator do as he wished? The blue dragon under his feet soared up and chased after the loose cultivator. Such a scene startled the surrounding loose cultivators. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqian managed to force back a superior-grade martial monarch with one move. This fellow should be a genius cultivator. It is best not to offend him. The crowd's gazes scattered. No one cared about Xiaoqian anymore. As for that loose cultivator's life or death, it had nothing to do with them. The blue dragon image bared its fangs and brandished its claws, moving up and down as it carried Xiaoqian in hot pursuit. The black-robed loose cultivator in front complained bitterly in his heart. Originally, The loose cultivator had intended to kill someone to vent his anger. A medial-grade martial monarch should have been easy to deal with. In the end, he ended up kicking a steel plate. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. The dragon raised its head and carried Xiao Chen in a long arc. A strong wind blew, and everywhere it passed, the dirty water and silt above the swamp shot out, forming a screen of water. The black-robed loose cultivator cursed angrily. His quintessence surged and shattered the dirty water and silt, flying over into powder. Then he charged at Xiao Chen. "Brat, don't push things too far. A life and death struggle will not do you any good," the black-robed loose cultivator said sullenly. When the weapons clashed, the black-robed loose cultivator flew back 100 meters. He revealed a ferocious look as a baleful aura spread out. Xiao Chen pointed his weapon at the other party. He smiled coldly to himself and said, "Don't overestimate yourself. A life and death struggle is not something you can do." The other party was only as strong as Chen Xiao and the others. He was slightly weaker than Hu Hai. Xiao Chen only used his 60% comprehended saber intent and immortal state of thunder to firmly suppress the other party. He did not even use his great perfection saber intent or peak state of massacre. "I will make you pay for this." When the black-robed loose cultivator saw that Xiao Chen wanted to kill him, he went all out. All his quintessence surged, and a boundless baleful aura formed a sea of blood around him. Profound Ice Ghost Chop. The black-robed loose cultivator roared ferociously and froze the sea of blood around him into ice. Then, he formed a sword light made of ice and blood and chopped at Xiao Chen. Chapter 705. Xiao Chen froze the blood into ice, infusing all the baleful aura into the sword qi. When he chopped down, the baleful aura in the air turned the poisonous gas into a white mist and scattered. The scarlet sword light in the white mist was bright and dazzling, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Indeed, as a loose cultivator, he had his own trump cards. This sword strike was able to raise the might of an earth-ranked martial technique to that of a heaven-ranked martial technique. This person was rather capable. However, in the end, it was still an earth-ranked martial technique. It was slightly weaker than a genuine heaven-ranked martial technique. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. Bang! An intense explosion resounded, and a pitch-black crack appeared in the mud-filled swamp. Xiao Chen turned into a true dragon. His body merged with his saber, looking like a soaring true dragon. Auspicious clouds covered the sky, and a boundless aura burst forth. Xiao Chen could feel the true dragon filling his entire body, so he naturally soared into the sky. The true dragon roared ferociously, and the scarlet sword light the black-robed loose cultivator condensed shattered, turning into motes of scarlet light. Bang! 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 The scarlet motes of light landed on the swamp and blasted out deep pits. Dirty water and sludge filled the air. Before the momentum of soaring dragon in the sky ended, Xiao Chen chopped down with his saber. It was like a true dragon swinging its claw in rage, unparalleled and unblockable. The protective quintessence of the black-robed loose cultivator shattered, and blood spurted out as he was chopped in half. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and checked the quintessence in his body. He discovered that only a little more than a third remained. Soaring dragon in the sky is indeed unparalleled, soaring into the sky in one go. However, this quintessence consumption is too high. Furthermore, this is an incomplete soaring dragon. In the future, the consumption will be even more horrifying. After killing the black-robed loose cultivator, Xiao Chen did not show much excitement. He continued to calmly analyze the gains and losses of this move. After seeing ruthless people like Xue Lingling, the passionate young master, and in Juanxi, no matter how proud Xiao Chen was, he would not show it. After retrieving the black-robed loose cultivator's interspatial ring, Xiao Chen continued searching for the Earth Essence fruit. In the depths of Python Swamp, there were very few Earth Essence fruits. There were less than 4 times as many as in the outskirts, but without exception, they were all mutant fruits that were over 100 years old. Even those that were 200 or 300 years old were not rare. Found it. There's a strange fruit 5,000 meters ahead with a venomous snake guarding it. I hope our luck isn't too bad. Xiao Chen withdrew his divine sense and quickly walked forward. In less than 10 minutes, he found his target. If the other people who had been searching for him found out about his efficiency, they would probably vomit blood in anger. Gulp, gulp. Bubbles appeared in the swamp in front of them, and steam rose up. When the bubbles burst, the poisonous gas in the air was corroded away. Perplexed, Xiao Chen halted his footsteps and stood to the side. He looked at a floating corpse in the swamp and found it somewhat familiar. Could it be him? With a vague answer in his heart, Xiao Chen sent out a palm wind with a flip of his palm. Water splashed everywhere, and the floating corpse flipped over. It was the infamous Huang Qianren. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked into the distance. The true death swamp was in front. There were the souls of the deceased martial emperors in there. The strength of Emperor Wu's soul had already reached an inconceivable level. After their physical bodies died, their souls would be hard to disperse. In that distant martial emperor war, countless martial emperors had fallen. The moment their souls left their bodies, they were shattered into tens of thousands of pieces. After a long time, under the special environment of this place, those soul fragments turned into true departed spirits, retaining a trace of the martial techniques of the martial emperors back then. However, they lost their intelligence and became resentful spirits that only knew how to kill, cruel and violent. And Xianxia had already planned to enter Death Swamp and look for Emperor Wu to temper his martial techniques. However, Huang Qianren chased after him. In the end, he angered Huang Qianren and got killed here. This person's strength is really horrifying. He could even kill a ruthless person like Huang Qianren just like that. When Xiao Chen felt the huge gap between him and Xianxia, the motivation in his heart grew stronger, and he increased his speed significantly. After a while, Xiao Chen arrived at his destination. When he saw the 300-meter-long python waiting there, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to charge over. There were many experts here. Many of them knew heaven-ranked martial techniques. There was no need for Xiao Chen to hide his strength. Furthermore, he could use this opportunity to familiarize himself with Soaring Dragon. Then he would not have to worry about fighting. After exhausting a third of his quintessence, Xiao Chen paid the price of minor injuries and successfully killed this venomous python. Xiao Chen waved his right hand. Before the quintessence reached his hand, he felt spiritual energy assaulting his nose. Joy appeared on his face as he checked it. Indeed, it was an earth essence fruit. Furthermore, it was close to 200 years old. This would save Xiao Chen half a year. After putting away this earth essence fruit, Xiao Chen extravagantly took out a spirit gathering pearl and quickly replenished his quintessence. After that, he started searching for treasures without stopping. Time went by. Xiao Chen had already remained in the depths of this python swamp for 7 days. His figure could be seen everywhere. Xiao Chen's harvest was bountiful. He had already obtained 20 100-year-old earth essence fruits, 5 200-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 300-year-old earth essence fruit. Furthermore, the reputation of the white-robed bladesman spread throughout this place. At first, when many people saw that he was only a medial-grade martial monarch, they all wanted to seek trouble for him. However, after a few bloody lessons, no one dared to target Xiao Chen anymore. When they saw that white figure, they all gave way. Xiao Chen had always been like this. In this cruel world, he maintained his principles. He would not snatch the treasures of others. However, if anyone dared to target him, he would not show mercy. He would chase them to the ends of the world and kill them no matter the price. This was how the reputation of the white-robed bladesman spread. On this particular day, as usual, Xiao Chen continued to search for earth essence fruits. As time went by, the earth essence fruits became increasingly difficult to find. However, Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He had already collected enough earth essence fruits. Even if he found more, he could save them for later or sell them for spirit stones. A group of cultivators wearing the Shiman clan's uniform watched Xiao Chen from a kilometer in the air behind him. Compared to the previous time, this group had an additional young cultivator with sharp eyebrows. Aside from Shiman Yi, the others maintained a significant distance from this person, acting very reserved. "Cousin, Shiman Jian was crippled by someone," Shiman Yi said as he pointed to the distant Xiao Chen. This person was the arrogant Shiman Bao. His strength was unfathomable. As a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch, it seemed like he could break through to half-sage at any time. A sharp light flickered in Shimin Bao's eyes. No one dared to look him in the eye. He smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I have already perfected my heaven-ranked martial technique to 70% comprehension. Let's go and see if this person is as powerful as you say and if he can block a few moves from me." After killing a venomous python, Xiaochen picked the mutated fruit behind him. After checking it, he discovered it to be a poisonous fruit. So, he tossed it into his universe ring and prepared to continue on his way. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt a strand of killing qi. His spiritual sense quickly followed the killing qi, and a scene appeared in his mind. It was a strand of sharp sword qi. It looked like a crystalline jade as it flew through the air, tearing a clear path through the turbid space. Dang! The sword qi was sharp and swift. Without much time to think, Xiaochen circulated his quintessence and turned around, holding his scabbard horizontally in front of his chest. A melodious clang resounded. The energy contained in the sword qi exploded, forcing Xiaochen back 500 meters. A 50-meter-wide pit appeared where he had been standing. Xiaochen's left hand, which was holding the scabbard, turned stiff and numb. When he looked up, he discovered the Shimin clan's people flying down from the sky. When Xiaochen noticed Shimin Bao, who was clearly much stronger than the others, he raised his guard. "You are quite capable to be able to block my sword qi and not suffer any light injuries." Shimin Bao landed on the swamp and looked at Xiaochen. He smiled coldly and said, "However, you dare to injure my Shimin clan's people with just this bit of ability? You are far from sufficient." Puxia. Shimin Bao flicked his wrist and did not say anything else. He swung his sword upwards and sent out a curtain-like sword qi at Xiaochen. The curtain-like sword qi was as thin as a cicada's wings. It was more than 50 meters tall. As it flew, it easily split the swamp in half. It even seemed like it could cut the air apart. In the blink of an eye, the sword curtain arrived before Xiaochen, trying to split him in half. A saber light flickered as Xiaochen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. He did not dare to be careless. He unleashed his great perfection saber intent without holding anything back, and his aura soared. Xiaochen's saber became incredibly sharp, splitting the ground. Quintessence surged and gathered in the slender saber blade. At the same time, the immortal state of thunder condensed in the sky above, forming thunderclouds flickering with boundless electricity. Thunder roared ferociously like immortal divine thunder. Xiaochen grasped his saber with both hands and blocked the sword curtain before it reached him. Bang! The saber and the sword curtain burst forth with resplendent quintessence shock waves. A horrifying energy surged out, and the surface of the swamp was shaved off by 4 or 5 meters. The might of the sword curtain did not diminish. It blocked the saber and forced Xiaochen back step by step. Explosions came from both sides in an unending chain. Mud shot into the air like pillars of water. Shimin Bao was somewhat astonished. This seemingly casual sword strike was not that simple. Not only did Shimin Bao use 70% of his strength, but it also contained his 60% comprehended sword intent. Aside from not adding in the state, this was equivalent to using most of his strength. However, it still did not injure Xiaochen, only forcing him back. "Should we attack together?" Shimin Yi suggested when he saw that Xiaochen was not defeated immediately. Shimin Bao smiled proudly and said, "There's no need. Just surround him and don't let him run. If I cannot deal with such trash, I would not be called Shimin Bao." Xiao! The sword curtain stopped, and Shimin Bao leaped up, moving like a sharp arrow as he tore through the air. Shimin Bao was extraordinarily fast, arriving before Xiaochen in the blink of an eye. Then he thrust his sword at Xiaochen's eyes. A sword light gathered, and a cold light appeared. This sword strike took advantage of the fact that Xiaochen could not withdraw quickly to attack Xiaochen's eyes. It was extremely vicious. A scarlet light flickered in Xiaochen's eyes as he infused the state of massacre into his saber technique. Then he swung both his hands, and a scarlet light filled the sky, shattering the sword curtain. Xiaochen managed to extricate himself and brandished his saber, parrying Shimin Bao's vicious sword strike. Shimin Bao took advantage of the situation and headed straight for Xiao Chen's midsection. His reaction was extremely fast, and his attack was so fast that it was hard for others to do anything else. The saber tilted, and Xiao Chen could only continue defending. The vast quintessence surging from the sword did not numb his arm. Instead, he retreated another 10 meters. Chapter 706. Shimin Bao followed closely behind Xiao Chen. His sword light moved like a shadow, moving up and down. His attacks were fast and ruthless. Dang, ding, ding. The two moved extremely fast. To others, they could only see two figures of light dancing around. The sound of sabers clashing resounded endlessly. Quintessence surged and shock waves swept out. The surrounding ground exploded inch by inch. Several venomous pythons hidden in the depths of the ground were riddled with holes by the shock waves of quintessence. They bled profusely as they howled in pain. Shimin Bao comprehended the state of wind. His sword was very fast. The moment he executed the first move, he immediately followed up. He had a firm grasp of the rhythm of the battlefield. Speed was not the most important thing. Xiao Chen's attack speed was not much slower than Shimin Bao's. The scary thing was that Shimin Bao's quintessence was too strong. With the difference in cultivation, even if Xiao Chen had the same attack speed as Shimin Bao, Xiao Chen would not have the upper hand. Every time Shimin Bao blocked, his quintessence would knock him back. If not for Shimin Bao's great perfection saber intent, which could amplify the might of his quintessence, the lunar shadow saber in his hand would have been knocked away in less than 10 moves. It's useless. You are not a match for me. Hand over the mutated fruit on you and the saber in your hand, and I can spare you from death. With everything under control, Shimin Bao verbally attacked Xiao Chen. This was the rhythm that he liked the most. When Shimin Bao met a strong opponent, he would not feel nothing when the opponent was too weak, nor would he be at a loss when the opponent was too strong. Verbal attacks gave Shimin Bao even greater pleasure. If Xiao Chen really agreed, Shimin Bao would immediately break his promise and enjoy the spectacular expression on Xiao Chen's face before he died. Xiao Chen remained silent, indifferent in his heart. He did not answer the other party. Be it the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram or the golden savage ox sculpture, he had at least 3 ways to escape. The intense battle spread increasingly wider. As the two fought, several venomous pythons went into a frenzy, fleeing in all directions, afraid of getting caught in the shockwaves. The cultivators in the area all noticed this battle and stopped to watch from afar. Why is Shimin Bao here? His strength is second only to the 7 giants. The python swamp should not attract him this much. Wait, it looks like his opponent is Ruthless White Robe. They are actually fighting. During this period of time, Xiao Chen was well known in the depths of Python Swamp. He had practically become the overlord of this place, and no one dared to cause trouble for him. Seeing that Shimin Bao's opponent was Xiao Chen, the attractiveness of this battle immediately increased. I really did not expect Ruthless White Robe to be so strong. He did not immediately lose to Shimin Bao. Everyone was somewhat astonished. Young experts second only to the 7 giants were not common in the Tianwu domain. Even including the hidden clans, there would not be more than 20 of them. Moreover, every single one of them had already made a name for themselves a long time ago. Their backgrounds were illustrious, and they would not be unknown. Their future accomplishments would definitely not be low. Xiao Chen looked to be only 21 or 22 years old. With such a young age, could it be that he had the strength to fight against Shimin Bao without losing? This was too shocking. They had never heard of such a young expert using the saber in the Tianwu domain. This won't do. The difference in quintessence is too great. If I continue fighting, no matter how strong my physical body is, I will not be able to endure the accumulated damage. Xiao Chen wanted to retreat. He did not want to continue fighting with this person. The acupoints on his feet burst open at the same time, and a huge force shot out from under his feet. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, instantly widening the distance between him and Shimin Bao. 2 dragon roars came from his chest, and 2 blue dragon images appeared beside Xiao Chen. The 3 blue dragon images circled around each other, carrying Xiao Chen into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had risen more than 200 meters. This unexpected scene stunned Shimin Bao. Then he shouted, trying to run? How can it be that easy? If a nameless brat like Xiao Chen managed to escape in front of so many people, Shimen Bao would not be able to accept it. The sword light pointed at Xiao Chen, and the ferocious wind in the surroundings suddenly stopped. Time seemed to freeze, and the world seemed to freeze. Sword-like strong wind. Under Shimen Bao's control, the frozen strong wind and the drifting wind-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings suddenly turned into swords. Out of nowhere, a huge, solid-looking sword instantly formed. Wind blades circled the sword, and a brilliant light flowed around it. Then, it appeared 10 meters in front of Xiao Chen. Sword-like strong wind, sword-like strong wind. The 3 blue dragon images circling around Xiao Chen suddenly exploded into beams of azure light and disappeared. Puxia, Puxia. The fine sword wind tore holes in Xiao Chen's clothes and scratched his skin, covering him in wounds. 70% comprehension of a heaven-ranked martial technique. However, it is not enough to block me. Xiao Chen did not show any fear in the face of danger. He had comprehended 80% of the might of his blue dragon goes to sea, 10% more than his opponent. The sea behind Xiao Chen exploded into 999 pillars of water. The blue dragon leaped out of the sea and gathered on the saber, forming a 3-kilometer-long saber light. Under the restriction of the Great Perfection Saber intent, the dragon-shaped saber light quickly shrank. Then, Xiao Chen casually raised his hand and clashed with the sword formed by the strong wind. Boom! The 70% comprehended heaven-ranked martial technique strong wind-like sword clashed with the 80% comprehended heaven-ranked martial technique blue dragon goes to sea. The boundless saber chi and sword chi intertwined and soared into the sky. Dust flew everywhere, reaching a height of 1 kilometer. A horrifying shock wave swept out, and a huge bottomless hole appeared in the muddy swamp. The remnant might of the Great Perfection heaven-ranked martial technique lingered in the air for a long time. The humming of the sword and saber resounded endlessly in the wind. Xiao Chen's quintessence was not comparable to his opponent's. However, his understanding of the heaven-ranked martial technique was superior. In this move, they were evenly matched. Xiao Chen flew back like a cannonball. While he was in the air, he took advantage of this opportunity to increase the distance between him and Shimen Bao. Brat, where are you going? The 2 Shimen clan cultivators guarding the periphery leaped into the air and blocked in front of Xiao Chen. They quickly made their moves, trying to force Xiao Chen back. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He had not expected anyone to block his way. He grasped his saber with his right hand and circulated his remaining quintessence, executing Soaring Dragon. Xiao Chen took 1 step in the air, and a surging energy spread out from his feet. Space trembled intensely like it was a solid object. The 2 cultivators in front of Xiao Chen felt like their bodies were stuck in the air. Their movements immediately paused. After transforming into a true dragon, Xiao Chen merged with his saber. Seizing this opportunity, he chopped down with his saber light. It was like a true dragon's claw tore through the sky. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky. Bang! Soaring Dragon's aura surged. The 2 Shimen clan cultivators in front of Xiao Chen were immediately knocked back, vomiting blood and severely injured. After his quintessence was completely exhausted, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and quickly tore off the strip of cloth on his forehead. A scarlet light flickered on Xiao Chen's forehead, and the scarlet throne appeared. Then, it carried Xiao Chen into the distance, turning into a beam of scarlet light. The shock waves from the swamp scattered. Shimen Bao looked into the distance and saw a strand of scarlet light growing fainter in the sky. There was no sign of Xiao Chen. Shimen Bao lowered his head and looked at the 2 Shimen clan cultivators vomiting blood. Shimen Bao's expression was frighteningly sullen. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to escape unscathed from his hands. How could this be? When the cultivators here saw the distant Xiao Chen, they were all flabbergasted. They had not expected this. Earlier, Xiao Chen had managed to remain undefeated against Shimen Bao. That had already shocked them. Now, he actually managed to retreat so calmly. Shimen Bao's rage soared. He glared at the surrounding people, scaring them into hiding, afraid that Shimen Bao would vent his anger on them. After flying far away, Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense to its limits. After he verified that no one followed him, he heaved a sigh of relief on the throne. Xiao Chen's quintessence was already drained. If not for the Scarlet Throne, the consequences would have been dire. Damn it! If my cultivation were higher, I would not have to fear him. Xiao Chen clenched his right fist tightly as he sat on the throne. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. The throne flew close to the ground. After a long time, Xiao Chen stopped at a remote and safe place. Then he took out spirit-gathering pearls and started to recover his quintessence. After using 5 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls, Xiao Chen completely recovered his exhausted quintessence. On the throne above the scarlet clouds, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he vomited out all the bruises from the earlier battle. Now he felt much better. I have enough earth essence fruits. However, now is not the time to consume them. I should go and meet up with first senior sister and the others first. Xiao Chen needed an absolutely safe and quiet place to use the earth essence fruits to raise his cultivation. This place was Python Swamp. Who knew when a venomous python would emerge from the ground? If Xiao Chen was disturbed while advancing, not only would he waste all the earth essence fruits he had worked so hard to collect, but he might even suffer a backlash. His cultivation might even regress. The risk was too great. Xiao Chen was not willing to take the risk. He returned the scarlet throne to his sea of consciousness. Then he tied the blue strip of cloth around his forehead again, covering up his demonic aura. Half a day later, Xiao Chen appeared at the periphery of Python Swamp. This was the place where he agreed to meet up with first senior sister and the others. There was no one here. The others were probably still working hard. After all, not everyone had the help of spiritual sense like Xiao Chen. Their efficiency in searching for the earth essence fruits was terrifying. Since there was nothing to do, Xiao Chen organized the earth essence fruits he obtained. There were 40-50-year-old earth essence fruits, 2,500-year-old earth essence fruits, 10 close to 200-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 300-year-old peak-grade earth essence fruit. Naturally, the most valuable one was the 300-year-old peak-grade earth essence fruit. If nothing else, the earth essence fruit only had a lifespan of 500 years. A peak-grade earth essence fruit that could live for 300 years was worthy of the word peak-grade. That was what Xiao Chen obtained after killing a 300-year-old venomous python with much difficulty. It was even more valuable than all the other earth essence fruits combined. It could save Xiao Chen 2 years of cultivation. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen took out Gu Mu's spatial ring. Ever since he received it from Shui Lingling, he had not taken the time to look at it. Although Gu Mu was a loose cultivator, the treasures of a half-sage should be a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chen sent in his spiritual sense and looked around. However, he could not help feeling disappointed. There were only a few superior-grade spirit stones in the spatial ring. There were only a few 100,000 of them. They were even poorer than Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen found about 100 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. As for medial-grade spirit-gathering pearls, he did not see a single one. This made sense. If a loose cultivator did not come out for 10 or 20 years, all the resources he collected would have been exhausted long ago. Otherwise, he would not have to use medial-grade blood crystals to exchange for spirit stones. Furthermore, Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng, who were also half-sages, did not care about medial-grade blood crystals at all. Chapter 707. There were also some messy medicinal pills inside. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to look through them one by one. However, a secret manual caught his attention. Xiao Chen took it out and saw the words, "Withered wood comes to spring," clearly written on the cover. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, it was the heaven-defying martial technique, "Withered wood comes to spring." When Withered Wood Old Man used this martial technique, his cultivation increased by 20% and he instantly repelled Shui Lingling. The scene was still fresh in Xiao Chen's mind. He quickly flipped through the manual to see if he could cultivate it. Xiao Chen discovered that there were no special requirements. He did not have to cultivate wood-attributed quintessence. However, the side effects were rather terrifying. If one could not obtain a 5,000-year-old spirit herb to replenish qi and blood in time, It would overdraft the cultivator's life force. Furthermore, after using it, one would be weakened for a long time. Although the side effects of raising my cultivation by 20% are terrifying, it is still acceptable as a life-saving measure. After memorizing the contents of the secret manual, Xiao Chen stood where he was and started comprehending it. Only when Hu Hai and the other three arrived did Xiao Chen stop comprehending and start chatting with them. The four all had excited expressions on their faces. They had probably gained a lot. When Wang Cheng saw that Xiao Chen had arrived long ago, he purposely smiled and asked, "Junior brother Xiao Chen, I see that you have been waiting for a long time already. You should not be satisfied with your harvest on this trip, right?" Xiao Chen did not want to speak too much with this person. He only replied politely, "It's all right." Wang Cheng treated it as an excuse. He laughed loudly and said, "On this trip, I obtained a total of 10 50-year-old earth essence fruits, 3 100-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 200-year-old earth essence fruit by luck." 200-year-old earth essence fruit? A strange look flashed in the eyes of the other three. They were clearly astonished. Hu Hai said, "A 200-year-old earth essence fruit is extremely rare. It can save you half a year of cultivation time. This is indeed a bountiful harvest. Congratulations, junior brother Wang." Hu Hai wanted to find another kind of mutated fruit, so he did not go to the depths of Python Swamp. Hence, he did not obtain any 200-year-old earth essence fruits. Jun Si and Qin Shao only wandered around the periphery. They did not have such good luck, so they could only reveal envious expressions. Wang Cheng felt somewhat pleased with himself. He told Xiao Chen about how hard he worked and how he managed to obtain the 200-year-old earth essence fruit by chance. After that, he raised his head and looked at Xiao Chen. Then he asked, "Junior brother Xiao, how was your harvest? Tell us about it. If it is really not enough, I can give you an earth essence fruit." Xiao Chen felt helpless in his heart. Some people would never shut up in front of them if they didn't ruthlessly slap their faces. Back then, Xiao Chen tried to stop Xiao Chen from entering the savage battlefield. Now, Xiao Chen was flaunting this trivial matter. Xiao Chen really did not know what Xiao Chen was thinking. Xiao Chen replied calmly, "Not many, just 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits. As for the 100-year-old ones and below, there should be about 60 or 70. Wang Cheng's expression turned serious. He immediately said unhappily, "Junior brother Xiao, what kind of attitude is this? I wanted to give you an earth essence fruit out of goodwill. To think that you are boasting to me, purposely trying to disgust me." Wang Cheng waved his left hand, and 5 200-year-old earth essence fruits appeared. Then he waved his right hand, and another 5 200-year-old earth essence fruits appeared. Xiao Chen looked at Wang Cheng and said calmly, "Open your eyes and see what this is. Do I need you to give me an earth essence fruit?" The 200-year-old earth essence fruits contained overwhelming spiritual energy. They had a pleasant fragrance, especially when there were 10 of them together. They made one feel relaxed and happy, making one's gaze linger on them. Wang Cheng showed a horrified expression, not daring to believe this scene. His finger trembled as he said, "How can this be? These are 200-year-old earth essence fruits. Given your strength, how could you obtain so many?" Hu Hai and the other two were shocked as well, their eyes filled with astonishment. They could not figure it out either. 200-year-old earth essence fruits were worth cities. Obtaining one was already very lucky. Even if one went to the depths of Python Swamp, it would be impossible to find so many 200-year-old earth essence fruits. This was because that place was too big. An individual's strength was too insignificant there. Searching and fighting took time. More importantly, there were hundreds or thousands of cultivators like them searching for earth essence fruits. The competition was intense. How could Xiao Chen find so many 200-year-old earth essence fruits alone? This was too incredible. However, no matter what, the truth was right before their eyes. What they saw was not an illusion. Even though Xiao Chen had the lowest cultivation, his harvest was higher than the four of them combined. This made them feel disappointed. Hu Hai smiled bitterly and said, "These are indeed 200-year-old earth essence fruits. Junior brother Xiao Chen, congratulations." Jun Si and Qin Shao recovered their wits and congratulated Xiao Chen as well. Only Wang Cheng blushed in embarrassment. Xiao Chen obtained 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits, but he did not show any complacent expression. Then, when Wang Cheng thought about himself, he bragged about obtaining a 200-year-old earth essence fruit. What was even more embarrassing was that Wang Cheng actually said that he would split the earth essence fruits with Wang Cheng. This was like slapping his own face. Seeing that Wang Cheng had shut up completely, Xiao Chen put away the earth essence fruits and ignored Wang Cheng, who had a strange expression on his face. Xiao! A petite purple figure descended from the air. Shui Lingling, who had come out of Death Swamp, had also returned to the group. At this moment, there were not many cultivators left in Python Swamp. All the earth essence fruits that could be found had already been collected. There was no point in remaining here. Shui Lingling must have gained something in the depths of Death Swamp. A smile appeared on her soft, pretty face. Hu Hai asked somewhat impatiently, "First senior sister, where are we going next?" Shui Lingling raised her head and looked into the distance. Then she said sullenly, "To the Dragon Burial Mound. Of the forbidden lands that were made public this time, the most valuable is the true dragon cave there." Xiao Chen looked in the direction of Death Swamp and asked, "We are not going in there?" Shui Lingling shook her head and said, "There are no natural treasures in Death Swamp. It is mainly for tempering one's martial techniques. Furthermore, it is very dangerous." Hu Hai and the others had clearly heard of Death Swamp before. They did not show any regret in their eyes, nor did they feel that it was a loss. Xiao Chen really wanted to give it a try, to find a departed spirit of Emperor Wu who practiced the saber and spar with him, improving his saber techniques. However, if he followed the group, he would have to follow the orders of the group. It would not be good to act independently. If there is an opportunity in the future, I must come to Death Swamp. It was much safer to travel with a group. However, one would lose their freedom. They would be restricted to a certain extent, unable to bring out their full potential. After taking one last look in the direction of Death Swamp, Xiao Chen silently followed the group, heading forward. Shui Lingling did not want to waste any more time. As she moved forward, she released her strong aura. The fear that came from the bottom of his heart made the poisonous python, which sensed this aura, immediately flee far away. From time to time, bubbles and surging silt could be seen around the team. Those were the venomous pythons below. They were swimming around desperately, afraid that Shui Lingling would kill them. Without any obstructions, the group moved forward at full speed. They managed to catch up to several groups that had set off earlier. When they were about to cross the Python Swamp, Shui Lingling's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. She looked at the other team that she unexpectedly encountered, and her beautiful brows knitted together with a displeased expression. Along the way, Xiao Chen had been comprehending the mysteries of giving spring to withered wood. He had not extended his spiritual sense out, so he had not seen this group in advance. When Xiao Chen raised his head and saw the leader of the group, his expression could not help but turn grave. Unexpectedly, he ran into the extreme sects people here. When Bai Wuxia saw Shui Lingling's group, he felt it was strange as well. Then he noticed Xiao Chen behind him, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "First senior brother, is that the white-robed brat who challenged you?" An extreme sect true inheritor behind Bai Wuxia asked. Bai Wuxia seemed to be smiling as he replied, "That's him. He told me to wait for him at the extreme sects challenge platform." The person who spoke first mocked, "He overestimates himself. I thought he had something extraordinary about him. It turns out that he is just a medial grade martial monarch. He is indeed crazy. To think that he is worthy of being first senior brother's opponent. He overestimates himself. I do not even need 10 moves to defeat this fellow," another person said with disdain as he looked at Xiao Chen. With Bai Wuxia and Shui Lingling here, it was impossible for the two groups to fight to the death. Xiao Chen withdrew the murderous intent in his eyes. He only remembered the appearance of the person who mocked him. Xiao Chen remained silent, not saying a word. He had never liked to use words to gain an advantage. He did not want to do useless things. When that person saw that Xiao Chen did not say anything, his expression turned even more chaotic. He took a step forward and shouted, "White-robed brat, are you that cowardly? If you cannot even receive 10 moves from me, What qualifications do you have to challenge our first senior brother? Do you dare to come out today and receive 10 moves from me? Let our extreme insects senior brothers see how capable you are. Bai Wuxia smiled faintly and did not stop this person. He said indifferently, Shui Lingling, what do you think? If he does not come out, then any random person in your Haoyan sect can challenge me, Bai Wuxia, in the future. Shui Lingling was placed in a difficult position. That person was a true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect. He was stronger than Xianxia and the others, just slightly weaker than Hu Hai. Xiao Chen was merely an inner disciple of the Haoyan sect. Although he was very talented, he had not fully matured yet. In a battle, weapons were blind. It would be too unfortunate if Xiao Chen fell here. However, the other party was bullying him. If Xiao Chen did not agree, the reputation of the Haoyan sect would be tarnished. I agree. A voice that was neither servile nor overbearing resounded in the quiet place. His white robes fluttered, and a cool breeze blew. Xiao Chen leaped over the group and walked out calmly. Bai Wuxia's eyelids twitched. He immediately rejoiced in his heart. If he wanted to kill Xiao Chen, Shui Lingling would definitely stop him. However, if it were someone else fighting Xiao Chen and killing him, Shui Lingling would have nothing to say. Shen Tu, don't show any mercy. Kill him directly. After this, I will give you a 200-year-old earth essence fruit. Bai Wuxia sent a voice projection to Shen Tu, saying sinisterly. Shen Tu rejoiced in his heart. He quickly replied, First senior brother, don't worry. I will not let you down. I will definitely take his life within 10 moves. As Wang Qing watched the two about to fight, a look of wild joy flashed in his eyes. Back then, when Xiao Chen sent him flying with a palm strike, it had left a knot in his heart. Chapter 708. In the future, as Wang Qing watched Xiao Chen grow stronger, he would feel even more dissatisfied with him. This was especially so after he was humiliated by Xiao Chen earlier, which made his resentment even more intense. It would be best if he died at the other party's hands, ending all troubles. Wang Qing cursed viciously. Shui Lingling asked worriedly, Xiao Chen, have you thought it through? Xiao Chen did not turn his head. He said indifferently, Many thanks for first senior sister's concern. I know my limits. Shen Tu held a long sword in his hand and strode forward. He laughed and said, You do have some courage. However, you are ultimately just a joke. Today, I will let you know that some words that you speak carelessly can lead to death. The others scattered, leaving a spacious area for Xiao Chen and Shen Tu to fight. The vast vital qi in Xiao Chen's body burned, and his blood surged like a gushing river. Xiao Chen's physical body, which was close to a sage body, started circulating quietly. Xiao Chen was like a flood dragon in hibernation, possessing boundless might, waiting for the moment to erupt. Shen Tu looked at his opponent with a relaxed expression. He had already comprehended 50% of the heaven-ranked martial technique that he grasped. Furthermore, his cultivation was one cultivation grade higher than his opponent's. The extreme Yin sect had abundant resources and many great teachers. Shen Tu had climbed to where he was today step by step. His strength was not exaggerated at all. With such a huge advantage, Shen Tu did not believe that there was a reason for him to lose. I'll play with him first. Then, I'll use my heaven-ranked martial technique on the 10th move and destroy him, crushing all his hopes. Not wanting to defeat Xiao Chen immediately, Shen Tu decided to play with his opponent slowly. Perhaps his first senior brother could give him more benefits. After observing Xiao Chen's aura, Shen Tu could not see anything extraordinary about it. He lost his patience and used his movement technique to charge over. Shen Tu's figure slowly grew larger in Xiao Chen's eyes as he approached. Xiao Chen remained silent, not moving at all. He only continuously burned his vital qi, forming a fiery clump of energy in his dantian. That was the essence of energy formed after burning his vital qi. The clump of energy trembled continuously, trying to struggle free. Xiao Chen guarded his mind, not letting it struggle free. All he did was burn his vital qi and accumulate power. The blood in his body surged, becoming more and more intense. His qi and blood were exuberant to the extreme, and his body was like a high-temperature furnace that could explode at any moment. 100 meters, 70 meters, 50 meters. The distance between Shintu and Xiaochen shrank rapidly. The tip of Shintu's sword rose and a gust of wind blew. It gently lifted the hair in front of Xiaochen's forehead, revealing his delicate and handsome facial features. After Shintu imprinted Xiaochen's face deeply in his mind, he smiled cruelly. With a turn of his sword, he arrived 20 meters in front of Xiaochen. "That's enough," Xiaochen called out softly in his heart. His calm eyes suddenly erupted with a frightening light. The trace of monarch bloodline hidden in his blood was instantly activated. That trace of the ancient sovereign's aura burst forth. It was like a vast mountain or a vast ocean, vast and boundless, heavy and distant. Shintu, who had not felt any pressure all this while, suddenly felt a heavy mountain pressing down on his shoulders. His expression changed slightly, and his movements immediately slowed. "Burning the heavens!" Xiaochen seized this opportunity and shouted. The energy that he had been suppressing for a long time turned into azure smoke at the Tianmen acupoint on his head and rushed into the sky, burning away large patches of white clouds. The ancient sovereign's aura that suddenly appeared lasted less than a second before Shintu broke free. However, this 1 second was enough to change the situation. The azure dragon claw tore through the sky and clenched into a fist. Then, it descended from the sky like a meteor. Shintu turned pale with fright. He quickly held his sword across his chest and circulated his quintessence to defend. However, in his haste, he did not even gather 50% of his quintessence. As for Xiaochen's 1,800,000 kilograms of force, after accumulating it, he erupted with 120% of its might. When comparing the two, at this moment, Xiaochen held the absolute advantage in strength. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and the sword in Shintu's hand broke with a kasi sound. The dragon fist struck his protective quintessence. The force seeped in and broke Shintu's ribs, severely injuring his internal organs. Shintu flew back and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The light of his protective quintessence faded. A murderous intent flashed in Shintu's eyes as a blue dragon image shot out from under his feet, carrying Xiaochen into the air. A vast ocean appeared behind him, and 999 pillars of water shot into the sky. Dragon subduing / blue dragon goes to sea. Xiaochen did not show any expression on his face. The dragon-shaped saber light covered in auspicious clouds swept out with a surging dragon might. Under the attack of the heaven-burning fist, Shintu's aura plummeted. He was severely injured. He could not block this heaven-ranked martial technique that followed closely behind. All this happened in an instant. There was not even a chance for anyone to save Shintu's day. Bai Wuxia's expression changed drastically as he roared, "Stop!" Bai Wuxia's voice was like thunder, inspiring fear in everyone. Clearly, he was already angered to the extreme. However, Xiaochen ignored him. The blue dragon goes to sea continued to chop down ferociously. Blood spurted out, and Shintu's head separated from his body. The eyes of the head flying in the air widened. Even in death, it did not dare to believe what had happened. The others were all dumbfounded as well. They had not expected such a scene. There were some things that could lead to death if one spoke carelessly. This was what Shintu had said earlier. Now, someone had indeed died. However, the one who died was Shintu himself and not Xiaochen. The person that Shintu had thought was just a joke had killed him in 2 moves. No matter how you humiliate me, scold me, say 1,000 words or a sharp tongue. With the saber in hand, if I am unhappy, I will just kill you. Why would I bother speaking any nonsense with you? The faces of the extreme Yin sect disciples turned pale. They could not believe that Shintu had been killed just like that. When Bai Wuxia saw the flying head, he was slightly stunned. Then, rage burned in his chest. He said coldly, "How dare you kill my extreme Yin sect's true inheritors? You must be tired of living." Great icy cold hand. In his rage, Bai Wuxia brought out the strength of a half-sage without holding anything back. A huge palm made of icy quintessence instantly formed in the air and appeared in front of Xiaochen. This palm carried a force that could shatter mountains and tear the ground apart as it smashed toward Xiaochen. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen's face sank, and two beams of light, one purple and one white, flew out of his eyes. They continuously circled around in the air, forming a beautiful Taiji diagram. Yin-yang, the 4 divisions, the innate 8 trigrams, and many other mysterious phenomena appeared. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram glowed with a golden light, radiating a boundless radiance. The horrifying icy cold hand smashed into the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. A loud explosion resounded, shaking space and the ground. Kasu. Cracks appeared in the golden Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Then, it shattered and turned back into 2 beams of fiery light that returned to Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged, and he felt somewhat dizzy. However, he managed to block Bai Wuxia's full power strike without suffering any injuries. Xiao. When Bai Wuxia saw Xiao Chen block his palm strike, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to continue, he saw an arrow flying over like a meteor. The arrow tore through the air, leaving behind a long, flaming tail. Bai Wuxia felt a dangerous aura, and his figure flashed, dodging this extremely fast arrow. Bang! The arrow exploded in the air, and a fiery shock wave surged out in all directions. The other extreme Yin sect disciples who could not dodge in time were all blasted into the air. Shui Lingling drew back the bowstring. She drew the purple bow until it looked like a full moon as she pointed it at Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia, what are you trying to do? Sabers and swords have no eyes. Since this is a competition, death is inevitable. If Xiao Chen loses, Shen Tu will not spare Xiao Chen's life. Bai Wuxia stood in the air with a cold expression. He looked at the bow in Shui Lingling's hand with some fear. Bai Wuxia had lost a true inheritor with a bright future for no reason. When he saw Xiao Chen land on the ground, he hated that he could not kill him on the spot. However, with Shui Lingling here, that was impossible. Bai Wuxia waved his sleeves heavily and gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Then, he led the remaining extreme Yin sect disciples away with large strides. Shui Lingling heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bai Wuxia did not force his way through. Otherwise, both sides would end up injured, and no one would have a good ending. Junior brother Xiao, are you all right? Shui Lingling asked Xiao Chen as she placed the ancient purple bow on her back. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I'm fine. I am not severely injured. Hu Hai asked out of curiosity, may I ask what martial technique that Taiji yin-yang flame diagram was? How come I have never heard of it before? That Taiji yin-yang flame diagram perfectly merged the 2 attributes of yin and yang, bringing out its might. It allowed Xiao Chen, a medial-grade martial monarch, to block Bai Wuxia's full-powered strike unscathed. It was hard not to be curious. Xiao Chen nodded and said, yes, I created that myself. When the others heard this, doubt flashed in their eyes. They did not think that Xiao Chen could create such a profound martial technique. They just took it as an excuse. However, cultivators always had their own secrets. Hu Hai was purely curious and did not intend to pursue the matter. Wang Cheng looked at the ground, at Shen Tu, who had been chopped in half at the waist. Then he looked at Xiao Chen again. A hard-to-detect fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Chen had not expected this fellow to be so decisive, killing a true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect just like that. I stopped him from coming to the savage battlefield. If he holds a grudge and rises up, I will not have a good time in the future. Wang Cheng sized up Xiao Chen and lowered his head. A strange light flickered in his eyes, appearing extremely complicated. Bai Wuxia's appearance was only a small interlude to the advancing group. It did not have much of an impact on them. Under Shui Lingling's lead, the group continued heading for the dragon burial mound. They passed through deserts, desolate forests, and all sorts of dangers. The group experienced the vastness of the savage battlefield for themselves. When they heard Shui Lingling say that the place they had been to was just the tip of the iceberg, they felt a headache coming on. However, they also gained a lot. The rare spirit herbs and medicinal fruits that were hard to find in the outside world could be found everywhere here. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they might even find a spirit herb worth 1,000,000 spirit stones in a small crack that no one noticed. 3 days later, a desolate plain appeared before the group. 5 peaks stood in the middle of the plain. The peaks formed a ring around an azure palace. Compared to the other 5 peaks, the one in front of the group was clearly taller. It was like someone had chopped it in half. Chapter 709. The azure-colored palace in the middle of the 5 peaks was a kilometer tall. Dust covered the palace. From a distance, it looked ancient and somewhat dilapidated. When looking at the azure-colored palace, Xianxia felt a strange throbbing in his heart. He found it very familiar, like he had been here 10,000 years ago. This strange feeling made Xianxia ask hoarsely, "What is that place?" Hu Hai and the others gave Xianxia strange looks. Then Shui Lingling said, "Don't you know? That is the Blue Dragon Palace. 10,000 years ago, after the destruction of the Dragon's Gate, their main palace appeared here." Xianxia said in shock, "The Tianwu domain really has 4 holy lands? Aside from the White Emperor City, the Phoenix's Passion Palace, and the profound Martial Gate, there is another holy land." Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That is natural. The Dragon's Gate was once the leader of the Holy Lands. 10,000 years ago, the last master of the Dragon's Gate, the Qing Emperor, was the strongest sovereign martial emperor since the ancient era. He was the strongest palace master of the Bushan Palace, ruling over the entire Kunlun realm. If he was that strong, then how did the Dragon's Gate get destroyed?" Xianxia muttered, his gaze never leaving that palace. Shui Lingling did not know much either. She answered vaguely, "It has something to do with your Sky Dome realm's Tianwu dynasty. As for the specifics, no one knows. Later generations only know that the Tianwu dynasty and the Blue Dragon Palace were destroyed at almost the same time." Xianxia felt a yearning for that palace. He asked, "Are we going in?" When the others heard this, they all smiled bitterly. Hu Hai explained, "Who does not want to enter the palace left behind by the sovereign martial emperor, the Qing Emperor? However, no one can enter." The Thunder King, who was known as the strongest offensive power 5,000 years ago, tried to barge in but failed. In the end, he even got injured. Xianxia was startled. He asked Ao Jiao, "Is what he said true?" Ao Jiao nodded her head and said, "Each of the 5 mountains represents a type of attribute. They form a 5 elements absolute ceiling array and lock up the time and space of this world." Back then, the Thunder King chopped off half of the mountain, but he was also attacked by the 5 elements absolute ceiling formation for 100 years. Xianxia asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by attacking for 100 years?" Ao Jiao had a deep memory of that. She pondered for a moment before saying, "It's like compressing 100 years into an instant. It's just one sword, but it's enough to hurt you for 100 years. One sword for 100 years, one sword for 100 years. After Xianxia heard this, he could not help but sink into deep thought. There was actually such a martial technique. It was truly unimaginable. "Let's go. There are no flying demonic beasts here. We can fly there directly." Shui Lingling waved her hand, and the profound sun bird on her shoulder chirped happily. Then, it revealed its true form. The group gently pushed off the ground and landed on the profound sunbird's wide back. The group could see the other cultivators soaring into the air as well, either riding on flying spirit beasts or warships. They all headed in the same direction: Savage Battlefield, Dragon Burial Mound. There were many spirit beasts in the world with the word dragon in their names. For example, flood dragons, coiling dragons, earth dragons, flood dragons, and fire dragons. There were many kinds of them, and they were all very strong. However, these were not true dragons. Even in the immortal epic, true dragons were legendary holy beasts. They possessed startling magic energy and vast magic abilities. Several strong immortal cultivators were no match for them. Since the birth of the martial epic, no one had ever seen a true dragon. All they had seen were some remains. Even the dragon might contained in the remains was unbearable for regular martial monarchs. As the name suggested, the Dragon Burial Mound was a place where dragons were buried. Furthermore, they were all true dragons. The Dragon Burial Mound had already existed in the Savage Battlefield before the Emperor's War. Many people even believed that the Dragon Burial Mound had existed for a long time in the immortal epic. No one knew for sure when the Dragon Burial Mound had existed. They only knew that a significant number of true dragons were buried here. Every true dragon grave had a huge treasure trove, spirit trees that grew with the true dragon's immortal chi, and rare fruits that grew with the dragon's blood. After 10,000 years of being contaminated by dragon chi, the special ores that appeared were all priceless treasures, tempting treasures. After a new true dragon cave was exposed, the other forbidden lands of the savage battlefield and even the immortal sect remnant became less tempting. Shui Lingling's main goal in coming to the savage battlefield this time was the true dragon cave. Black spots of light appeared in the sky 50 kilometers in front. Xiao Chen focused his spiritual sense into a line and looked into the distance. He discovered that it was a black storm sweeping through the sky. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. The mountains and trees in the way of the storm were all torn to shreds. Several strong demonic beasts could not resist the storm at all. In an instant, they were sucked into the storm and turned into pools of blood. What is that? The cultivators flying in the air looked into the distance and discovered the strange scene in front as well. However, their mental energy was not as strong as Xiao Chen's. They could only see some blurry scenes and felt that something was wrong. However, they could not clearly see what was happening. Due to the distance, Hu Hai could not see clearly. However, the faint smell of blood in the air made him frown. He said, "It seems like it is in the direction of the dragon burial mound. I wonder what it is." Shui Lingling's bright eyes observed for a while. Then she said calmly, "It is a true dragon storm. It looks like someone opened the door to the true dragon cave. Since there is a true dragon storm, it should not be an empty cave." Boom, boom, boom. The speed of the true dragon storm was unparalleled. In less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea, everyone could clearly see the scene in front. They were immediately shocked. That black storm connected the sky and the ground, stretching for a kilometer. Before it, even the tall mountains seemed as insignificant as ants. The cultivators were even more insignificant. "Run!" The other cultivators were startled. Without saying anything, they fled to the sides. No one dared to face the storm head-on. A storm that could even flatten a mountain peak. How strong exactly was it? No one dared to imagine it. Probably only martial sages could survive if they entered. Shui Lingling gently leaped up and hid under the profound sunbird's wings. She said, "Don't run around. All of you, hide under the profound sunbird's wings. This is an opportunity for us to reach the true dragon cave before others." The storm was just 10 kilometers away. As the strong wind blew, clothes flapped noisily, making them feel like they would fly. The group did not dare to be careless. They leaped under the profound sunbird's wings with some difficulty and grabbed the green feathers on its wings with their right hands. Xiao Chen, Wang Cheng, and Jun Si hid behind the left wing. The other three hid under the right wing. A strong wind howled, and a huge force blew. The profound sunbird's huge body trembled slightly. The wind was like a knife, making it hard for the group to keep their eyes open. They stuck close to the side of the profound sunbird's wings. No one dared to be careless. If they got pulled out by the wind, they would most likely die. Shui Lingling stared at the storm in front. Just as the storm was about to arrive, she quickly gave the profound sunbird a command. The profound sunbird's wide wings slowly closed. Its entire body was like a sharp sword piercing through the storm. However, just as the profound sunbird's wings were about to close completely, Wang Cheng ferociously sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. When the storm arrived, it was already hard to block in the first place. There was the danger of getting pulled out at any moment. Wang Cheng's palm strike added fuel to the fire, immediately sending Xiao Chen flying. The suction force from the storm didn't even have time to let out a cry of surprise before he was sucked out and thrown high into the air along with the strong wind. Everything happened very quickly. The others did not notice it at all. Wang Cheng smiled cruelly. Then he said anxiously, "Junior sister June, junior brother Xiao Chen flew out." June Si's expression froze. Indeed, she discovered that Xiao Chen had disappeared. She panicked and immediately shouted to inform Shui Lingling. "Don't move. I got it." The profound sunbird's wings were already completely closed. Shui Lingling gave the command before turning into a beam of purple light and flying towards Xiao Chen. The true dragon storm contained dragon force. The force it drew out was terrifyingly strong. Within the storm, Xiao Chen was like a piece of wood. He quickly floated up and down, bobbing up and down like a dead object. The veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body and all his abilities were useless before such might. He had no chance to use them at all. The wind was like a knife, covering Xiao Chen's body in cuts and bruises. He tumbled up and down, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Xiao Chen suffered both physical and mental torture. He felt like he would die at any moment. The wind made Xiao Chen's vision blurry. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he vaguely heard a purple figure calling out his name. This figure risked its life in the true dragon storm, advancing ferociously, trying to get closer to Xiao Chen, trying to pull him out of the whirlpool of the storm. He himself seemed to have made some effort to get close to it, but every time at the last moment, it was too late. However, every time the storm surged, it would pull Xiao Chen back. All his efforts would be for naught, unable to succeed. Xiao Chen did not know what happened after that. He simply fainted and lost consciousness. Xiao Chen had a splitting headache and his mouth was dry. He tried to open his eyes, but it was incredibly difficult. His eyelids felt like heavy mountains, unable to open. When Xiao Chen tried to move his arms, he felt intense pain. His lips twitched. After putting in a lot of effort, Xiao Chen finally opened his eyes. The dark sky appeared in his vision. He had not left the savage battlefield yet. Xiao Chen struggled to get up. Then he sat up and checked his injuries. Wounds of varying depths covered his body, stained with blood. Every time he moved, he would feel extreme pain. Fortunately, these were just external wounds. The more serious ones were his internal injuries. While Xiao Chen was unconscious, the dragon force contained in the storm surged through his internal organs and meridians. Xiao Chen's heart, liver, gallbladder, spleen, and lungs all suffered varying degrees of damage. If he were an ordinary person, his internal organs would have been crushed to smithereens long ago. Xiao Chen silently circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, and the circulation of his veritable essence energy did not experience much obstruction. However, his meridians were somewhat injured, so he did not dare to unleash his veritable essence energy without restraint. A faint bloody smell lingered in the air. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked around. The corpses of several demonic beasts littered the surroundings. This should be Ao Jiao's doing, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he sent his spiritual sense into the immortal spirit ring. He discovered Ao Jiao lying quietly beside the netherworld flower. Her breathing was even as she fell asleep. Chapter 710. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and recovered some of his strength. Then, he stood up and started to size up his surroundings. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw desolate plains with demonic beasts roaming in the distance. The dark space seemed somewhat dangerous. Not far behind him was a towering peak that pierced the clouds. Standing not far away, Xiao Chen looked extremely insignificant. Strange, I seem to have been here before. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and entered deep thought. Then his eyes lit up. He suddenly recalled that this was the Blue Dragon Palace that he had once seen from afar. However, at that time, he had been very far away. The 5 peaks had looked very close to each other. However, when he got closer, he discovered that the peaks were a kilometer apart. Unexpectedly, I got blown here. Xiao Chen took a few steps, and his vision widened. When he saw the Azure Palace surrounded by the 5 peaks, he revealed a bitter smile. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled Wang Cheng's name, and his expression turned sullen again. The storm containing dragon energy was startlingly mighty. If not for Xiao Chen's strong physical body, having refined his blood, skin, and meridians, he would not have been able to survive the storm. The instant he was blown away, his body would have been torn to shreds, not even leaving a corpse behind. Although Xiao Chen knew that Wang Qing did not like him and that there was a rift between them, he had never expected Wang Qing to be so despicable as to plot against him while they were in the same team. However, this is fine as well. The strength of the team is not balanced, and there are many restrictions. With the help of the map, it might not be a bad thing for me to enter the savage battlefield alone. Xiao Chen thought to himself as he took out the brocade box containing the map of the savage battlefield. There were some detailed three-dimensional images in the map, allowing Xiao Chen to familiarize himself with the various passages of the Forbidden Lands. Several small paths that no one knew of could allow him to reach the Forbidden Lands smoothly. Furthermore, there were red dots on the map for every Forbidden Land. Based on the depth of one's gaze, Xiao Chen could determine which Forbidden Lands he could enter and which Forbidden Lands he could not. The most important thing now was to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, everything would have been for naught. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from behind. Xiao Chen turned around and saw a 10-meter-tall scarlet blood demonic ape charging at him. The scarlet blood demonic ape could tell that Xiao Chen was severely injured and found it difficult to move. This peak rank 7 demonic beast scarlet blood demonic ape did not hold back as it charged. Xiao Chen took a few steps back. Now that his internal organs were damaged, he could not move rashly. Otherwise, he would be even more injured, and it would be even harder to recuperate. However, it was only a pinnacle tier 7 demonic beast, so there was no need for him to make things difficult for it. With a wave of his hand, a sculpture appeared on his palm. Life bestowal spell. The mountain-like body of the golden savage bull suddenly appeared. Its golden hooves bent vertically before bouncing off and landing a heavy kick on the scarlet blood demonic ape. Xiao Chen's vital qi exploded out with 1,000 tons of force. The kick sent him tumbling back, causing him to cry out in pain. He looked at the golden savage ox that suddenly appeared in horror. Up Xiao Chen up with qi. He up with the qi and up. Chen. I can still use it 5 or 6 more times. However, that should be enough for me to recover completely. After checking the damage to the life bestowal spell, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then he sat down cross-legged and started to treat his internal injuries. Now that Xiao Chen's physical body was close to a rank 1 sage body, his recovery and defense were not something a regular martial monarch could compare to. It could be said that even the 7 giants' accomplishments in the physical body were far inferior to Xiao Chen's. If they were in Xiao Chen's shoes, they would not be able to recover as fast as Xiao Chen after suffering such severe injuries. Time passed. 3 days later, Xiao Chen's severe internal injuries were mostly healed, no longer affecting his combat prowess. No one would believe that Xiao Chen had recovered from the true dragon storm in 3 days. However, in reality, if not for the demonic beasts harassing Xiao Chen from time to time, forcing him to use the life bestowal spell to chase them away, the time would have been much shorter. Xiao Chen stretched his body and quintessence flowed freely in his body. When he felt the surging energy, a smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. A demonic beast flew past Xiao Chen. Originally, it was targeting Xiao Chen. However, the instant Xiao Chen stood up, the aura that he unintentionally released startled the demonic beast, prompting it to flee in a hurry. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. How could he let the demonic beast flee? He executed a blue dragon tail whip and chased after it. His figure flashed, and his fists moved like the wind. Bang! 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 The quintessence on Xiao Chen's fists exploded, giving off loud rumbles. In just a few punches, he killed the demonic beast. Finally, Xiao Chen had relied on his own strength to kill a demonic beast. The haze that had clouded his heart for the past few days was swept away. Xiao Chen looked at the empty area between the peaks 2 kilometers in front and entered deep thought. Back then, even the Thunder King could not enter this place. He was blocked outside. However, when Xiao Chen looked at it from the outside, he did not find anything strange about it. Xiao Chen looked deeply at the dusty azure palace surrounded by the peaks. He could feel a mysterious connection between himself and this palace. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground, and a rock appeared in his hand. Then, he took a deep breath and tossed it with all his might. With the support of force, the rock flew through the air. As it got closer to the 2 peaks, Xiao Chen opened his eyes wide and looked carefully. Something strange happened. As the rock got closer, the surface of the rock slowly weathered, giving off rustling sounds. Then, it slowly vanished into the air. There was clearly nothing there. However, the rock looked like it had experienced 100 years of natural weathering. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. After thinking for a while, he grabbed a demonic beast and tossed it over. Xiao! There seemed to be a formless barrier in the empty space between the peaks. The moment the demonic beast touched it, a sharp sword light pierced its chest. The same action repeated itself in Xiao Chen's eyes. It was clearly only an instant. However, Xiao Chen saw the sword light pierce various parts of the demonic beast. When the sword light faded, the demonic beast's body exploded, turning into a clump of scarlet light and disappearing. 1 sword for 100 years. 1 sword for 100 years. Such a strange scene was an eye-opener for Xiao Chen. The shock in his heart was indescribable. The weathering of the rock earlier did not show the horrifying concept of the 5-element absolute sealing formations sealing time and space. However, the way the demonic beast died made Xiao Chen understand how horrifying this formation was. No one could break this sword. Unless one could control time and space, condensing 100 years into an instant, there was no other way. At the very least, Xiao Chen felt that there was no way to break this formation. In the future, when Xiao Chen's cultivation rose and his horizons widened, he might have a different view. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen could only think of so much. He could not see too far ahead. Xiao Chen glanced at the peak that the Thunder King chopped off. He felt rueful. This formation was so horrifying that it could even control time and space. However, the Thunder King still managed to chop off half of the peak with 1 sword strike and escape. It looks like there is no way to enter this place. As Xiao Chen looked at the dust-covered Azure Palace, he yearned for it. However, he still sighed helplessly. After hearing what Xue Lingling said, Xiao Chen was sure that the Qing Emperor was related to the Shao clan's ancestor. 10,000 years ago, there must have been a huge battle between the Dragon's Gate's Holy Land and the Tianwu dynasty. According to what Xue Lingling said, the Qing Emperor was the Buxin Palace's palace master at that time. That was to say, the Tianwu dynasty did not just fight the Dragon's Gate. Instead, it fought the entire Tianwu domain of the Kunlun realm. It was hard to imagine that the Sky Dome realm's Tianwu dynasty had such horrifying strength. Xiao Chen really wanted to see what was in this sealed Blue Dragon Palace. For the powerful sovereign martial emperor, the Qing Emperor, to lay a 5-element absolute sealing formation that could control time and space, even someone as strong as the Thunder King could not enter. There was no point in thinking too much. After giving the sealed Blue Dragon Palace one last look, Xiao Chen prepared to leave this place and find an absolutely safe place to consume the Earth Essence fruit to raise his cultivation. You have been looking at it for so long. Do you really want to go in? Ao Jiao asked slowly from the immortal spirit ring, having woken up at some point. Xiao Chen nodded and did not hide anything. This Blue Dragon Palace gives me a very familiar feeling. It feels like I have seen it many years ago. Ao Jiao said, I have a way to let you in. However, if you enter the 5-element absolute sealing formation, the doors to the Blue Dragon Palace will probably not open. Back then, the Thunder King's full power strike could not even shake it at all. According to him, this Blue Dragon Palace itself is a strong secret treasure. It is no weaker than the immortal equipment of the immortal epic. Xiao Chen did not pay attention to the latter part. He only paid attention to the first part. Feeling joyful, he said, Little Ao Jiao, do you really have a way? Seeing Xiao Chen question her, expressing his clear distrust of her, Ao Jiao grumbled, It's up to you whether you believe it or not. In any case, your wings have hardened. There is a chance. Ao Jiao's attitude showed that she was very confident. After interacting with her for so long, Xiao Chen understood her temper very well. He quickly apologized, I was wrong. Little Ao Jiao, tell me how to enter. The 5-element absolute sealing formation was a formation that could even block Emperor Wu. If Xiao Chen, an insignificant medial-grade martial monarch, could enter, it would shake the entire Kunlun realm. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring and revealed her true form. Then she led Xiao Chen forward until they arrived before the half of the mountain. Come, let's fly up. Ao Jiao took the lead and leaped up. Her exquisite figure, coupled with her cold, girlish appearance, made Ao Jiao look as alluring as before. Seeing that Ao Jiao had leaped onto the platform without any danger, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. In a few breaths, he landed beside Ao Jiao. When Xiaochen stood there and looked to the front, he could see the Blue Dragon Palace even more clearly. The mysterious throbbing in Xiaochen's heart intensified. He wished he could immediately jump down and push open the azure doors at the bottom of the palace. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't go." Suddenly, Ao Jiao spoke up and grabbed Xiaochen. Only then did Xiaochen realize that he had unknowingly taken a half step into the air. This startled Xiaochen, and he quickly pulled his foot back. He felt a lingering fear. If he had triggered the formation, he would not be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. Xiaochen said, "Many thanks." Ao Jiao said seriously, "Pay attention and focus." Although the Thunder King destroyed some of the formations, the lines and the Dao are not damaged. Chapter 7:11. Suppressing the throbbing in the depths of his heart, Xiaochen said calmly, "I understand. You can tell me how to enter now, right?" Ao Jiao did not say anything. She closed her clear eyes, revealing only her long eyelashes. Then she slowly formed hand seals with her hands, and a faint white light spread out from her body. The white light was like starlight, drifting and covering the entire space. As the white light spread out, interweaving lines appeared before Xiaochen's eyes. The lines were black and white, interweaving and flowing. Aside from the Blue Dragon Palace, they cut the space in this place into pieces. Xiaochen was astonished. He could feel the most primitive truth and reason in the world from these 2 lines. It was like everything was born from them. Ao Jiao opened her eyes and said, "White represents space, and black represents the world. As long as you do not touch these 2 lines, you will be able to pass through safely." Xiaochen's eyes lit up. He discovered that if he could find the pattern in which the 2 lines combined, he could pass through them without touching them. "How incredible! How did you do it?" Xiaochen praised sincerely. To be able to reveal space and time and find the weak points, it was truly incredible. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "The Thunder King was only 1 step away from Sovereign Martial Emperor. Although he could not control space and time, he had touched the threshold. He suffered a great loss in this formation. After that, he spent a lot of time researching this formation. I'm just using it. Remember, you only have 1 chance. If you fail, the sword chi will immediately tear you apart." Xiaochen took a deep breath and started to observe carefully. The black and white lines crisscrossed before him like they were on a go board. The dull lines became vivid in Xiaochen's eyes. He also slowly understood the mysteries of space and time, gaining some comprehension in his heart. Xiao. Suddenly, Xiaochen moved. He did not hesitate to fly forward. Without any hesitation, he flew straight ahead. The lines brushed past him. The white lines represented space and the black lines represented the world. As long as he touched any one of them, he would activate the 5-element absolute sealing formation. Xiaochen landed firmly and arrived before the Blue Dragon Palace. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. If he remembered correctly, there were no lines around the palace. The white light from Ao Jiao vanished. The visible lines of time and space turned into nothingness once more. Aside from the occasional junk in the air, there was nothing else. The palace doors were tightly shut, and the steps were covered in a thick layer of dust. It had not been cleaned for a long time. This place looked like a desolate temple in the wilderness. Xiaochen looked at the doors and said, "There is no need to test the doors." Even with the strongest single-target attack of the Thunder King, he could not move them. Of Xiaochen of the steps, Xiaochen left footprints on the steps. Kasi. Xiaochen opened the doors of Vavavov. The bronze doors were covered in dust. The instant the doors opened, the dust fell like snowflakes, landing on Xiaochen. Behind him, Ao Jiao's pretty face was filled with shock. Her bright eyes widened as she stammered, "Why did you push it open?" The doors were slightly ajar, not fully open. Xiaochen peered through the crack and discovered that there were still lights flickering. It was not completely dark inside. As for Ao Jiao's question, Xiaochen could not figure it out. When he saw these doors, Xiaochen felt like he had returned to his own home. Xiaochen very naturally pushed the doors open. He had never thought about not being able to enter. Could it be that he was not allowed to enter his own home? Xiaochen pushed hard, and the two bronze doors opened. The scenery of the first floor of the Blue Dragon Palace appeared before his eyes. There was an oil lamp on each of the four walls. It was unknown what the wick was made of. Unexpectedly, after burning for 10,000 years, they still did not extinguish. When the doors opened, wind blew in, causing the flames to flicker continuously. The flickering flames made this ancient palace look even more mysterious. The walls were dark yellow, and there were some murals carved on them. As he was far away, Xianxia could not make out what the murals were. On the wall facing him, there was a painting. On the painting, there was a stalwart man in green clothes, but there was nothing else on the painting. The azure-robed man had a saber hanging at his waist, and his right hand was on the saber hilt. However, his appearance was not clear. There was a wooden table below the painting with a brocade box on it. Xianxia did not know what it contained. Everything in the palace gave off a mysterious aura, deterring anyone from making a rash move. When Xianxia looked down, he saw an extremely complicated formation carved in golden blood on the floor. A faint emperor's might came from it, making one's breathing hasty. Xianxia quickly activated that trace of monarch bloodline. Only then did he feel better. As he continued looking, he saw a bright, transparent crystal embedded in the center of the formation. Everything here seemed familiar. The various scenes made Xianxia feel dazzled. Finally, his gaze fixed on the painting. He could not help but walk forward, wanting to take a closer look. Who exactly is the person in the painting? Don't go in yet. Just as Xianxia raised his foot and was about to enter, Ao Jiao stopped him. Xianxia became more clear-headed. This was the Blue Dragon Palace that even the Thunder King could block. How could he enter so casually? Ao Jiao pulled Xianxia back. Then, she closed the two bronze doors with a sound again. Feeling strange, Xianxia asked, "What are you trying to do?" Ao Jiao looked somewhat depressed. She clenched her teeth and said, "I don't believe that this door can be opened so easily." Back then, the Thunder King's strength character formula did not fail. With one saber strike, he could even kill a rank 10 demonic beast. She pulled Xianxia back a few steps before leaping up. Her jade-like hands glowed with a bright light, and a strong quintessence gathered in her palm. Then, she pressed her palm against the bronze doors. There was a loud sound, but the bronze doors did not budge at all. The huge force was like a stone sinking into the sea, not causing any ripples. Bang! 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 Ao Jiao pressed her palm a few more times. However, the bronze doors did not budge at all. Only then did she withdraw her palm in satisfaction. A crafty look flashed in her eyes as she smiled and said, "Hee hee. That's more like it. Trashy master, go and try again." Xianxia gaped slightly, feeling somewhat speechless. What if I really cannot open it? So this is why Ao Jiao stopped him. However, Xianxia believed that this door would still open for him. There would not be any accidents. Stepping forward, Xianxia gently touched the bronze doors with his palm. There did not seem to be any changes. However, the core formation of the Blue Dragon Palace, which was connected to the underground, gave off a bright light as it quickly confirmed something. Xianxia gently pushed, and the doors of the Great Hall opened with a creak, easily opening again without any obstruction. After walking in with large strides, Xianxia turned his head to look at Ao Jiao, who had a strange expression on her face. He smiled and said, "Come in. I'll bring you to the scenery that the Thunder King did not bring you to see back then." Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she muttered, "Who cares?" Even though she said that, she still walked in quickly. Her bright and adorable eyes curiously looked around at everything around her. Clearly, Ao Jiao was very interested in this place. She did not care as much as she said. Xianxia smiled faintly and walked past the formation drawn in the Golden Emperor's blood. Then, he arrived before the painting and focused on it. The long robes of the azure-robed man depicted 18 circling blue dragons. Each blue dragon looked very lifelike, like they were alive. Xianxia could even see them swimming on the robes. The blue dragon robes gave off a faint glow. When Xianxia looked carefully, he seemed to see a boundless mysterious phenomenon spanning 5,000 kilometers in his mind. This blue dragon robes was definitely a supreme secret treasure, surpassing superior-grade secret treasures and peak-grade secret treasures. As for what grade it was, Xiaochen was not sure. However, what attracted Xiaochen's attention was the posture of the azure-robed man holding the saber. As a bladesman, Xiaochen immediately noticed that there was something strange about this simple posture of holding the saber. Hence, Xiaochen quickly simulated the direction of the azure-robed man's saber in his mind. Where would the saber in the scabbard come from? How should Xiaochen block? Whoosh! Just after Xiaochen finished calculating, he felt a saber light flying at him. The person in the painting actually came to life. Furthermore, he attacked from an angle that Xiaochen had not expected. The saber light flashed, and Xiaochen's eyes widened in shock. Before he could cry out, he felt his head being chopped off and tossed high into the air. Bang! 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 Xiaochen took 3 steps back, his face filled with horror as he touched his neck. There was no wound or blood. Xiaochen's head was still there, he was not dead. Xiaochen looked forward. The person in the painting was as graceful as an immortal, not moving at all. Could I be seeing things? However, that feeling was very real. Xiaochen could not figure it out. In that instant earlier, he really thought that he had died. That horror was indescribable with words. In the instant before he died, he even thought of many things. Everything was still vivid in his mind. Ao Jiao, who was studying the formations on the ground, looked up and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Xiaochen answered awkwardly. Naturally, he could not say that he was frightened by a painting. After thinking for a while, he quickly stepped forward and removed the painting without hesitation. Then he rolled it up and placed it in the universe ring. There was definitely a universe within this painting, containing boundless mysteries. The person in the painting was very powerful and definitely had a great background. "Hey, why are you putting away a painting of a dead person like it is a treasure?" Ao Jiao could not help mocking Xiaochen when she saw what he was doing. Martial emperors had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Sovereign martial emperors could live for more than 5,000 years. Xiaochen did not think that this person was definitely dead. He felt a strange sense of closeness to this person. He replied, "Who said that he is dead? Perhaps this senior is undergoing experiential training in the starry heavens or the demonic world. That is the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor. He has been dead for more than 10,000 years. If it is not a painting of a dead person, what is it?" This person was the Qing Emperor. Xiaochen was slightly stunned. He was somewhat speechless. He wanted to take out the painting and take a closer look. However, he was afraid of that strange scene. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "Hee hee." Although the Qing Emperor was the strongest sovereign martial emperor since the ancient era, sweeping through the Kunlun realm and shaking the 18 demonic worlds with his might, he has been dead for 10,000 years. There is no need for him to scare you to this extent. Come and take a look at this. This is the truly scary thing. Ao Jiao called out to Xiaochen. Then, they went to the center of the hall, to the side of the formation carved in Golden Emperor's blood.